good morning and welcome along to sunny Scarborough, where Durham are 15 without loss. Rachel Slater putting together an economical spell. Great to have your company wherever you are across the world on Yorkshire Cricket TV for a game that you might call the Diamonds Derby, if you will, owing to a little bit of regional history between these two. The fifth over is completed, and Emma Marlowe and Talia Wilson have made a steady start, having been put in by Yorkshire on a ground that historically heavily favours chasing. Yorkshire with 2 wins from 4 so far, coming off back-to-back victories against Blaze and arch rivals Lancashire. Durham with a win and 3 losses. Beth Langston to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. She's gone for just a couple from her 2 overs so far, but curse of the commentator. Bowls are wide there. I'm delighted to say, alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, is once upon a time an England Test centurion, an England World Cup runner-up, now Yorkshire's El Presidente, Dr. Jane Powell.
Good morning. Sorry for the delay. I was just sunbathing out on the North Bank. Oh, not the North Bank, on the popular seats.
It's a nice-looking drive, but straight at mid-on. Yep, forgive us for being a few overs late. We were told with very short notice before the first ball that unfortunately we were not able to be in the Cali 1 and Cali 2 commentary boxes that named after the late great Dave Callaghan, who I and so many grew up listening to his dulcet tones. That's another dot from Langston, so we've had to, at very late notice, move and squirrel ourselves across and be throwing production cables left, right and centre to get set up in the pavilion, where we have a glorious view from deep fine leg as to where Marlowe is facing right now. We'll run you through 2 teams. Make 1 change to the side that were victorious in the Roses fixture. Amy Campbell picked up a slight injury in that one and misses out. So Rebecca Duckworth comes in for her first Yorkshire appearance of the season. So it's Lauren Winfield-Hill, Georgie Boyce, Jess Jonathan, Stair Callis, Maddie Ward, Ines Blackwell, Beth Langston. Of course, bowling now, Rachel Slater, Claudia Cooper, Jess Woolston and Duckworth. That's a beautiful straight drive. Comfortably the shot of the day. Well, she went to start running, but save your legs, Emma Marlowe. That is a super shot. Having had a bit of an uncertain start, these 2 openers, that's the kind of shot that gives you real confidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, they faced 2 maidens, and Emma Marlowe is one of those players that she's a beautiful driver of the ball, and Beth Langston just gave her that one in the slot, which she was able to just lean into and just hit it slightly up the hill towards Trafalgar Square.
Ston adjusts her length nicely, just goes to that back of the length. Part of the game is an opening bowler, of course. A couple of slips in play, trying to get it up there, but just straight towards that half volley slot. But Marlowe put it away very nicely indeed. Durham have, like Yorkshire, made 1 change from their last outing, which was a comprehensive defeat against Hampshire. That 1 change sees England under-19 international Trudy Johnson come in for Phoebe Turner, end of the 6th over. 20 without loss after 6, so a steady start from this opening pair. Durham team as follows: Emma Marlowe, Talia Wilson, their overseas Aussie, Holly Armitage, skipper Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor-Bess Heath, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Lauren Filer, Katie Levick, and the aforementioned change with Johnson coming in. This match day 5 of 16 games across this Metrobank One Day Cup competition. Slater continuing from the Pease Home Park end. Slater being whipped away through square leg. Matchups is something you hear a lot of people talk about plenty in the modern era, but in theory this is quite a good one for Yorkshire. Managed to get hold of Marlowe and Wilson's data against different types of bowlers, and in terms of balls per dismissal, left arm seam appears across both players' careers to be one of the forms of bowling that is maybe least suited to these two openers.
Yeah, and in fact, Rachel Slater has opened with a bang in most games this year with picking up a wicket. You know, I was at Old Trafford on Saturday when she picked up a wicket in the first over, and she just has that knack of just slanting the ball. It looks like it's going away to the right-hander, but it cuts back in, and that's the benefit of the left-hander seam bowler to a right-handed bat.
Slater just straying onto the pads and beautifully timed, whisks away. Down the hill, it's always going to run a little quicker.
Yeah, super shot there from Emma Marlowe. You know, she's got that ability to just turn her hips and just lean into the ball. And she played that with such ease. You know, if any youngsters watching, then just have a look at the way that Emma Marlowe drives the ball.
Your umpires, Mohammed Wasim and Paul Baldwin. Your match referee, Helen Pack. Better ball, nice shot. And Slater thinks she might have got one with a deflection, but Talia Wilson had managed to scurry her way back inside her crease. Yeah, you mentioned Slater picking up valuable wickets this season, Dr. Jane. She's certainly building one hell of a collection. She got Heather Knight out and taking 2 for 29 at Somerset. She got Surrey skipper Bryony Smith out in the defeat at the Oval. She then got Tammy Beaumont out in the first over in the home win against Blaze. And against Lancashire, she took 1 for 13 off 6 and picked up Eve Jones, which you think of wickets tallies and averages and economy rates, but it's really important to look behind that of the numbers of who are the players you're getting out. And Slater's got out 4 of the very best that you'll see on the domestic circuit all summer.
Yeah, personalities are important when you're a bowler.
Right on the button there from Scott.
And you know, saying Scott there, you know, she'll be delighted to have picked up Heather Knight because she'll have to face her potentially again at Headingley on June the 20th, isn't it? You know, when Scotland play England in the World Cup, and that means a bit of one-upmanship there already. So there's already things starting to build for the World Cup coming up in the summer.
That's pierced the gap and will run away for 4. Perfectly between mid-off and cover point. And that's part of the game from Slater. She left that gap open because she wants to induce the drive, but that time Marlowe, who's looking the stronger of these two early doors, took it on very well, and that just gives Durham a little bit of a boost. 9 runs off the over. It's the most profitable over of the innings so far, 29 without loss after 7.
Yes, and Rachel Slater again, just over pitching a little bit like Beth Langston in the previous over, just pushing it up into that nice half volley region rather than the good length region. So all she needs to do is just pull it back a little bit, and that will cause a few more issues. And having said that, we've now got a change of bowling, and we've got the young Ines Blackwell coming on from the veteran of Beth Langston to the youngster Ines Blackwell, who I think is only 16, is that right?
That is correct. Yeah, this is where you get into those sort of jokes around old enough to be your mum. I know that Beth herself has been nicknamed Mother Seamer by the group, which is a lovely nickname. Here's Blackwell with a little induckers. Flick down to Slater for 1 by Talia Wilson, a name that for those maybe more in the English women's domestic cricket scene might not have heard of. Plenty of Aussies listening to us will have done. She scored 152 at Essex in Durham's only win so far, where they piled up 311 for 3, and Essex weren't that far off chasing it. All goes chasing a wide one. Almost got in trouble doing so. Talia Wilson, a 26-year-old keeper batter from Fig Tree in New South Wales, started cricket in the backyard with her brother Tom. First club Albion Park, and then Campbelltown, and St George Sutherland. I'm sure there'll be a few watching from those parts of the world. Pleased to have played their role in her development. That's another dot for Blackwell. She's played for the Breakers, 7 years in the Big Bash for the Sydney Thunder, a winner of that in 2020. He's also played for the Sydney Sixers from the Auckland Hearts in New Zealand. She signed for the first half of this season in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Someone that truly does score right around the wicket. All 360 degrees, can be very destructive. And can play shots like that. Marlowe that time. And Marlowe straight down the ground for the second time in the day. Durham have got 34 runs, the vast majority of them off the bat of Marlowe.
Yeah, I think that's at least 5 boundaries for Marlowe. You know, and you just look, there are 5 over-pitch balls that Yorkshire will be very aware of, because they should know the strengths of Emma Marlowe, having been in the same squad with Northern Diamonds for some time. So they'll just be aware they've got to try and stop her from scoring on that drive. And with that, she just drives out to the cover point area, and it's fielded on the boundary by Maddie Ward with a lovely throw right back over the stumps.
And Wilson back on to strike. Durham looking for a second win from 5. Yorkshire looking to make it 3 wins from 5 and 3 in a row. Oh, that's a lent on cover drive. Didn't try and do too much, just timed it to perfection. And it's a boundary to end the over. It turns a decent over into the best over yet for Durham. 10 off it, and there's been 19 off the last 2. So Blackwell a bit expensive in her first, 39 without loss after 8. You mentioned that history, which was on my list to kind of set the context. It cannot be very often, because we have at times before on this live stream last season asserted that it may have never happened, and someone pops up and gives us some information we weren't aware of. So we're very careful in our phrases, but it cannot be too often that a team has rocked up to play Yorkshire away from home, and they have within their ranks 5 players born and raised in Yorkshire who have already played for Yorkshire, a team with the right rose on their badge. There's 7 players that played for the Diamonds, which was the regional side from 2020 to 2024. Slater starts a new over with a dot. Now, for those unfamiliar, it was only changed at the start of last season that the elite level of women's domestic cricket, excluding the 100, was to go from regions to counties. And there had been in the KSL era, the Diamonds from 2016 to 2019, and then the regional era, the Northern Diamonds, again from 2020 to 2024. Just nerdled away. Should get back for 2, and will do very comfortably. Now, at the end of 2024, when that transition was made from regions into counties, it was smoother for some than others, you might say. And the biggest ripple effect, and I'm saying this sort of just straightforwardly in terms of telling the story of what happened, was the fact that Durham had a Tier 1 franchise and Yorkshire were put in Tier 2. That's straight at short fine. And Yorkshire were put in Tier 2 knowing that last season, regardless of results, they would come back up into Tier 1. So what that meant was that in the end, Danny Hazel and a lot of players from that Diamonds team went and signed with Durham to get the opportunity to play Tier 1 cricket, and you had effectively a bit of a split, where a lot of other teams pretty much seamlessly transitioned from that regional area into the county structure.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually more complex than that in the Yorkshire were put in Tier 2, you're absolutely right, but they weren't guaranteed to come up in 1 year. They were guaranteed to come in up in 2 years.
Yes, you're correct.
And Yorkshire lodged an appeal, and
yes.
so it was changed that they could come up after 1 year of the Tier 2, which the goalposts were changed after the decisions had been made. So, yeah, it's an interesting time for all concerned as that ball is played and missed, and that's a better length there from Slater, because Marlowe thinks it's drivable, but it's just backwards of that half volley length, and she missed it. So there was lots of oohs and ahs there.
So, for example, these two, Slater and Marlowe, were teammates at that level right throughout that regional era, and there's lots of matchups today where that will be the case. Oh, big appeals, and given. Slater's done it again. She's making quite the habit of getting important early wickets for Yorkshire this season. Rachel Slater on target. The finger goes up. 41 for 1 in the 9th over. And just as Durham was starting to accelerate, they are pegged back by the Scot.
Yeah, and that's a shame in many ways because Emma Marlowe looked in fine form out there. She was leaning into the drives and just coaxing the ball out of the ground, both on leg side and offside and straight up the ground. And she'll be disappointed with that. But we've seen Slater do that so many times this year where she just turned the screw just at the right time. And Emma Marlowe is LBW there for 26.
And Marlowe had certainly looked the far more fluent of the two openers in what we've seen so far, albeit Wilson definitely has the ability to be destructive. And we were just talking about the diamonds. Well, Emma Marlowe, a diamond right the way through that regional era, is replaced by Holly Armitage. Of course, once upon a time diamond skipper, moved to Durham at the start of last season and was Yorkshire club captain back in 2019, a product of the Yorkshire pathway. Armitage from Huddersfield, Marlowe from Harrogate. So two Yorkshire women cross each other in exchanging messages about what the pitch may or may not be doing as Armitage heads out to bat with Wilson against Yorkshire. The wicket was off the final ball of the over, so it will be Wilson to face up. Blackwell with those little nibbly induckers. It's just got a line wrong, and this is dribbling away for something. 4 leg byes.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen in the first 9 overs is actually this wicket looks quite a nice batting track.
So funny you say that. I had a good chat with one of my favourite people when it comes to all things cricket, John Dodds. What a man. Came here yesterday for match day -1, as they call it in modern parlance. Had a look at Yorkshire training and had a chat to John about the wicket, and he's very happy with the pitch he's produced. And I think we've seen early doors, there's no real demons in it.
Now it looks like it's coming onto the bat well. It's not doing outrageous things, and you know the way that both Wilson and Marlowe have been driving in those first few overs shows just the quality of it.
6 millimetres of grass, not a lot of turn expected, good pitch to bat on. Obviously, you do have the slope to contend with. Wilson again, is just getting a little bit stuck. Her dot ball percentage is higher than she'd want it to be here. The slope runs down and across, so for Wilson facing at this point, the slope is just dragging her head across towards the offside. That's what she's got to be aware of. And then when you're facing as a right-hander from the other end, from the Peas Home Park end, you have to be wary in the opposite direction of your head potentially almost falling behind you, if you will. Blackwell flicks it straight. Ines Blackwell on target. Well, the pressure has paid off. I said the dots were building on Wilson, and that is a loose shot. The gun Australian overseas for Durham has to go for 11. She never quite looked settled. The simplest of catches for square leg. And Yorkshire have 2 breakthroughs in the space of just 4 runs, 45 for 2.
Yeah, and you know, Durham will be a bit annoyed with that shot. That was a loose shot really there, and all credit to Yorkshire. Ines Blackwell went for 10 runs off her first over. But what they've done well this year is they've shown great faith in the youngsters, and they've said, no, you bowl again. We know that you're a good bowler. And she's come on and she's just bowled to an overseas player. You make no mistakes, as a youngster, you know that that's an overseas player. And she's just tempted her into that flick round to short mid-wicket. And I think it was Jess Woolston that took the catch there and didn't have to move, to be honest. And so that's a really good scalp for the young Ines Blackwell.
Yeah, she's probably, of all of the different youngsters that played for Yorkshire last season, the one that has made the biggest breakthrough. Oh. Blackwell has got 2 in 2. That is an absolute seed. She's managed to knock over Maddie Villiers. The 16-year-old Ines Blackwell is on a hat-trick. It's a golden duck for one of Durham's star all-rounders in Villiers.
Well, also an ex-England player. You know, these are not sort of 9, 10, 11 in the batting order. This is Talia Wilson and Maddie Villiers, and Ines Blackwell is making them look very, very ordinary. But what a great ball from the youngster, and what a great great support from the Yorkshire team saying, go again. You went for 10. You've now got 2 wickets. You know, outstanding.
So Maddie Villiers has the long walk back, and out comes Emily Windsor, who is a really excellent person to have in a situation like this. Quite the stabiliser. Worth adding at this point that because of the very late moving due to the health and safety regulations from the Cali commentary boxes to up here in the pavilion, we do not, in fact, have an output monitor as commentators. So normally we would be able to see the live pictures that you're seeing at home. We don't have access to that, or the replays, or that scoreboard graphic that you'll see at the bottom of your screen. So with a delivery like that from Blackwell, we get one look from deep fine leg, but it definitely looked like it moved in one direction or another, and Villiers seemed a bit bamboozled by it. She definitely gets a lot of shape in Blackwell, and she's been working on her variations, and she's appealing for a hat-trick, but it's dribbling down leg, and I think there was lots of appeals, but the bowler's very half-hearted appeal let you know that Blackwell didn't think that was a great shout. But Emily Windsor survives then, and it is an over that the 16-year-old Ines Blackwell will not be forgetting anytime soon. 45 for 3, and Durham all of a sudden have found themselves losing 3 wickets for the addition of just 4 runs.
Oh, I mean, how good to have all your team supporting you on one that wraps the pads, even if it is missing 2 sets of stumps. And I'm sure people who are watching can tell me if that's the case. But, you know, it's such a lovely feeling for the whole team to be going up on that appeal, just wishing it was there for the youngster.
She gets so much in-swing, Blackwell, that it's actually quite hard for her to get an LBW often. She tends to actually get them. I know one of the analysts was telling me with the ball that is the cross seam, the wobble seam, where the batter's playing for that in-swing that's not in fact there. Slater is continuing here. This time with Winfield Hill up to the stumps. Calmly guided out to deep cover by Armitage. These two have seen it all before, Armitage and Windsor. Both 28-year-olds. Both players that have so much experience in tough scenarios like this. Windsor a bit unlucky with quite a few injuries last season, but it's part of that Southern Vipers team that almost continuously were winning the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is still what we're actually playing for. I learnt this recently. Even though it's a 50-over Metrobank One Day Cup, the actual cup is still the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is a nice bit of tradition carrying on.
Excellent.
That's well bowled and well played. And just to jump back to what we were mentioning and explaining before that flurry of wickets, with the regional era, in this lineup today, Emma Marlowe, Holly Armitage, Bess Heath, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Katie Levick were all, and Trudy Johnson were all diamonds. So 7 of the 11 were part of that diamonds regional setup.
As was the coach.
Yes, well, exactly. Danny Hazel as well. So there's no doubt when you look across the country and the way sort of things broadly mapped, you know, Western Storm sort of evolved into Somerset, Stars sort of evolved into Surrey, Blaze have stayed as Blaze, but next season will become Nottinghamshire. When you looked at the squads, it was pretty much up past 90% retention rates everywhere, except for in the Yorkshire-Durham situation. Slater just a little too wide, but has got that deep cover sweeper award there for it. And the other thing that we didn't add for those unfamiliar is that Glamorgan, it's already been predetermined, will make the step up next season. So 9 will become 10, and that presents some formatting dilemmas as well. And the way the ECB have solved that this season is as follows. The 50-over comp will be double round robin, 16 games each. And it's a change from last season, which I keep saying this to people, and nobody seems to be aware of it, but I'm assured it is true, which is that it's no longer a top 4. It's moved to a top 3. So if you win the group in the 50 over cup, you are in the final. It's second place third in an eliminator for the right to meet them in that final. I'll keep saying it, A, so that people are informed, and B, so that the team that ends up finishing 4th doesn't think that they're in a semi-final, because it's astonishing to me how many players and coaches are not aware of this change yet. I guess as we move closer to the knockouts, they might become more aware of it. Right now, you're just trying to win games and see where that gets you. Good over from Slater, 47 for 3. Slater quietly has put together a very, very tidy spell so far. Meanwhile, the T20 has changed in the other direction. So the T20 last season, the group winners were straight to the final, and it was an eliminator. The T20 has now gone to your old school T20 finals day. First place 4th, second place 3rd. But the T20 is not a double round robin. Much like the men, it's been reduced down to 12 games. And so the way that looks for the women is you play everybody once, and then you play 4 teams twice, but you don't play everybody twice. Blackwell hits the pads, but again, that's her big in-swinger, so very unlikely to get that given. Boyce does the fielding, and that's good calling from Armitage just to get Windsor through for a single.
Yeah, and I'm told via Australia that she is swinging it a long way at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we can see so much. We're at deep fine leg when Blackwell is coming in from far end away from us, and then we're at a sort of deep but very, very wide long off, almost more of a deep extra cover. The bowling's coming from the Peasholm Park end. That's taken a little flick,
Yeah,
very deliberately done by Armitage, just glances it away. Well, umpire says 5 wides. Maybe the flick was off the pads of Winfield Hill. I thought that was straight off the bat.
I did too.
But regardless, Durham will take the 50 up. It's come up a little more belatedly than they might have liked, having put on 41 for the first wicket. But loss of those 3 quick wickets, just pegging the visitors back.
Not only got a really good pitch, but we've also got a good outfield, and the ball's travelling very quickly, as that is a good Yorker bowled by Ines Blackwell from the Trafalgar Square end.
Funny you say that. So the only thing I was going to add about the pitch is John Dodds was telling me he reckons the slope at Lord's is about 3 inches per pitch. Obviously, everyone knows there's the sort of 6-7 foot slope across the ground, but per pitch it's 3 inches. That's what he understands it to be. But at Scarborough, he says it's about 2 to 2.5 inches. So it does give you an idea. It's quite a significant slope. Another nice delivery from Blackwell, who might be 16, but everyone keeps telling you that Ines Blackwell has got an old head on young shoulders, and she's demonstrating it once more.
Yeah, and the good thing about Yorkshire being in Tier 2 last year was they gave lots of opportunities to young players, and Ines will have been on tours, on pre-season tours, etc., and, you know, just shows the quality that she's got. Oh, and that one's close. That had to be. She went right back on that. And whilst I'm not in line, it was like, wow, that looked like it was going to knock all 3 stumps over. And that's another massive wicket for Ines Blackwell. That's the captain for Durham, Holly Armitage, that she's just pinned back.
3 wickets in 2 overs for the 16-year-old Blackwell. 53 for 4. They've lost 4 for 12 here, Durham. Desperately need a partnership just to stabilise. Blackwell is really making this ball talk. She's using the slope cleverly. She always gets a lot of swing. That's her trademark, but by her standards, this is some spell. And this is also the first time in a game for Yorkshire where she's taken more than 1 wicket. She took 1 for 39 off 10 on her debut at Middlesex. And that, in fact, until today, was the only wicket she'd taken for Yorkshire in a senior professional competitive women's game. But she's now popped up with 3 within a couple of overs to put Durham in all sorts of bother. Bess Heath, England international, albeit someone that's looking to break back into that particular reckoning. Hasn't played for a country since 2024, 4 ODIs and 4 T20Is. She's one that likes to counter-attack. What will she do here? She's going to have a look at one.
Yeah.
But this will be interesting because Heath is someone who is, as a hitter, as a basher, as a destroyer of an attack on her day, one of the best around. But she does love to attack. So does she rein back those instincts, or does she think in a very sort of modern way, I'm going to put the pressure right on Yorkshire here?
Yeah, the in-swing bowling is a danger for Bess Heath, because she likes a bit of width on the ball and it's cramping her all the time. So that's a great over. Another great over from Ines Blackwell.
Yeah, Blackwell right now is absolutely flying. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 15 for 3. And when you think that her first over went for 10, that makes it only all the more remarkable. 53 for 4 after 12.
And the other thing that, I mean, I was at the game at Old Trafford on Saturday. The thing that goes under the radar sometimes is the way that Lauren Winfield-Hill manoeuvres and uses the bowlers. On Saturday, Beth Langston came in as like 4th change. Today she opened the bowling, you know, and so she's completely trustworthy on her bowlers to bowl them when she feels is the right time. And certainly with Ines Blackwell, it's paying off with those 3 wickets as Rachel Slater continues from the Pizon Park end.
The interesting thing as well about Blackwell is she, of all of those youngsters to potentially break through, she wasn't actually the first to get her chance last season. She had to wait and be quite patient.
Yeah, you're right. But, I mean, let's not forget she was only 15 last season. She's
Oh,
only 16 now.
No,
you
of
know,
course.
and Amelia Love came on and had a great first game, if I remember rightly. You know, I think she picked up 4 wickets on
Against
that
Worcestershire, yeah.
game at Headingley. Unfortunately, she's injured at the moment, so that also helps another youngster leapfrog, if that makes sense. And she's certainly taking her opportunity and taking it well.
Slater just losing her line. Magnificent bit of glove work back there from Lauren Winfield-Hill.
You know, and I mean, let's make no mistake that the more potent wicket takers of Johnson and Cooper have not even got near the ball yet. So to keep persevering with these seam bowlers and picking up these wickets is a real bonus for Yorkshire.
Slater again. Windsor pinned in her crease. An interesting bit of byplay here. I think one of the main reasons that Winfield-Hill is up at the stumps is because Emily Windsor is known for the fact that she does like to charge seam bowling. She does like to get out of her crease and get up the pitch.
Yeah, I think probably Bess Heath as well. You know, she's got a tendency to have a good swing outside the crease at times. So Lauren will know that, and that's why she's come up to the stumps.
Oh, that's a bit of a swipe outside the off stump.
And also she can rely on a bowler.
Yeah,
you only come up as the wicketkeeper if you know that your bowler can bowl that tight line and length, and she's not going to be spraying one down leg, one down wide outside off, you know, and you're left guessing where the next ball's going to go. She'll know where Rachel's trying to bowl it, and she'll be ready with her head still and her gloves ready to receive that ball.
Just turned away. Should be just one. Will be just one for Windsor. Vastly experienced. Oval Invincibles, Welsh Fire and Trent Rockets with 100. A big part of that Southern Vipers dynasty. I commentated on her scoring the winning runs and playing a lovely knock in a Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy final against Blaze at Northampton.
I was there watching that one.
She actually got the nickname Emily Winning Runs Windsor. Such was the frequency of her to be the person to finish off run chases. So combines her playing with physiotherapy role at Durham, worked in the NHS for 5 years. Someone you want in a crisis, Emily Windsor. Watch from the non-strikers as he faces up. Heath with a nice looking guide out to deep cover. And that means that she will keep the strike. I wonder if we'll see more of Slater. She's put quite the shift in here up at the top.
Yeah, I think she's had 7 overs, or she must have had 7 overs.
She certainly has. Slater with, as things stands, 7 overs, has picked up that wicket of Marlowe and has gone at around a 4 and over. I'm sure Winfield Hill will be starting to contemplate where she looks next. She's got Woolston, she's got Cooper, she's got Jonathan. Sarah Glenn still out with a finger injury that sadly for her has cost her her spot in the England Women's World Cup squad. Blackwell once more is right on the button. Ines Blackwell, she only got her Yorkshire debut in August of last year, but she really turned heads by how she performed in a tight loss at Headingley. She got 1 for 39 off 10 against Middlesex, one of the best teams in Tier 2, and made 30 off 44 with the bat. Has managed to beat cover. Think of 2, and it's a good decision. Nice scamperage from this pair. Important to try and keep the scoreboard moving over. And I know even internally in the Yorkshire setup, there's a few senior players who broadly knew of her talent, but seeing her going and do that in a game like that against one of the stronger opposition Yorkshire faced last season turned some heads. This is whipped away. A conventional square leg might have fancied a quarter of a chance of catching it. As it is, it thuds into the chest of Slater, who had to channel her best impression. I was going to say of Mary Earps, but as a Scot, I don't think Rachel Slater would quite appreciate that particular comparison. She's going to get a bit of treatment here. That's winded her. That's quite unpleasant. That's body on the line sort of stuff.
She's trying to sort of say, I'm all right, let's carry on, let's get going. Saying it hit my shoulder as a school party comes in. It's lovely to see the youngsters coming in. There's a whole group of, looks like primary school children just waiting at the gate coming in. Here in Scarborough. What a lovely day to bring your school group to watch a game of cricket.
Perfect day for it. Blackwell to continue. What a spell it's been for her. Straight at point. Yeah, Ines Blackwell, Amelia Love, Holly Garton, Amelia Oliver, all players who Yorkshire had play for them at points last season, but actually were often having availability issues because they were at school. They had GCSEs to do, or A-levels. This is nibbled straight to short mid-wicket. Part of various things that Yorkshire had to deal with. Yorkshire narrow losers at Somerset by 1 wicket thanks to a great knock from Sophie Love. Lost by 3 wickets against Surrey at the Oval, but then winners by 70 runs against Blaze. And 83 runs at Old Trafford. Confidently driven by Heath. Meanwhile, Durham, by contrast, have had a difficult start to the season. They lost to Lancs by 149 runs. They beat Essex by 23 runs. Lost by 3 wickets at Surrey. And then lost by 6 wickets quite comprehensively against Hampshire, who chased the target with almost half the overs to spare. It's our first commentary box change of the day. Dr. Jane Powell takes a very well-earned rest. And in her place, someone who, when it comes to knowing all there is to know about all things Yorkshire cricket and also Durham cricket, is probably as good, if not even better. It's a very good Scarbados morning to Graham Hardcastle, who's frequently writing about both of these teams. How are we?
Not so bad. You?
Yeah, lovely day for it, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
It definitely feels a lot warmer than the 12, 13 degrees that we were promised. Weather's been very kind to us. 61 for 4 or 14. What have you made of what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a super start from Yorkshire, hasn't it? You know, it's. I must admit, I haven't actually seen a massive amount of it live yet, to be honest. That was the hesitation with quite a few of the technical issues. I've been the vantage point that I've got. I've actually been watching it off the stream. So,
yes, we've explained a couple of times
yes.
the circumstances
Yeah.
that caused us to be 4 overs or so late.
But what a fabulous start from Yorkshire. Ines Blackwell, in particular. You know, she's really hit the ground running, hasn't she? So far this season. You know, with the bat and real responsibility there, and then obviously with the ball as well. And she's really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Change of ends for Langston here. 0 for 7 off 3 from Trafalgar Square end, but swapped to the Pease Home Park end to replace Slater. Flicked away. Could be a catching chance. Oh, it's dropped. It's dropped and over the rope. Well, it was one that you probably expect to be taken out there from, I believe it was Woolston or Duckworth.
I think it might be Duckworth, if that was my initial
Trying to
impression.
pick if it's an 18 or a 16, forgive us. We don't actually have the replay or output monitor in front of us that you've got at home, so we only get one look. It's right on that far side, but it's a life regardless. A bit of fortune for Heath, who so often you see after a drop catch there's a boundary or at least a scoring shot, and that's one more there. So Heath dropped on, well, at the time, would have been on 6 at the moment the shot was played.
I mean, I actually wondered initially, my very first impression was when the shot was played, I thought it was a leading edge, and I actually looked out towards deep point. And I just wonder whether that may have been a kind of factor in the drop, that perhaps it was taking just a little bit longer, just that extra split second to be picked up.
It's a little bit of fortune for Heath. It's the kind of moment that can make you think it's your day. She only averaged 16 in this competition last season across 13 appearances. Somewhat low for a player of her high talent. That's got through the covers. That will be more runs. And despite the pursuit of 2, it will be 4 of them. Rubbing salt into the wound. They're a little bit unlucky, Langston. End of the 15th over. 71 for 4 after some more words from the ever-informed Graham Hardcastle. He'll be joined by the brilliant Aaron Viles.
It'd be interesting to see, actually, how Bess Heath takes this on, really, because when she was with the Diamonds, she was an extremely dangerous player, but in kind of fits and starts, and did it towards the back end of an innings, and, you know, she'd score quick 50s, quick 60s. But here, Durham could really do with a kind of rebuild, and almost, if she's 120 not out at the end of as many balls, that's a real success, and it'll be interesting to see whether she's got that in her.
Oh, 100%. So Blackwell it is to continue. Starts off there with top ball from the latest. This the over from the Trafalgar Square end. Very good morning to you as well, Graham.
Good morning. How are you?
Very good. Even better now. It's a glorious day here in Scarborough, isn't it?
You got your sun cream?
Have indeed, yeah. Along with the bobble hat, we were told it was going to be about 10 to 11 degrees today.
It's April cricket, isn't it? That, you know, it's staple diet of equipment you need as a commentator or a writer in April. Bit of sun cream, bobble hat, scarf, gloves,
And a big
floppy
coat.
hat, sunglasses.
An umbrella as well. Absolutely. What a watchful start this from Emily Windsor to kick-start the 16th over. Yeah, we were just talking off-air as well, just with regards to the quality of the outfield. It is absolutely lightning fast, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the ground looks an absolute picture, doesn't it? You know, it's the outfield, as you say, looks in pristine condition, as it should do at this stage of the year. You know, don't get me wrong. There won't have been much cricket played on it. And, pitches here are always fantastic. I do think it is up there as potentially the best place in the country to watch cricket at. Actually, you know, it always produces some brilliant cricket.
It certainly does, and of course, unfortunately, we don't have access to the monitor or the live replays today, but having caught a little bit of it in the pavilion, just the scenery as well, just looking at South Bay and North Bay. I mean, Scarborough really is a delightful place to even come for a weekend away. It's not very full. Driven square of the wicket for 1 by Windsor. That'll be the end of the over. So 16 have gone. Durham are 72 for 4.
It's just kind of green shoots of recovery, isn't it, so far? You know, these two are doing all they can, but you know they're going to need much more, really.
Well, they are. I mean, we've said about the quality of the pitch, of course, of the outfield. It'll be a high-scoring fixture, this potentially, but as you said, Graham, it's one of those situations that Durham find themselves in where they've just got to rebuild a little bit. We see Beth Langston here with ball in hand from the P-zone park end. Windsor on that occasion taking a couple of steps down. I'll tell you what a start it has been for the White Rose. Absolutely tremendous bowling from Ines Blackwell. Not just the fact that it's 3 wickets, but 3 massive wickets in the form of Talia Wilson, Maddie Villiers and Holly Armitage. And, well, let's not forget at one point, that could be an opportunity. It's just fallen short, I think, racing away down towards the deep backward point boundary. That will be 4. Just going back onto the previous point, at one point, Durham were 41 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say that it's been a dream start to the season for Yorkshire because of the fact that they've lost 2 games. But from a development point of view, I think everybody accepts the position that they're in, that they're coming up to Tier 1 with quite a young squad. And on the back of that, to be able to beat the Blaze and to be able to beat Lancashire, you know, they must be absolutely thrilled with what they've done there. And in the other games, they've had their chances, haven't they? You know, they could have beaten Somerset quite comfortably. Should have beaten Somerset, really. And, you know, at various stages, there were flashes of signs that they could have beaten Surrey as well. You know, they were going well early on with the bat, and then gave the hosts a scare late on with the ball. So yeah, and obviously, you know, this start here indicates that they're very, very much well in this game, and certainly at the moment they're on top of it.
I'd say that they are. That's another good delivery from Beth Langston. Really testing the corridor of uncertainty. I suppose the question that I'd follow that up with, Graham, of course, is we're speaking there from a Yorkshire perspective. I mean, what do you make of Durham's start to the season? Because, of course, they've had that additional year already in Tier 1.
Well, I mean, they're still in a developmental stage, aren't they? Because
that one,
it's a fine shot.
Yeah, that's going to go for 4. As we said, it just zips across the outfield here at North Marine Road. Lovely looking shot that to round out the over. And Durham will move on to 82 for 4 after 17.
Yeah, they're still in a kind of developmental stage of moulding a squad together. That's certainly how I would see it anyway. Yes, they have had a year, but all of those players have come from different parts of the country in a sense. Your likes of Emily Windsor, Michael's spoken about before how many players have come from the Yorkshire system. So they're still trying to mould a team and a squad together, settle into Tier 1 cricket. So I never really came into this season expecting Durham to be one of the teams who would kind of challenge the likes of Lancashire as champions. I know they've started really poorly by their own admission themselves. But the top teams such as Lancashire, Hampshire, Surrey, who have probably been together for a little bit longer, really.
Very full again. Windsor looks to whip it away out towards the Popular Bank. That one stopped by Jess Worston.
I mean, they've got the makings of a very good side. You look at the likes of Armitage, Heath at the crease. Windsor, I think, is a Rolls Royce of a player. Every time I see her, she comes up with important runs. And talk about it now in the situation that Durham are in, she's going to have to do it again. And they've got the likes of Filer, whose availability is going to be mixed, isn't it, because of England's situation. Maddie Villiers, they have got some real high-quality cricketers. But I just think it's about moulding that all together and developing as a team.
Blackwell again, bowling that one very, very full. Quick single will be taken. Could turn into more than a single. It's racing down towards the boundary, and a 4 it will be.
Just starting to show signs that the kind of momentum's turning a little bit. There was the drop catch. A couple of boundaries have followed that. Seems to me that Durham are just starting to get themselves back into this game.
The classic, isn't it, in cricket? Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships.
Absolutely.
These two now just beginning to steady the ship. As you mentioned, Bess Heath dropped on 6. Of course, that also went for 4, so that added to the boundary count as we see the end of the over. Durham are 87 for 4. You can just see now in terms of the almost approach from Windsor here, just getting into a groove. A bit more assertive, a bit more confident with regards to the shot selection. She's got a very prominent role to play here today. And, well, speaking of players with a prominent role to play, coming on to bowl here from the P-Zone Park end will be Jess Jonathan, who I think it's safe to say, Graham, has been a revelation for Yorkshire. She has been absolutely phenomenal, both in a batting, a bowling, and, of course, in a leadership sense.
Oh, no, I think she could have done more, to be honest. no, completely right. I mean, she's been absolutely sensational. She's clearly the form player in the competition, isn't she? I was looking at the stats this morning, and she's right up there in both disciplines, and the experience that she brings as well. I think Rich Pyra basically said she's the perfect overseas signing, really. It's absolutely 100% correct.
Well, I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. Took 2 wickets in the game against Somerset, 1 for 32 against Surrey. Of course, in the last 2 matches, has taken 8 wickets, back-to-back forfers against the Blaze and Lancashire, respectively. Here she is against Windsor. Of course, that's just speaking from a bowling sense. Let's not forget that she scored 67 against the Blaze at Headingley and, well, the best of the lot, 108 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. And slightly pitched too short, allows for Windsor to just clip it away on the onside for 1. But as a spinner as well, I imagine, for the right-handers, a little bit difficult to face at times. It's a little bit round arm, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, she, as you would expect from somebody who's who's kind of played as much as she has. She knows her game. She's just been able to settle in perfectly to different conditions. Yes, she's played all over the world, but she hasn't played, I think she said to me a couple of weeks ago, she hasn't played in this country this early. So just about working out conditions and things like that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's quite a quick arm as well, isn't it?
Certainly is. That one just takes one bounce. In the midst of that discussion about Jess Jonathan as well, just a word of the running there between Windsor and Heath. I'm loving this start as well from Bess Heath. We know that she is a real enterprising, innovative kind of character. Already getting the reverses, the little paddles out as well. Not allowing Jonathan to really settle into that bowling rhythm. Bit of a misfield there. The Durham pair will not decide to take on Beth Langston. And that will be the end of the over. So Durham are 93 for 4, and yeah, already that partnership stretches to 40.
It'll need to, you feel almost double that before Durham can feel really, really comfortable in terms of being back on an even keel. Such was the strong start from Yorkshire and Ines Blackwell.
Even so, we know the game of cricket changes, and it changes very quickly indeed, doesn't it? I believe we're going to have a change of bowling here from the Trafalgar Square end. It'll be Jess Woolston.
Signed a new contract at Yorkshire. Pretty decent winter in Australia, from all accounts.
Yeah, she spent it in Melbourne, didn't she?
Yeah, she was at North Geelong, which I think is the same club, if I'm right, as the McDonald family, Andrew McDonald.
Well, here is Woolston. Starts off a little bit too wide outside the off stump. Umpire Julie obliges with the outstretched arms. It's been a lovely place to spend the winter as well.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I was following the scorecards throughout the winter and things like that, and I remember looking at one as that's kind of pushed into the offside. It's a deep cover. I was looking at the scorecards, trying to work out whether they would actually play together potentially, because I think Andrew McDonald played a game in the 4th or 3rd grade or something like that, and Jess was playing women's cricket at that stage, but was then potentially looking at playing some men's cricket, and I'm not quite 100% sure whether it happened.
I suppose that's something for a little bit later on in today's game.
Yeah.
Quick internet search, try and find it out. Nice bit of trivia.
I'll let you do that. All the technical issues that we've had.
Thankfully, the weather is staying kind. That one dropped slightly shorter, aerial. And that will go for 4. Takes a couple of bounces down towards deep backward square leg. That'll be the team 100 up for Durham. Arrives here in the 20th over, courtesy of a very nice looking shot indeed. So moves the partnership on to 47 and counting. You can just see there, I think that is the latest example of Windsor just beginning to settle into her rhythm with the bat.
She doesn't look entirely comfortable though, does she? She's just down on her haunches then. Not 100% sure exactly what the situation is there, but seemed like she was just feeling a little bit of discomfort.
That time again, plays that very square of the wicket out on the offside for one. Just a real style and panache, flair to Windsor's batting. At the end of this over as well, we should hopefully, fingers crossed, be able to provide you with some score updates from around the grounds, of course. This is not the only game taking place in the Metro Bank One Day Cup today. Hampshire playing host to Surrey. Somerset taking on Essex. And there's the Midlands derby at Trent Bridge between Warwickshire and the Blaze. Heath this time goes for the big shot, looking to hoik it away on the leg side, and the umpire will signal a leg bye. So that will be the end of the over. 20 have been bowled. Durham are 102 for 4. So yeah, we'll provide you with those scores on the doors, as we like to coin them here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. We'll start down on the south coast, where Hampshire are 97 without loss after 22 overs. Maya Bouchier has already reached 50, with Ella McCacken on 44 unbeaten as well. As for the game down in the West Country, Somerset are 85 for 4 in the 19th over. Just looking at the wickets there for Essex, Sophia Smale has got 2, Sophie Monroe has got 1, and Jodie Grucock has got the latest wickets. And finally, give you the score from Trent Bridge after this ball, which will be a dot. Yeah, Warwickshire 72 for 3 after 20 overs against the Blaze. Davina Perrin currently top scoring with 24. That one we carved away out on the offside for one. That'll be the 50 partnership as well between Emily Windsor and Bess Heath. Really important runs these for the 5th wicket, just providing that stability, solid foundation for the remainder of the innings here. Just looking in the wickets column from that game as well, a certain Nat Siver-Brunt has got 2 for 17 from her 4 overs. So that is really good to see.
Brilliant for the development of the game, isn't it, that?
Oh, 100%. That was just tickled around the corner by Windsor for one. Yeah, it is, of course, learning, from the best. In that case for the Blaze, and I suppose on the flip side for Warwickshire, playing against the best of the best. It really is important with regards to those younger players, their development in the great game. I think that's her first game, domestic 50 over for the Blaze since 2023.
Right.
She's played T20s in between then. That one very full and driven out through the covers for one. Yeah, I think in terms of the 50 over, obviously with workload management and of course the international summer, I think that is Nat Siver-Brunt's first game for the Blaze in, 3 years now, which is...
And she played for the Diamonds, didn't she, very early? Was it 2021 she might have played?
Full again, slightly thickish outside edge. Good from Jonathan, that, just to mix up the pace and the drift of that latest delivery, enticing that bigger shot. That will be the end of the over. So Durham 106 for 4 after 21.
Yeah, it just seems to... a bit of an even bounce. I don't know. It's difficult to tell for sure from this angle, but just wonder whether the odd one is just keeping a little bit low.
As we ponder that, whether there is the presence of the uneven bounce, will be Jess Woolston to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. Windsor again, easy pickings down the leg side. Fielded out there by Maddie Ward. So far, these two just looking a lot more comfortable at the crease. For Heath, yes, we've seen those slightly more unorthodox shots, but he's also been happy to play the defensive now and again. Just take the easy single when it is on offer. That one uppish again. Sliced away really down towards deep third. Fielding down there by Rachel Slater, which is duly applauded by the crowd here at North Marine Road. Nice to see a smattering of spectators on the Popular Bank as well. One of the most iconic sights in English outground cricket. Lovely place to enjoy the game from today.
Shot for none.
It's a very good shot indeed. I mean, for Windsor, I know that we've touched upon this beforehand, but just looking at the start to the campaign for the 28-year-old, 46 against Lancs, didn't bat against Essex, scores of 5 and 21 outs against Hampshire. Of course, Surrey, that was the score of 5 respectively. She's a far better batter than that.
Yeah, I mean, say she's... Every time I've seen her, she's always seemed to produce something. You know, so with her at the crease, Durham will be fairly content, and there'll be no panic, I wouldn't think.
No, definitely not. That was short again and just helped on its way down towards the aforementioned ward for 1. With regards to the rest of the Durham starting 11 today, of course, we're seeing these two out in the middle. Also got Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Trudy Johnson, Lauren Filer and Katie Levick. Those are the remaining batters in the hutch for the Northeastern outfit. Heath that time just guides it away. Through cover point for 1. Again, a really aesthetically pleasing shot that for the single.
Yeah, I mean, it's just no risk, isn't it? You know, that's exactly what needs to be done. You know, 50 overs is a long time, isn't it? You know, if they can pick up 4, 5 and over from here, they're well in the game.
Well, they are, and I know it's very, very early days, Graham. But with regards to what you think would be a competitive score on this surface, given the nature of the outfield as well, lightning fast, what do you think Durham would be aiming for as a bare minimum, given the current situation?
I think they'd be in the game with...
Well, that's been dropped. It's been spilt again. Another chance goes begging, goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think they'd be in the game with kind of 250-ish, something like that. That would be a competitive total.
I'm just looking out there. I think that may have been Rebecca Duckworth with the potential chance there for Yorkshire. Of course, dropped Heath earlier on 6. Durham get another life.
I do wonder how. I mean, you know, I've never played here. I've never fielded down there or anything. I wonder how easy it is to pick up a white ball against the background of the seats in the houses.
That one very cheekily played by Bess Heath. Should at least be 2 runs. Indeed, it will be. You know, I've never really thought about that.
I mean, the two catches that have gone down out there should have been taken. There's no doubt about that. But I just wonder whether that was part of it, that you've got quite a lot of white window panes and what have you. Just catch a ball at the wrong angle, lose sight of it, then that's all it takes, isn't it? To let one through.
Jonathan here just marshalling the field placements. Slight alteration here. Still believe it's going to be 5-4. Well, it was a 5-4 initially. Yet another change as Woolston now comes over to what we imagine will be a short mid-wicket. Langston goes to short cover. That one evades Langston on that occasion. Should just be a single though. Ward very quick to meet that latest one along the turf. I suppose the other big question as well, given the fact that we've spoken there about Jonathan, 8 wickets in the last 2 matches against the Blaze and Lancashire, how did Durham go about playing her today?
Just knock her around, take no risks.
So that one muscled away, and that will go all the way for 6. Sails over the rope. What a terrific cricket shot that is to round out the over. Durham move on to 124 for 4 in the 23rd. Goodness me. Well, that one just smoked.
Yeah, just ignore everything I just said there.
Well, we mentioned it beforehand, didn't we? This is how Bess Heath is going to play cricket. It's her natural game. It's exactly how she's going to go about it.
If she bats for 20 overs, she naturally scores quickly anyway. You're always going to get a bad ball here and there to put away, but I still stand by what I said. That there's no.
Oh, that's been taken. What a catch that is! At backward points, partnership is broken. Just as we're speaking about the partnership building and how they're going to take on Jonathan, well, instead it's Jess Woolston who provides the breakthrough. Emily Windsor, the batter to depart. She goes for 30. And Durham now 124 for 5.
Jess Jonathan with the catch, I think, as well. Yep. A sharp one diving to her left.
There you go. It felt as though Yorkshire needed that, especially after those drop chances. And as we said, the partnership, these two initially came out with a score on 53 for 4. I mean, Windsor's certainly done a decent job there just to provide that extra degree of stability. But her innings has come to an end. Coming in next to bat for the visitors will be Phoebe Turner. Also worth mentioning as well, first wicket of the game there for Jess Woolston. Always a nice little boost that for the bowler, especially as we head closer towards the drinks break at the end of the 25th.
Yeah, much needed wicket, certainly. Just to kind of stunt that progress.
Turner will kickstart her innings straight away here with boundary. Flashes away down towards, well, deep backward point. That will be 4. Nice way to get the innings up and running. And, yeah, correctly, as one of our colleagues here, Mr. McCann, has just reminded me, first wicket of the season, full stop that for Jess Woolston. So that will taste even sweeter. Turner again, that one aerial, almost bringing the fielder into play. Ward has a long pursuit here and has done a very good job indeed at full stretch. Cuts it down to just a couple. I'll tell you what, this has been a pretty fast start from Phoebe Turner as well. Already on 6 runs. Boundary next to her name for good measure. Just has to be careful of the fielder lurking there. Short mid-wicket. Just enough to get it to the right-hand side of Beth Langston. Turner again. Lovely looking shot that. This time through. The covers for 1. How the field changes here for Bess Heath. Plenty of protection out on the boundary. Here on the onside, there's a long gone, deep backward square. As for the offside, well, there's a deep cover point and a deep third. Heath again just whacks that one away very handsomely indeed. We'll take a couple of bounces down towards the Popular Bank. well fielded as well by one of the spectators, and yet another boundary in this over. So even though Durham have lost the wicket, big wicket in Emily Windsor, Turner and Heath continue to just score these runs with a great degree of fluency and efficiency. Pace off, and yet again Heath really taking a liking here to Jess Woolston. It's 4 more back-to-back boundaries to round out the over. Bess Heath moves on to 46. Durham onto 139 for 5.
Yeah, just unfortunate that was just a gift, wasn't it? Low full toss. Just didn't have to do much to put that one away.
So it will be Jonathan to continue here from the P-Zone Park end. We'll also have a change in the comms box here at the end of the over. We'll say a fond farewell to Graham Hardcastle for the time being, and a warm welcome back to Dr. Jane Powell. Of course, we'll also have the drinks break as well. So can Yorkshire prize more before we head to that slight interval?
Not many people who bid me a fond farewell, I'll give you that.
I disagree, Graham. Very much a valued part of the coverage here at Yorkshire Cricket TV. Jonathan just straight slightly down the leg side with that latest one. Should at least be 1, if not 2. Turner wisely signals to Heath to head straight back.
Yeah, this certainly isn't the stage to be taking unnecessary chances with like turning 1.5 into 2s kind of thing. You don't want to be taking those risks at this stage.
Heath tries to chop that one away. 4 runs shy of a half century here. And a wonderful knock it has been as well from the number 6. Looking for her first half century of the competition this season. Goes on the reverse again. That one absolutely nailed by Bess Heath. It's just slowed up slightly as Slater will come around to do the fielding. Taker moves her on to 48. We said someone who displays a real air of innovation at the crease as the reverses, the paddles, the switch hit as well. Really is a proper 360-degree scorer. Johnson now decides to change the angle. Of course, from that angle, you're never going to get those LBW shouts unless it's very, very full and straight.
Or it's a really poor umpiring decision.
Or that. Again, goes aerial. That will take 1 bounce for 4. And this will be the first half century of the campaign for Bess Heath. I mean, what a knock this has been. Absolutely tremendous. Brings it up off of 35 deliveries, includes 6 4s and 1 6. Precisely the kind of knock that her side needed at this stage of the game. I mean, Graham, absolutely terrific.
Yeah, and she has got Durham back, certainly within range of a competitive score here. There's no doubt about that. Yes, work still to be done, but they are just starting to kind of to move things in the right direction.
They most certainly have. Well, we'll have drinks here. We'll also say fond farewell to Graham Hardcastle as he goes for a well-deserved break. Also, just confirmation, or a correction I should say, actually came off 37 balls at that half century for Bess Heath. Did include 6 4s and a 6 though involved in there as well. So Durham at the drinks break are 146 for 5. Bess Heath unbeaten on 52 Phoebe Turner alongside her on 8 from 5 deliveries. So already these two just beginning to up the ante once more after that previous wicket, the 5th one falling. That in the form of Emily Windsor for 30. Bess Heath already beginning to just go through the gears here as we say a warm welcome back to Dr. Jane Powell. I mean, that is some innings, isn't it, from Bess Heath?
Yeah, she's rode her luck well. She's been dropped twice, once on 6 and once on 25. And certainly Yorkshire will be ruining their chances. But the variety of shots that Bess Heath is capable of playing is probably up there with the best of them. You know, she's got the reverse sweep, she's got the paddles, she's got the aerial shots. And she's always going to be one of those players that you think that you're in with a chance because it's always going to be fairly aerial. But she's played a good innings and it's exactly what Durham needed.
Well, it is. Let's not forget, at one stage, as a result of, well, what wasn't even a mini collapse, it was an out-and-out collapse, 41 for 0, suddenly became 53 for 4, and, well, it was Heath and Windsor who just began to claw and scrap their way back into contention here for Durham. And now these two already, having put on a relatively quick-fire 21, feels like 5 minutes ago we were talking about that departure of Windsor. Phoebe Turner, she's come out here with good intent, a good approach. And of course with Bess Heath. I mean, from here on out, Jane, do you imagine it'll be more of the same, given the fact that it is her natural approach to the game?
Yeah, I think both these players are good at playing their shots, and it'd be wrong to try and just shrink a little bit almost. They've got to play with intent, so they might as well just carry on playing their game, you know, because if Beth Heath stays out there for any length of time now, then she's going to quickly add to that score, and you know, before Yorkshire know where they are, they'll be double the total that they are now, which is probably what you'd be looking for in these 50 over games, especially on this pitch with this outfield. It's like lightning, and the pitch is a good one.
Really is. So we have got a change of bowling here from the Trafalgar Square end for the first time today, seeing some spin from Claudie Cooper. Starts off here by conceding the single. Spoke earlier about Jess Jonathan, the fact that she's had a wonderful campaign so far. I mean, for Claudie, 3 wickets in the opener against Somerset, 3 wickets against the Blaze, and 3 wickets in the Roses Derby at Old Trafford. Again, she's been a very valuable addition, hasn't she, for the White Rose?
She has, and we saw that last year as well when she came into the squad and she was picking up wickets on a regular basis. I think last season she used to pick up a wicket nearly every first over that she bowled, if I remember rightly. And she's just loving life at Yorkshire.
Well, here she is getting Turner on the defensive, of course, formerly of Surrey and the Stars as well. Also a former teammate of Winfield Hill on the Oval Invincibles. As Turner again looks to go slightly aerial on that one.
Yeah, she got an edge on that one, so we're not in a position to be able to see, and we don't have a monitor, but it would appear that she's turning the ball.
Just has to retake the stride there. Slight bit of wind just picked up here. Makes that latest one short. Just shoveled away really down towards long on for 1.
Yeah, and Turner's playing a good innings so far because all that she needs to do is rotate the strike. When you've got somebody like Bess Heath who's going along nicely, you want to give her as much of the strike as possible.
Here is Heath again. I mean, I suppose it is the million-dollar question here, Jane, but I want you to put the captaincy hat on here. How would you bowl to Bess Heath here? What would be your plan to try and disrupt her momentum and potentially take her wicket?
Yeah, I think you're more likely to get Bess out caught. So I think, as harsh as it is, I'd be looking for the right fielders in the right places to try and take that catch, because she's going to give you that catch. She's going to give you that chance. As far as bowlers are concerned, then you'd want them just to, and I can see that Maddie Ward's coming on now, you've got to make sure that you don't bowl it too short or too full, and that you're trying to put pressure on the batters. If you can, then you've just got to take the chance when it comes.
Well, Ward here starting off with a dot ball.
Yeah, and she's a real all-rounder, is Maddie Ward, because she's theoretically a wicket keeper, but she bowls very good off-spin. As that's pumped down the ground for a single. And the other thing you can do with Heath and Turner now is just to keep it a little bit quieter than it has been. Previous to the drinks break, I think the 23rd and 24th over went for 15 each. You know, and you can't afford to do that. That's well fielded there by Jess Jonathan at backward point.
This one will be swept away, beats the dive of the fielder. A little bit of a chase on here for the other fielder, who was the sweeper, but alas, they will not get there. So that will be 4.
Yeah, pressure's on the fielder out at deep square, who has had those 2 chances, and now she's having to do the sweeping around the boundary. And you can guarantee as a captain that whenever somebody's had a couple of errors, the ball will appear to follow them wherever you put them. So she'll need to put that to the back of her mind and really just focus on the next ball to come.
Well, I know it sounds very cliche, but it's all you can do.
Yes.
Can't have it back. It's the pass now, unfortunately. That one again picked up one-handed by Jonathan. Of course, it was her catch to dismiss Emily Windsor, which has brought about this latest partnership between Turner, of course, Bess Heath.
Yeah, and Turner's raced on to 15, you know. She hasn't been in there very long, but she's not dotted many balls.
Well, she hasn't, and I mentioned this to Graham, but I just liked the intent. That's what I liked, because naturally you might think as soon as the wickets fall, and especially against the spinners, let's try and cover up, maybe just eke out the 1s and 2s, but a good way to counter-attack spin bowling is to do that. It's to counter-attack. It is to put the pressure back onto the bowler, and just in terms of the footwork, in terms of the approach, really liked it. It was proactive. I think that's how I'd describe it. As we see the end of the 27th, Durham are 156 for 5. Cooper will resume.
Yeah, she's very methodical, isn't she? She just picks up the ball, turns 1, 2, bowl it, and she's just about there.
It's another fine delivery from Claudie Cooper. Smart work as well from Winfield Hill.
Yeah, good work behind the stumps from Winfield Hill. Takes the bails off, makes the batter think about it, makes her aware that if you go wandering, you could be in trouble.
That one will go out to the cover boundary. Good tumbling stop there. We'll limit it to just 2. But I also spoke with Graham, of course, about what you think would be a pass score on this surface, Jane. And of course, we are now over halfway into the innings here for Durham. I'd love to know your thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, in this competition, on this field, with this outfield, then it's 280 minimum as a pass, you know, as I think anywhere from 280 to 300 has got to be your target. So anything under that, then Yorkshire should be happy with that.
I mean, to reach that kind of score, though, it does feel as though Bess Heath needs a big one, doesn't it?
It sure does. But she's going along nicely, you know, and she's, as I said earlier, she's riding her luck, and, you know, good luck to her.
Slightly muted appeal there. Don't think that latest shout had too much going for it, but that will be the end of the over. So we'll have a quick change here on comms. I'll leave you with some words of wisdom from Dr. Jane Powell, and I'll make way for the returning Michael McCann.
So with 22 overs to go, then Durham will be looking to just push on from here, just making sure that they can add to their score at the moment. Bess Heath is on there with Phoebe Turner, and Maddie Ward's coming in for her second over, and that one's just played out to the short mid-wicket, Ines Blackwell, who fields it, and it's straight back to Maddie Ward. 159 for 5. Another big hit there, out to deep mid-wicket, and it's in, and it's just a single off it. That was Phoebe Turner, who's just placed that out to the deep to rotate the strike again. And Bess Heath on strike now. Again, hitting that deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's just a little bit too short, and she's able to rock back onto her back foot and just play that into the space. Welcome back, Michael.
Thank you very much. 164 for 5, and the pendulum is very much shifting here at Scarborough. Here's Ward. The leg break, which is up to long on for one more. It's very much in the vogue of the modern era, and Bess Heath has gone about it exactly, broadly speaking, as yours truly predicted she would when she walked to the wicket. Naturally so aggressive. Playing a miss induced that time from Ward. He does a bit of everything in this Yorkshire team. Bowls offies, bowls leggies, can keep when Winfield Hill's not around. Became Yorkshire's youngest skipper for 100 years last season. So that's found the outside edge, but there's nobody covering behind on that offside, so it needs a decent chase from Jonathan. And suddenly the runs are coming quite comfortably for this pair.
Yeah, I think part and parcel of that is the ability of Phoebe Turner to come in and just make sure that she rotates the strike. Heath may be the big hitter, but Phoebe Turner's got that capacity within her as well.
Another over ticks by, 167 for 5, so I've had to do it 11 without losing wicket in the 2 overs since drinks. Intriguing to see quite how Winfield Hill looks to juggle her attack. Right now the two young'uns in tandem, Ward and Cooper. That's up an aerial and safe as well. Mid-off is up, and this is clever batting. Went inside out, knowing that the sweepers were set on the onside, and finds another 4.
Yeah, another good strike from Bess Heath. She's got that. She's certainly got the power to clear this boundary, and she's making good use of her feet.
Asking serious questions of Yorkshire. Cooper goes quicker and flatter. That's slightly muscled rather than timed for another single to Heath, who will be mightily pleased to have got past that half century. 179 runs at just 16 in this competition last season. This season scores of 28 against the Lancs. Didn't bat against Essex. 14 at Surrey and 3 at Hampshire. Had that breakthrough 2023. At one point was seen as England's future number 4. Cut away nicely for a single.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of talk about Bess Heath playing for England, and she's certainly got a good eye for the ball. I think she probably just needs to be more consistent out there in the middle, because she can certainly clear the boundary, but there are times when you think, "Ooh, that's not looking fantastic there." So she's not an Emma Marlowe who strokes the ball around. She's very much a power hitter and a good eye for the ball.
Turner ticking along at a runner ball. What's she going to do here? She's going to keep going on her merry way with a nice looking shot. We were mentioning earlier on the plenty of Yorkshire associations within this Durham team, and Phoebe Turner is certainly one of them. 22-year-old all-rounder from Rotherham, first played for Yorkshire in a friendly in 2020. Quicker and flatter will be Another single. Turner made her senior Yorkshire debut in a T20 Cup fixture against Cumbria in 2021 and then got her first professional contract with the Northern Diamonds the year after. She's going to be key with the ball later on as well. Second highest wicket taker in this competition last season, Phoebe Turner. Right now, she's a big part of the rebuild job with the bat. 176 for 5, which has seen in that over the partnership go past 50. These two came together when Windsor was out, and it was 5 for 124 after 23.1. So they have been busy, I think is the best way to put it. They have put on 52, my quick math says, in 41 balls. Very nice going. Ward continues. Conventional cover point might have been caught, as it is out to sweeper for another single.
And earlier when we were talking about the complete blow up, if you like, between Yorkshire and Durham and players moving up to Durham, one of the key things was that these players who were playing or from Yorkshire that have been signed by Durham, I think were given a minimum of 2-year contracts, if not 3-year contracts. So that prevented them from coming back if they so desired this year. So that's why it's a tricky fixture, this one, really, in many ways, from a personality, as these two come back for a quick 2, and it's not taken by Winfield Hill, and they get the 2 very easily.
Well, we did require the dive, but I think with the dive we could see from even our position not square on that would have been fine even if Winfield Hill had gathered it. I think a direct hit, that could have been interesting. Oh, that's a catching chance, and it's taken. Really good low catch in there. Not an easy one at all for Jess Woolston. 180 for 6. And this partnership that has been so dangerous is finally ended. Maddie Ward gets the breakthrough for Yorkshire. And this stand that had been cantering along at more than a run of ball is gone. And Bess Heath, who has looked $1 million for a counter-attacking 70, has to depart.
Yeah, very good catch, and it needed that really, because Bess Heath was motoring along very easily and very capably, and she'll be a bit frustrated with that because that was one of the better shots that she played, but a super catch there from Jess Woolston, and she's replaced at the wicket by Catherine Fraser.
Yeah, that was not an easy low take for Woolston away to her left-hand side. Her second catch of the day. Maddie Ward making a nice habit of getting breakthroughs when Yorkshire need it quite badly. She picked up a few wickets in the defeat at the Oval, 3 for 38, including 2 at one point to make Surrey sweat. Got 1 for 23 or 5 against Lancashire. Catherine Fraser, 21-year-old all-rounder from Edinburgh, but made her Scotland debut as a 14-year-old in the T20I against Germany at Cartagena. Scotland's youngest ever female international cricketer, and she will, bar a very unfortunate injury, be surely part of the Scotland World Cup side coming up this summer. Gets a full toss that she'll be a little frustrated to have not got off the mark from. Yeah, you mentioned the 2-year contracts signed by those Durham players. Pretty much every women's professional player in Tier 1. This is turned into vacant space. Big chase needed from deep square leg coming around. And a big and successful dive. It tells you what a big chase it was. They could still very comfortably get back for 3. 183 for 6 then, at the end of a successful 31st over for Yorkshire. When the change happened from regions to counties, pretty much every single Tier 1 cricketer signed a 2-year contract. There's the occasional 3-year contract. There's the occasional story like Emma Jones, who chose to only sign a 1-year contract and then ended up moving to Blaze last summer. But most counties in the switchover rightly prioritised wanting a level of squad stability. And so 2-year contracts became the norm across pretty much all Tier 1 teams. It's something that Gavin Hamilton, Yorkshire Director of Cricket, has talked about, the fact that with Yorkshire's women's team, they're not quite on that cycle with everybody else. And I know that's something that they're thinking about in their planning going forward. Speaking of contracts, Claudia Cooper has just recently signed a contract extension with Yorkshire. She's on to continue from the Trafalgar Square end.
It's always interesting, isn't it, when a wicket falls, it seems to go very quiet, you know, both from a batting perspective and the game perspective. And so Claudia Cooper's coming on now, and it looks like there's real pressure on the batters out there.
Yeah, no, you and Aaron Vars were talking about her wickets earlier on. She took 34 wickets last season, and she's already picked up 3 freefers this season. Easy to say that in a hurry. She's building the dots nicely here. She's joked that she needs to work on her celebrations because going back to even her university days, she's a very good hockey player as well, but she only often has one celebration, which is the clenched right fist in jubilant delight. She's certainly taking more than enough wickets to give her plenty of time to practice something else. And I know that there's a group of her, Maddie Ward, Grace Hall, that sort of younger TikTok generation who think about how such things might look on the socials as well. So keep an eye out. Cooper takes a wicket here for that, maybe.
Yeah, and as they're full-time professionals, they would have time, I think, to
absolutely
work on celebrations. You know, back in the day when you had to go and do a job of work, you couldn't have all that time to think about it. But now that cricket is their whole life, then that should be part and parcel of the development as they go through.
She's also not far off a milestone worth celebrating as well for Yorkshire, because having taken 34 wickets last season across all competitions, she's taken 9 this season. She's on to 43. She's only 7 off the half century, which isn't bad considering it's only in the early part of her second season at the club.
Very good. She's certainly been a very valuable asset.
So nice start from Ward to her new over. Just trying to guide it towards that deep cover sweeper, but it's ended up picking out Slater at point a couple of times. We mentioned the World Cup a few times, so those unfamiliar. It's 5 games at Headingley across 4 days. 17th of June. Australia versus Bangladesh and India versus the Netherlands. Understandably, given Headingley's a bit of a second home for her, Stair Callis particularly excited about that. On the 18th, it's Scotland against the West Indies. So Catherine Fraser, who's out there batting right now, and also Rachel Slater, set to be involved there, you'd expect. Just had her in a little bit of trouble. I think that kept a touch low. Managed to dig it out. And then on the 20th, it's England of June, that is. It's England against Scotland. And the 23rd, it's Australia against Pakistan. Durham are hosting England Women's T20 and One-Day Internationals this summer in the lead-up to that World Cup. Oh, that's a lollipop ball. A horrible full toss. And it gets the treatment it deserves. That's a real loosener. And all too happy to take advantage is Phoebe Turner, who's looking in great touch.
Yeah, and that's a shame from Maddie Ward's perspective. She's getting through the over and then just bowls a absolutely freebie, help yourself buffet ball that went for 4 runs.
Ward readjusting after the loose one. That is the end of a solid over for Durham, helped by that boundary at the end. 5 off it, so 17 left. A run a ball from here gets 302. It is a wicket that, as groundsman John Dodds promised, is a good and true batting track.
Yeah, and that's from Maddie Ward's perspective, that's where a youngster has to learn 4 dot balls and then go for 5 at the end of the over is probably something that you need to finish off the over well. You often hear people saying finish it, you know, make sure you finish the over well, because you can lose your concentration, bowl a full toss, and before you know where you are, you've gone for 5 or 6 off the over.
Cooper continues and sitting her straps very nicely. Claudia Cooper 3 for 28 off 9 at Somerset was expensive against her old team Surrey, none for 37 off 4 when Paige Schofield was in full flow.
Yeah, she opened the bowling down at Surrey at the Oval. I was there for that game as well, and Paige Schofield just came out like an absolute train and just hit everything. Played a very good innings.
All appeals from Yorkshire. Umpire unmoved. Yes, that innings from Schofield had a certain almost inner rage about it in terms of not quite maybe getting the England recognition she might feel that she deserves from being an impressive domestic performer. She has, of course, played for England, but not quite breaking into that regular England setup. This is away for one more. Cooper came back very well from that. 3 for 31 off 5.5 in the home win against Blaze and the direct hit run out to get rid of Georgia Elwys. And then 3 for 24 in the away win against Lancashire at Old Trafford last weekend. She might joke about getting fined for the fact that she's got a posh southern accent, but there's few things you can do to endear yourself to becoming an honorary Yorkshireman, even if not born and raised, or Yorkshire woman, even if not born and raised in the county, than to take wickets in a win against Lancashire at Old Trafford. So Claudie Cooper's doing her very best to endear herself to White Rose fans.
Yeah, the Lancashire fans went very quiet as the afternoon wore on over at Old Trafford on Saturday. I think they were a bit cock-a-hoot when Winfield Hill went for nothing. And
Kate Cross got too early, didn't she?
Yes, and the Georgie Boyce went early, you know, and then it was a rebuild from Jess Jonathan and Stur Callis that was very, very good. And set Yorkshire up well, and then Slater gets a wicket in the first over bowling, and the game all seemed to change, really.
Beth Langston back for more from the Peace Home Park end. And starts with a short ball that just didn't quite have enough oomph and height behind it. Comes up at that sort of belly button height. Really comfortable for Catherine Fraser to pull away. But she did pull it away with some aplomb and confidence. 196 for 6.
Yes, and, you know, Beth will know better than that, you know, that she knows she shouldn't be bowling it half-tracker for somebody to almost get themselves in, because that's a lovely shot from Catherine Fraser. Feels a bit more confident now. I was listening on the radio driving up, and they were talking about the King's speech over in America, and somebody commented on the fact that it was very English, very British, because at one stage he said, "By Jove, Mr. Speaker," you know, and the challenge from the presenter was try and get some Britishness into your speech today. So that was one of those, by Jove, that was too short, wasn't it? You know, but you just think of the British language, and it's just phenomenal, really. Some of the words that we don't use on a regular basis, but maybe we should.
Yes, it's interesting you mentioned that. That reminds me of certain Yorkshire players watching highlights of them streamed overseas, and county cricketers who are in Australia, and again, a whole other lexicon for how cricket commentary is done. That's a straight drive that is right out of the top drawer, possibly shot of the day from Phoebe Turner. Held the pose, high elbow, started trotting down the non-strikers end, did not need to move. 4 of the best runs you'll see all day. That brings up the 200 in some style.
Yeah, that's a super shot, wasn't it? Absolutely. Beth Langston has bowled one too short this over, and now she's guilty of just putting that one as a half volley for Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner to just lean into it. But what a glorious shot.
Left outside the off stump, up there with a couple of Marlowe's straight drives earlier on for possible shot of the day contenders.
So were these people in Australia not used to the Yorkshire accent, or?
No, it was me listening to cricket comms over there, and just again you get whole other words, lexicons. That's another straight drive, and it's another one that will go for 4. 2 of the best straight drives you'll see all season, and they come in the same over from Phoebe Turner, who, having got just 8 in her 2 innings this season so far, looks in some great nick here. 200 and 5 for 6. That over goes for 13.
Yeah, and that's not what the skipper would have wanted. She would have wanted to keep it quite tight there. But 13. So the last 3 overs that Langston has bowled, albeit spread out by other people coming in, have gone 10, 10, 13. So started well with a maiden, and it's gone downhill since then. Maiden 2, 5, 10, 10, 13. You know, and you just think, you're a better bowler than that, Beth. You need to bring that back now as Maddie Ward continues from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's squirted out to point and Jess Johnston.
It's Cooper.
Oh, beg your pardon. It's the shoes. You know, I looked at the shoes, but they've both got these orange shoes this year.
Straight at mid-on. Yeah, I actually remember one of my commentary colleagues, Polly Starkey, saying he's commentating on the Roses game at Old Trafford, saying, can they just, can they just have some nice colourful shoes but different colours?
Yes.
Cooper full and fields nicely off her own bowl. And she's got a bit of a habit for sensational caught and bowled off her own bowling. Claudia Cooper saw that in the County Cup last season with a great catch off to get rid of Great Scrivens in the win against Essex for Yorkshire. Cooper again in the right spots. Interesting for Fraser, this very capable batter. Just one against Lancashire, a handy 21 away against Surrey. She's into double figures and has looked confident. Just guiding that back off Cooper. Gives that one a bit more flight. Fraser was hesitant, will now come through for the single and will get there relatively comfortably. 206 for 6 and we'll keep the strike. Cooper really doing a proper spinners over there.
Yes.
Got through that in double quick time. Managed to build some dots. Just one off it then. 36 gone to 06 for 6. Just having a glance round elsewhere. Somerset 166 for 5 after 34 overs against Essex. Somerset with 3 wins from 3 so far. Essex bottom of the pile with no wins from 4. And that's at Taunton. Katie Jones going well, 53 not out.
Change bowler here, Ines Blackwell is going to come on from the Pizon Park end.
6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 26 from her opening spell, Blackwell, which came... Oh, beg your pardon, it's Langston.
Oh.
That's down the ground.
Oh. I need to get my eyes tested.
Yeah, I trusted you, and then I saw her turn and the number 42.
Yeah, no, that's...
I was like, I was a bit surprised
My
they were
apologies.
changing ends because she
My
bowled 6 so well from the far end, Blackwell. So they are going with Langston again. She was expensive last over.
Maybe that's me and wishful thinking because I'm thinking that Blackwell is the one to bring on.
Well, so
she'd be the one that I'd be bringing on at this stage.
But would you change ends for her? Cooper's bowling pretty well. Would you be of a mind to bring her on, but not at the end that she was so successful at earlier on? Decisions.
Yeah, good question.
It's out to deep cover for another single. Because Cooper is keeping things relatively tight. None for 21 off 6. Cooper's gone for 3.5 and over. So
if the wicket falls away that way, then I would have no hesitation to bring Cooper on from this end.
Yeah.
To help the spin going down the hill slightly. It's a 2.5-inch drop, isn't it? You said earlier.
Yeah, it's groundskeeper John Dodds reckons it's 2 to 2.5 inch drop. So when you're facing the bowling from this end, the Pizon Park end as a right-hander, your head's effectively sort of falling behind you. And when you're facing from the other end, the Trafalgar Square end, your head's effectively sort of falling away to being outside off stump. Something to be aware of. And it's interesting, there would be a presumption that Yorkshire, the home team, they'd know this ground better, but it's absolutely not the case at all because there was just a couple of games, as far as I know and understand, in the regional era that were here, and those were Diamonds games where, in fact, just as many players who are in the opposition today playing for Durham were playing as a lot of these Yorkshire players. Slow ball from Langston, picked up nicely, helped round the corner, and that will go for 4. So runs coming very easily for this pair, who are helping Durham continue that rebuild. Langston just straying in line and getting punished. There's quite a few Yorkshire players here who haven't even played on this ground for a youth team game or a friendly of any kind whatsoever. I know for a fact from turning up and being around training yesterday, for quite a few of them, that was literally their first experience of Scarborough, which is a bit more Scarbados today than it was yesterday, thankfully.
Yeah. I mean, my theories now would be, if we can get these two, then we should be down to not such good batters for Durham. So I'd be looking to bowl my better bowlers now and break this partnership. These are the two that are likely to be able to hit the ball around. I've got enough good bowlers, but I'd be looking to bring either Slater back or Blackwell, and I'm absolutely certain Jonathan will bowl better when she's brought back on. So Cooper's okay, she's going well.
Well, don't forget that Jonathan, in a, believe it was her first over, had Heath dropped on 25.
Yes.
As Cooper continues, she's been very economical. So Bess Heath was dropped on 6 and 25, both by Duckworth. And that, the first ball of that Jonathan over was dropped over the rope by Duckworth, and that over ended up going for 13. So it's very much one of those where as a bowler, your figures don't look great, but actually there's context around that.
Yes.
A bit more flight from Cooper, inviting the drive, and it was half a chance for mid-off coming around to her left-hand side. It's going to be stopped. It's plugged in the outfield. That was Stair Callis going away to her left. It was not an easy opportunity, but it certainly was a chance, no doubt.
And no doubt Yorkshire will be disappointed with their fielding performance today. They don't like to drop catchers, and it does change. You know, catchers do win matches, and there was another attempt by Claudie Cooper as it's hit back down, and she nearly took one of those spectacular catches that we sort of get used to with Claudie now. We expect her to take those as they come straight back.
It was Turner dropped on 45 by Callis, who does the fielding there. Definitely a higher degree of difficulty than either of the chances that were spilled to give Heath another opportunity. Flicked away. Deep set onside field means it's one more. Elsewhere, at Nottingham, Warwickshire versus the Blaze, 168 for 3 in that one. Partnership of more than 100 put on by Katie George and Karis Pavley. A couple of wickets for Nat Siva Brunt. Again, another single. Cooper will be quietly content with the pressure she's been building. Hampshire 184 for 2 after 37 overs against Surrey. Boucher with 78. Abby Norgrove has 30 not out. Dangerous Freya Kemp is on 20 off just 15 and since ready to launch. Able so far. Surrey top, 3 wins and a defeat. Somerset the only unbeaten team, 3 wins from 3, just a point behind. You get 4 points for a win, 1 point if your run rate net is 1.25 times greater than your opponent's. Of course, you get nothing for a defeat, 2 for a no result. Jess Jonathan is back. She's been the star of Yorkshire's season so far. She's taken a neat tumbling catch today, but has been slightly uncharacteristically expensive.
And it's a double Nelson.
Oh, there you go.
2-2-2.
Cricket and its superstitions.
Yeah. But she's Aussie, so it doesn't count. So they've moved off 2-2-2. 87 is the Aussie unlucky number.
Yes, it is. Number for 31 off her first 4 for JJ. She's known to so many of her teammates. Yorkshire's overseas player for the whole summer. That's right in the kind of areas that you would expect her to be in. Said about Australian national team, I think I'm probably done with that. I think I've been shown that the door is well and truly probably closed on me. She beats the outside edge.
Which is an interesting one, because you see her performances and you think, you know what, Australia would probably need those performances as they go forward. They're in a little bit of change, a period of change at the moment.
Particularly the captaincy dilemma as well.
Yeah.
Sophie Molyneux and her unfortunate injury issues. Johnson nibbled away for one, and that will be 50 for Phoebe Turner if she scores off the very next ball, because she was not on strike.
And that was Fraser.
Beg your pardon. Yep, bit of mental cogs going just as that was clipped round the corner. That was the dress rehearsal. This might well be it. On 49, Phoebe Turner. And we'll have to wait there just a little longer. Certainly deserves it. She's played magnificently.
Yeah, she played a very sound innings, you know. She struck the ball around the ground very well.
Once again, halted just shy of the milestone. It's been a counter-attacking innings alongside Heath for a lot of it. She will be the non-strikers as the new over starts. That over's gone for just 2 in and amongst this game. Claudie Cooper has come in and been very quietly economical. None for 28 off 7. Very middle over spinner stuff. But when you think that this is a good track to bat on, you take that every day of the week if you're Yorkshire.
And this time it's Ines Blackwell coming onto the
Yes, here we go. As I would have likely expected when her return would come. It is from the same end where she wreaked destruction earlier on, getting rid of Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, and Talia Wilson. 3 for 26 off her 6 in her first spell.
It's Catherine Slater. Rachel Slater comes into short mid-wicket.
Playing a miss outside that off peg.
Interesting, you know, when you play cricket, because there's some bowlers who come in and they look fairly innocuous, but they pick up wickets, and you know, you wonder how people are regarding Ines Blackwell. If she's swinging the ball in, but her pace isn't massive, but she's got that ability to get them to play and miss, and that's an interesting decision by the umpire, as it looked like Lauren Winfield Hill didn't move her feet at all, so that must have been good wicket keeping if she's taking that outside as a wide.
Important to emphasise, we cannot see what you can see at home. More to come on that. So that's short. It's not a great delivery, and it's hoisted out to deep backward square. Will probably be relieved to have only gone for a single there due to tech issues related to us being moved very late notice before the start of the game out of the press box and relocating to the pavilion. We cannot see the output that you can see at home in terms of the 3 camera angles. The cameras that we have are our left eye and our right eye, and that is that. So you'll be getting a few angles that we won't. We just get that one look, as that's another short ball.
That's a 50.
Hit harder. And this will be Phoebe Turner's half-century, and what an excellent counter-punching half-century it is. She came to the wicket with Durham in a bit of bother at 124 for 5, and she brings up her 50 at almost exactly a run of ball off 47 balls, with 6 fours in the mix as well. We're playing a miss outside off.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, we were all set up at 9:30, and we were all set up. It was at 10:10 that we were told that we had to remove everything from where we were. So
Yes, it's been a busy morning.
I think there are some people thinking we should have known earlier, and I'm just clarifying that we were here early and set up early.
Yeah. Was not any lack of diligence on our part, but deemed on health and safety grounds that was previously thought spectators couldn't go in that area, but that press and media would be able to. And it came through extremely late notice that would not be possible. Appreciate you bearing with at home and hope you're enjoying the coverage on this gorgeous Scarborough day. open the shoulders and boshes that down the ground. It looked a little bit agricultural, but it's very effective indeed. It's a boundary to end. Another very good over for Durham. 231 for 6. This partnership is fairly motoring along with 10 overs left. There'll be a change up here in the commentary box after a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell. She'll be joined by Aaron Vahls.
And that was a lovely shot from Catherine Fraser as she just hit that one straight up the ground. And it's been a good innings by Phoebe Turner, who's carried the weight of the Durham innings after the departure of Bess Heath, and she's done that really well. Continuing from the P-Zone Park end is Jess Jonathan, and we're just waiting for the fielders to move out. We've got a deep long on and a deep long off, and that one's hit straight at mid cover, and they've come through for a single. There was very slow reaction there from Georgie Boyce. Welcome back, Aaron.
Thank you very much, Jane. Yeah, pleasure to be back on what is a glorious day here in Scarborough. And again, adeptly played this time by Fraser. Yeah, just to almost reinforce that point that you're both making about Phoebe Turner, really has been a very entertaining innings this, just from a neutral point of view. Said it beforehand, but came to the crease immediately, looking to up the ante, utilising the footwork, opening up the shoulders, opening up the arms. It's been very, very watchable. Not only is it watchable, it's also incredibly valuable for Durham here. The original partnership alongside Bess Heath, and of course this stand alongside Catherine Fraser. Turner again advances, can't quite beat the attempt of Georgie Boyce on this occasion.
Yeah, and Durham have got to be looking for 300 plus from this stage. 10 overs left, 4 wickets left, on a glorious pitch with 2 batters who are striking the ball quite nicely, particularly down the ground. They've got to be thinking that we should be able to stroke this around. We don't have to go big hit-wise. We can just stroke it down the ground and it will travel.
It's a good diving stop there. Limit that to a dot ball. And that'll be the end of the over. So Durham remain 234 for 6 after 41. I suppose in a way as well, it's shown a little bit of a blueprint for Yorkshire heading into that run chase as well. The fact is, there haven't really been any demons in the surface. It's a case of playing the ball on its merit nice and early. And of course, if there's a scoring opportunity, given too much width, if it strays down the leg side, try and capitalise as best as you can. But I completely echo that previous sentiment as well about the fielding. I think those drop catches have just deflated Yorkshire a little bit. To see Blackwell again. Turner advances on that one. And that one has beat the dive of the fielder. So that'll be 4 more off the bat of the Durham all-rounder, who continues to take the attack to the Yorkshire bowlers in fine form.
Yeah, I think certainly in Australia they call that a Sydney Harbour Bridge, that one, in the field, you know, because she dived over it but actually formed a bridge as it went under her. Again, you know, Yorkshire will no doubt be doing lots of fielding practice when they go back in between this game before Saturday's game.
Here is Blackwell again. Turner once more. Real crack off the bat there. As it goes out towards the fielder. It's deep cover point.
Yeah, struggling to get her length right at the moment in this spell, in this Blackwell. She bowled a very good first spell, which was just on the money, every single one. And she almost picked up a hat trick. She got 2 wickets in 2 balls, and the third one wrapped the batter on the pads. But she's just not quite. She's bowling a little bit too short here at the moment.
And the key there about the length, of course, we haven't really seen too many bumpers or bouncers, have we? When it has been dropped short, it's been at a very comfortable speed for the batters to, well, essentially wait in the crease and pull it away for 4 runs.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying about. I think the pitch is a very nice, batter-friendly track, and you know, it's the sort that when you're fielding, you think, I wouldn't mind a bat on that, because it just seems to come onto the bat nicely.
Turner once more. Exact same fielder out there on the offside for one. It is interesting though, isn't it? Because of course Durham do have a certain Lauren Filer who can execute those style of bumpers, genuine bouncers.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if she, with that extra pace, gets anything extra out of the wicket. And that's a better length. She almost had to dig that one out, but didn't allow her to free her hands there, Catherine Fraser. Interesting choice by Winfield Hill to bring Blackwell on. You know, you'd be thinking Wood. And there's the reason why. There's absolutely the reason why. Just better length, and she played completely around it. I was going to say, I wonder whether there was a thought in her mind she should bring Slater on because Slater must know Fraser quite well. But young, they put so much faith in that young Ines Blackwell. She's now picked up 4 wickets, and every chance of picking up her first 5 for her as she carries on.
Well, it is. It's brave bowling first and foremost from Blackwell, just taking the pace off. But in addition to that, as you say there, Jane, the captaincy from Winfield Hill properly backing the youngster. I'll tell you what, it has certainly paid off today. 4 big wickets as well, of course. Fraser, the latest one. For those who may have joined a little bit later on in the broadcast, so we see Trudy Johnson walk out into the middle. The first one was Talia Wilson for 11. Then Maddie Villiers gone for a duck, and Holly Armitage, the Durham captain, trapped LBW for 1. So Ines Blackwell, 1 wicket away from what would be a first 5-wicket haul for Yorkshire in senior cricket, which would be a massive achievement on a surface, Jane, which we've said throughout the entirety of the broadcast has been predominantly in favour of the bat.
Yeah, looks very batter friendly, doesn't it? But if you put the ball in the right areas and you give yourself a chance, then you can get something from it. And that was the end of the over. So it's Jess Jonathan coming on from the Peasant Park end. That's 241 for 7 at the end of that over.
Indeed it is. Can Yorkshire just get a couple of quick wickets here? Restrict Durham to a sub 280 total. I suppose that would be the first kind of marker milestone as Turner plays that one proficiently down to long on for 1. I've got to ask Jane, as a former player, how much of that, we tend to mention it all the time as broadcasters, but how much of those little milestones, the 250s, the 300s, stuff like that, how much do they actually play?
I think it's grown over the years. You know, there wasn't the coverage. Oof, that took the outside edge from Jess Jonathan. There wasn't the coverage so much when I was playing, and you know, it's only when I finished playing that I've even been remotely aware of the milestones. You know, the stats and things like that. So I think that's grown over the years. We were always there for the team, you know, and teams winning rather than individual milestones. So I wasn't very aware of any milestones as I was going through. It was only latterly that it's become very, very good.
One again played nicely down the ground for 1.
And part of raising the profile of women's cricket.
It's turning into a really nice over, isn't it, from Jess Jonathan. Provides so much control with the ball.
Yeah, and she'll be wanting to get out of it, as they say now. Making sure that she doesn't drop it too short. And that'll just be the single. Finish off that over.
Indeed it will be. So here in Scarborough, 43 overs. Durham are 244 for 7. What a knock this has been from Phoebe Turner, currently unbeaten on 60. Alongside her is Trudy Johnson, who came in at number 9. Speaking of players who have had a very good time of it so far today, Here is young Ines Blackwell looking for that 5th wicket on what is a sunshine-soaked day here in Scarborough. Here is Blackwell then bowling to Turner. Slightly shorter, pulled away. Will it find the gap? It does just evade the diving ward out at deep square leg. And that will be 4 more off the bats of Phoebe Turner. Moves on to 64.
Yeah, well battered again by Phoebe Turner. She's very quick on her feet and is just striking the ball very easily at the moment. So again, the length was just a little bit too short. She just needs to correct that. She's trying to get the run out at the bowler's end there. You know, she's just trying to deflect it onto the stumps. But Johnson had not moved out of the crease, so a little bit wasted there.
She still has 10 opportunities here, does Blackwell. And Turner once more just strides into that one, lofts it gloriously downtown for 4. It has just been an exhibition, really, of the best of Phoebe Turner today.
Yeah, it's super to see, super to watch. You know, she's a very good all-rounder because obviously she's more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. But when you see a bat like this, you think, wow, you know, that's a really good player out there in the middle. Very organised school. They've got blankets and all sorts there on the ground now.
Yeah, they've been making plenty of noise today as well.
Yeah, nice.
Clearly enjoying the action. Blackwell here to Turner again. Looks to guide that one fine. Georgie Boyce says, not on my watch. First and foremost, what a lucky group to spend your afternoon here in Scarborough watching the cricket. Hopefully getting inspired as well.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, and what a lovely afternoon, as you say. What a lovely day here in Scarborough.
Definitely living up to its name, isn't it? And again, it's a little bit of a shame we don't have the monitor today because I have been catching the stream in between comm stints, but the drone footage, I mean, the wide shots of the ground, it is absolutely picture perfect here in Yorkshire today. Just a wonderful place to come and enjoy some county cricket. Johnson will be on strike here against Blackwell. Plays that nicely with the bottom hand down towards long on for 1. But yeah, I actually had the opportunity to explore a bit of Scarborough today. Got up nice and early as we see the end of the over. I went to Pease Park for the first time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful place.
Yeah, I used to come here occasionally. My dad used to play local league cricket in Sheffield, but they'd come for a weekend up to this area, so we'd come out when Dad was playing cricket here. Filey was always our holiday, family holiday, so just down the coast was where we had many family holidays at a place called Primrose Valley. Filey, there we go. Those were the days. As Johnson comes back on, and that's just played down. Yeah, it felt a long way in those days, but you know, I left Sheffield this morning to come here for the game, and it didn't feel that far. So memories.
That one will be a single here. Puts the dangerous Turner back on strike. Currently unbeaten on 69. 2 runs shy of what would be the highest score of the game so far. Currently held by Bess Heath and her score of 70. And Jonathan provide the breakthrough. Thought about it for a second.
Yeah, it was aerial, but it was a lovely shot away from the bowler. Not much chance there.
It was well controlled, wasn't it?
Excuse me.
Well, that one, a catching opportunity, and that will be taken by Jess Woolston. Jonathan does provide the breakthrough, and Durham have lost their 8th. The visitors 256 for 8. Trudy Johnson, the latest batter, to depart for 3. And that'll feel good, not only for Jonathan, Jane, but also for Yorkshire as well. Just to get another wicket in these latter stages.
Yeah, it certainly will, because, you know, it just lifts the attitude, if you like, of players. You know, they're keen to get stuck in, and as Lauren Filer comes out, we all know what she's like with the ball. She's got some long levers with the bat, but they'll be expecting the experience of Jonathan to be very difficult for Lauren Filer.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Filer's got a little bit of a job to do here just to get Phoebe Turner on strike. And it would also be amiss of us not to say congratulations to Lauren Filer as well. Of course, was named in the T20 World Cup squad.
Yeah, very exciting squad announced yesterday, and very nice way of doing it as well. And if you haven't seen a copy of the announcement of the England women's team for the T20 World Cup, then try and get a look of it on either the ECB website or on social media. It's a really well put together piece.
Here is Filer on strike against Jonathan. Gives that plenty of flight. And after that, decides to make the slight alteration in the field. Woolston, who was up in the circle at mid-off, now drops to long off.
It's almost like Filer was playing a test match. She watched it carefully go past, didn't she, that first one, and then just defended the second ball. So, you know, interesting, and you can hear Lauren Winfield-Hill out there saying, come on, big finish, big finish. You know, so they're aware that they've got 5 overs to try and get the last 2 wickets, and they'll be wanting to get them sooner rather than later. And whilst ever Phoebe Turner is there, then Durham will be happy, because they should be able to push this score on.
Well, here is Blackwell then for her 10th and final over of the game. Currently has 4 wickets. Can she get the prize scalp of Phoebe Turner? Here she is, the youngster against Turner. Turner has absolutely walloped that one into the Popular Bank, and that'll be 4 more. I mean, the boundaries continue to arrive with great fluency and consistency.
The only thing that consoles you as a fielder is, well, if it's that easy, then we'll be able to do that as well. You know, as a batter, you're like, oh, yeah. But you've still got to, you know, runs on the board are key at this stage, and that was a lovely shot. Still a bit short from Blackwell, and that one's a little bit better, and as a result, there's a fielder placed nicely to stop that from going for any runs.
Well, we had that conversation earlier about how Yorkshire can look at this innings and go about their batting. Of course, conversely for Durham, it's the same with the ball in hand, isn't it?
Yes.
If you are going to drop it short, it has to have that extra zip on it. Turner once more crunches that one through the gap on the offside. 4 more runs, this time down towards the covers on the far side of the ground.
Yeah, and again, it's too short, you know. Lauren's going over to her now just to help her and just to say, relax, just push it through a bit further. You know, I think what you don't get as a youngster, you've got lots of ability, you haven't got that experience to draw on, the experience that says, right, you know, I've got 6 chances. They might have hit me for 2 fours, but I've still got another chance. And if I can put it in the right area, then I could got the chance of picking up that wicket. And that's all that she's being asked to do, really, is just to put it in good areas to give Yorkshire the chance of picking up that wicket. But super batting from Phoebe Turner, who's just looks like she's seeing it like a football at the moment and just hitting it wherever she likes. One's gone over mid-wicket and the other one's gone over cover.
Yeah, moves Turner on to 78. How does Blackwell respond? Well, that one should at least be one. You can hear the shouts of push, push, push. Filer does scamper back in the end for 2. Good running, sharp running between the Durham pair.
Yeah, they've run well between the wickets. They picked up quite a few 3s today, numerous 2s, and something that certainly Yorkshire can learn on going into their batting innings is let's run the first one quick and put the pressure on the fielders.
It's one of those controller balls, isn't it? Every single game.
Yeah.
It's one of those things which, I mean, it does send out a message to the opposition. The fact if you can turn those ones into twos, the twos into threes. And of course, it helps towards the scoreboard as well. So
Yes.
what's there not to like about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Blackwell again to Turner. Feels like we said this an awful lot today as well, but the sound off the bats, rifling it to all parts.
Yeah, I think this, it's a big ground, is Scarborough, and, you know, it's certainly when the seats aren't filled, there's a big echo when the ball hits the bat or when the bat hits the ball. I like to think it's the bat hitting the ball rather than the ball hitting the bat. And so that sort of is why you can hear it. And that finishes a very good bowling spell from Ines Blackwell, who picks up 4 wickets.
She does indeed, 4 for 61, including 1 maiden over from her 10 overs today in Scarborough. She has bowled very well indeed, and who knows what the score could have been without those early wickets. Just a reminder of that quartet. It's Talia Wilson, Maddie Villiers, Holly Armitage, and the latest one, Catherine Fraser, clean bowled. So after 46 overs here at North Marine Road, Durham are 267 for 8 as Jonathan prepares the bowl here from the P-Zone Park end. Giving that plenty of flight again. Filer slightly less quick there in the takeoff. Almost just cantered down. Turner, as you can imagine, wanting every single bit of the strike possible. That one almost sneaks through. Filer does well to just drop the bat on that one. Still yet to get off the mark is the Durham number 10. As for the final batter for the visitors, Katie Levick, the number 11 today. Well, there's a shout there for Jonathan. Umpire straight away, though. Quick shake of the head. Real substance in that half appeal. Again, playing that one forced onto the back foot. Real good length being bowled here from the Australian. That one a lot fuller. Has gone up in the air. Well short of Jess Walston, though. Was advancing in from long off. Puts Turner back on strike. That one just turned fine. Half stopped in the field. Turner scampering back here. Really hurtles through. Quick turn. Makes it a 2. And yet again, Jane, there is a textbook example of the intent between the wickets as we see the end of the over. Durham now 271 for 8 after 47.
Yeah, and they've put that pressure on. I've seen a lot of diving from the Yorkshire girls and not as much stopping as I normally see. So whether that's because the ball is travelling quicker on this outfield or whether it's just a delayed response from the fielders, it'll be interesting to see. And because Ines Blackwell has finished overs, then Claudie Cooper is coming back on from the Trafalgar Square end.
Indeed she is. Currently wicketless from her first 7 overs of the game, none for 28. So it's been economic. We'll just want that wicket in the column though. So there's a couple of slight adjustments here. Georgie Boyce was at fine leg. Instead, I imagine she'll go to backward square and Maddie Ward in at short mid-wicket. So there is plenty of space down towards us here in the comms position. Well, I can't quite beat the fielder at backward point. Of course, for Cooper, you imagine with the field set, I don't think she's going to be bowling too straight on this occasion. It's good batting from Lauren Filer. Puts Turner back on strike. All she needs to do as well, isn't it, Jane?
Yeah, it is. And once you've got somebody there like Phoebe Turner on 84 with 2.5 overs left, you know, you want to give her as much strike as possible. This could be one of the chances for one of those milestones if she just keeps going.
Up there, a crowd catch.
Yeah, nice bump ball there. But well fielded by Cooper. We know that she's probably one of the top fielders of her own bowling.
Yeah, she had a couple of really good court and bowls last season, didn't she? Of course, against the Blaze as well at Headingley. Razor sharp run out of Georgia Elwes. Giving that one plenty of flight. Turner advances into it and deposits it out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. That is a 12th boundary of the innings here for Phoebe Turner. She moves on to 88 and Durham on to 276 for 8.
Yeah, she moves her feet well, and, you know, because Claudia Cooper's given it some air, she's got that capacity to reach it before it pitches, to take any potential spin out of it.
Very well played again. This time out towards deep point for 1. Will be the end of the over. So 2 remain in this, the first innings of the game. Durham 277 for 8, and well, I imagine you could hear the applause there from the Durham coaching staff and players beneath us here in the pavilion. As a result of the single, Turner retains the strike.
Yeah, I think they were pleased that she did retain the strike there, because she's the batter in form out there. Oh,
Well, that one has whistled off the edge. Could be 2 here. Turner straight away. Turns on a penny piece. Direct hit would have been interesting. In the end, it'll be 2 more. Moves her on to 91.
she's got every possibility, hasn't she, of just finishing that off. 9 more runs off, let me think, 11 more balls.
Yep, that's the equation for Phoebe Turner. Gives herself plenty of room. That one will not be a run scored.
And certainly Yorkshire will be trying to stop her from getting that target. It's a mean game at times, isn't it? You just don't want players to get those milestones.
Turner again. Launches that one this time out towards mid-wicket for 1. Moves on to 92. 8 runs shy of what would be a spectacular century here on the Yorkshire coast. This time Filer goes for the big shot. This should be an opportunity. It's been dropped. Beth Langston it is. Advancing onto that one. I make that 4 drop catches now for the White Rose today.
It's pretty poor, isn't it? You know, we wouldn't be expecting that level of fielding from a team such as Yorkshire.
Filer again. Just loops that one over the top. And that smart batting again from Phoebe Turner. I mean, Filer was looking for the second, just straight away puts the hand out.
Yeah.
Says, look, let me try and retain the strike here. This one could be out. It's been dropped again. This time at deep forward square leg. Turner survives, moves on to 93. Not only is it a dropped catch, she will also retain the strike heading into the final over of the innings. So Durham now 282 for 8 after 49 overs. 6 deliveries remain in this, the first innings of the game. And you know, I suppose at this stage, Jane, as the batting side may be looking for 10 to 12 runs, that would be a good way to round out the innings.
Yeah, they definitely, you know, you're still looking at that 300 target, and you'll be looking to push on and get as many as you can. And certainly Phoebe Turner, I think she'll still be looking at the team total rather than her own, but a personal milestone there as well.
Well, that'll help. That'll be 4 more. Save your legs, Phoebe Turner. Moves her on to 97 from 79 faced. and that is a 13th boundary. Unlucky for some, not so much for Turner today. Love to know the wagon wheel as well. Feels like she's scored all around the ground so far in this innings.
She must be one of the top number 7 batters in the country. You know, there aren't many number 7s that can come in and play the array of shots that she's played today.
Well, how does Cooper respond after that one? Can Turner go back to back? Takes a stride down. And that'll just be a single. Moves her on to 98.
And now it really is important for Lauren Filer to try and push a single somewhere to give the strike back to Phoebe Turner. And she's probably, not stumped. Have to remind people that we are at a fine leg here without a monitor, so haven't got a clue as to how close that was, because we don't have a chance to see it.
Well, either way, good work there from Winfield Hill. And in the end, the outstretched right leg of Filer saves the wicket. And straight away, jets off for the single. So 2 legal deliveries remain in the innings. Phoebe Turner, 2 runs shy of what would be an absolutely sensational century here at North Marine Road. Cooper it is to Turner. Turner advances and she won't beat the effort of the infield fielder. Cooper, Turner advances again, cracks that one down the ground, sets off quickly for the first one. This should be 2, and this will be a century of the highest quality, the highest calibre for Phoebe Turner. Takes off the helmets, raises the bat aloft, and basks in the adulation of her teammates, her coaching staff, and the fans here in Scarborough. That really has been an absolutely marvellous knock from the Durham number 7, and she will depart on 100 not outs. The visitors finished 290 for 8 from their 50 overs. Bess Heath started the resurgence for the North Eastern outfits, and well, it has been capitalised on in sensational style by that cricketer right there. Phoebe Turner, take a bow.
Yeah, what a great knock, and timed to perfection, judged to perfection, and well run by Lauren Filer as well, who was coming back for 2 whatever, and that's a great innings by Phoebe Turner, and probably the first of many, I would think, in this competition. 290, probably par score at this stage, so Durham will be pleased to have recovered back to get that target, but Yorkshire, with the depth of batting that they've got, won't be too perturbed by that. They know they've got to bat well, and they know they've got to play the game well, but they've got the capacity to make this a very good game.
They have indeed. Just to run you through then a couple of the notable knocks. Of course, we've just seen there Phoebe Turner, unbeaten century from 82 deliveries, included 13 boundaries in there for good measure. Bess Heath also scoring a fine 70 from 52 balls, and Emily Windsor and Emma Marlowe chipping in with scores of 30 and 26 respectively. As for the Yorkshire bowlers, well, Ines Blackwell, she was the pick of the bunch. 4 for 61 from her 10 overs. Jess Jonathan, also very economic as always. 1 for 50 from her 10. There are also wickets for Jess Woolston, Rachel Slater and Maddie Ward. So the target here for the White Rose from their 50 overs will be 291 runs. We shall take a short break here on Yorkshire Cricket TV, and when we return, we'll provide all of the action live as Yorkshire look to chase down 291. Very warm welcome back to an increasingly sunny Scarborough, where we are mere minutes away really from the restart of this Metrobank One-Day Cup fixture between Yorkshire and Durham, brought to you live right here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. My name is Aaron Files. I'm one of your commentators for the afternoon. We'll hear from Michael McCann a little bit later on today, and I'm delighted to say that alongside me for the opening 10 to 12 overs is the one and the only Dr. Jane Powell. Jane, we've already seen the first 50 overs of this game. Reminder for those who have maybe tuned in a little bit later, Durham reaching 290 for 8 from their 300 deliveries. Speaking of hundreds, well, Phoebe Turner scored an unbeaten one. So Yorkshire's target, 291 from their 50 overs. And at this stage of the game, Jane, who do you think would be the happier heading into the run chase?
I think, good afternoon, everybody. I think you've always got to be happy to get runs on the board. So at this stage, Durham will be content, so to speak, because 291 is a target that will take some getting. It should be achievable. Yorkshire will feel confident that they can get to that total, but it means that you've got to bat well. And two people have got to go big, as did for Durham with Bess Heath and Phoebe Turner. You know, Phoebe Turner's innings in particular was outstanding, I thought. You know, she built the innings and she judged it to perfection. She knocked from 98 to 100. It was the last ball of the game. She placed it out into the onside field and then they ran two. So, you know, judged perfection, a really good innings. And they'll have to just make sure that they bat well, you know, especially when you look at the likes of, we can see Lauren Filer warming up below us, you know, England just named in the England squad for the World Cup. So, you know, no mean bowler there. You know, you've got one of the best in the country ready to come speeding in against potentially, I would think, Lauren Winfield-Hill, Georgie Boyce, you know. So it'll be a good game.
Most definitely will be. Very much looking forward to bringing you in all of the action on this beautiful afternoon on the Yorkshire coast. And yeah, in terms of some of the other bowlers to watch out for, of course, Maddie Villiers with the off-spin, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, certain Katie Levick as well with the leg spin, and Trudy Johnson with the right arm seam as well. So yeah, Holly Armitage has got plenty of options at her disposal, but as we've seen so far this season, after a slightly sedate start with the bat, Jane, the past couple of matches, Yorkshire have started to flourish in that particular department.
They have, but don't forget that Winfield-Hill and Boyce were out for, I think it was about 12 runs on Saturday. Winfield-Hill fell first ball of the game. So, yeah, they'll be a bit sort of, not anxious, but they'll be wanting to get off. You know, Lauren was very unfortunate down at Surrey, where to all intents and purposes, her bat was nowhere near her neck and was given out caught behind, you know. So she'll be wanting to try and have some time out in the middle and to lead her team from the middle of the pitch rather than letting someone else do that work. And Georgie Boyce didn't get off to the runs that she wanted to on Saturday. So they've both got something personal to prove, but for the benefits of the team. And then you've got the likes of Stir Callis and Jess Jonathan coming in. You know, you've got some good firepower with the bat. Rebecca Duckworth got 50 the other week when she was on loan out to Derbyshire. So there are people who can come out there and get the runs, but it should be, the first 10 overs always gives you a clear indication of what way the game's going to go.
It really does, and of course with those fielding restrictions, can Yorkshire try and capitalise on those as well? Get their side off to a strong start as we just see the Durham huddle beneath us here from our commentary position in the pavilion. It's also been really nice to see during the interval as well. We've spoken about the school kids during the game itself, and they've had a nice little game and a couple of drills on the outfield over the course of the innings break as well. So yeah, what a nice way to spend a Tuesday afternoon as the two umpires walk out into the middle. Just waiting for the signal for the players to come onto the field alongside them. And there you go, right on cue. Durham led out by Holly Armitage, take the field, followed shortly by Georgie Boyce and the Yorkshire captain, Lauren Winfield-Hill.
And yeah, and these things sort of become sort of ten a penny these days, don't they? That despite having a huddle off the field, Durham are now in a huddle on the field, you know, and it's the sort of thing that has become commonplace in cricket around the world now, where teams want to make sure that they're acting as a team once they're on the field of play. And I think in Durham, you've got potentially one of the better captains in the women's game. I think Holly Armitage has got a very astute captaining brain, and she will manoeuvre her troops, particularly against players that she knows very well. She'll know Lauren Winfield-Hill very well. She'll know her strengths, but she'll also know areas of potential wickets, and will make sure that she's got field set accordingly for that.
Just looking out there right now, appears as though it will be Lauren Filer with the first over of the innings. This will come from the Trafalgar Square end. Of course, for Yorkshire, Lauren Winfield-Hill, the ever dependable captain. She'll be at the striker's end for the first ball.
She's taken a mark, and she's now looking around the field, doing a few last-minute agility, stretching, getting her mindset for the competition. Sometimes you do physical things to get your mind into the right place for what you need to do. So here we go. There's 2 slips for Lauren Filer, and she comes in from the Trafalgar Square end.
And starts off with a wide down the leg side. Just speaking of that, Jane, of course, because you've played the game to a much higher standard, did you have anything which helped you with regards to preparing for a big run chase, or just a big moment in the game? Any superstitions or anything that helped you get into
Yeah,
the
I mean, I
competition?
played with a lot of people who had a lot of superstitions. I can't say that I've ever had superstitions, but I did have, you know, you repeatedly say to myself, watch the ball, particularly when I was batting.
Oh, she's chopped on. Lauren Filer strikes second ball, and Winfield-Hill has to depart for a duck. Durham strike early. Yorkshire, none for one. Well, 1 for 1 as a result of that wickets of Winfield-Hill. Spoke about it a little bit earlier, Jane, about the 2 openers wanting to get off to a decent start, and unfortunately for the White Rose, well, the captain has had to go early.
Yeah, and she'll be really annoyed with herself there, because she did middle the ball on the bat, but instead of getting her leg behind, she was jumping out to the side, and then when the ball goes down, it can just run onto the stumps. A good ball from Lauren Filer, a fast bowler's wicket, one of those where the pace almost beats the batter, and that's what happened there. Durham will be delighted with that start to get rid of Lauren Winfield-Hill, who can be a real thorn in the flesh. First legitimate ball of the game, because we've had one, but it was a wide, so we had to re-bowl that. So that's off one ball, Yorkshire 1 for 1.
Yeah, precisely the start that Durham were after. Going to the X-Factor bowler, Lauren Filer, the England international. Coming into bat next for Yorkshire is Rebecca Duckworth. Yet again, that one goes down the leg side.
Yeah, and this is the issues. These are the issues for Lauren Filer. She does have that raw pace. She does end up falling over a lot when she bowls, which is not good for anybody, because if by any chance a ball is smacked straight back at you, she's in great danger. But she can be a little bit wayward when she starts her bowling spell.
That one defended nicely by Rebecca Duckworth. Definitely tell already there is that extra degree of pace from Filer, something which wasn't necessarily present in the Yorkshire side a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, she's definitely gaining speed as she's developing her strength, and I think the professional game has definitely helped her with that.
Duckworth again covers up in defence.
She's definitely quicker than most of the other female bowlers that I've seen this year. Having said that, Rebecca Duckworth looks like she's seeing it quite easily and getting behind it. The key now will be can batters start to attack against her and not just defend. But from a Durham perspective, this is exactly what they want from her. Just turn the wheels and get the ball around the stumps.
Yeah, a little bit of extra lift off the surface there from Filer.
Yeah, it just grew on her a little bit, didn't it? Sort of got taller as it came through. Because let's not forget, Lauren Filer is a tall girl. You know, so the height with which she's bowling it will be a weapon in itself because she's taller than... Is she the tallest on the Durham side? I think she potentially is. So she's going to get more lift than anybody else on the team because she's going to be releasing it from a higher release point.
It's another top delivery from Lauren Filer. Slips Corden oblige with the support as well. Those two slips still firmly in play. It's not just the release point as well, it's also the snap of the wrist, which just allows for that extra degree of venom and velocity with regards to the release of the ball itself. Definitely a difference maker for the visitors. That one almost, for a split second, Durham thought that may ricochet back onto the stump. So that is the end of an eventful first over. Yorkshire are 2 for 1 in their chase of 291. An over which saw Lauren Winfield-Hill technically depart second ball of the innings, but the first league one as a result of the wide being bowled. And since then, Filer definitely testing the defences of the number 3, Rebecca Duckworth.
Yeah, and, you know, there was a chance there with that last ball of them repeating the same thing that happened to Lauren Winfield-Hill. Trudy Johnson is getting ready to bowl from the P-Zone Park end. And Georgie Boyce to face her first ball.
Here is Johnson. Well, a half-hearted appeal there, really. Couldn't really pick out anything with regards to a willow noise on that one.
Must have brushed something, because otherwise it would have been a wide, because it went down leg side, so must have brushed the pad.
Potentially the thigh pad.
Yeah.
Be given as a wide by the standing umpire. Judy Johnson.
This could be the lean of the pitch as well. You know, it does take the bowlers a little bit of getting used to and not letting it fall away that way.
It just needs to find the radar here, doesn't she? Early doors. That's better. Good areas bowled from Johnson. Of course, she was the sole change for Durham today, coming in for Sophia Turner. I believe he's going to be on 12 duties today.
She's down here on, looks like they're almost at the beach, these two, but they are ready to jump onto the pitch at any minute because they're sitting on their mats watching every ball.
One just turned fine by Georgie Boyce. Judging by the body language of the umpire, though. I'll be given as a leg by. Indeed, it will be. Yeah, the other substitute fielder, or potential substitute, is Mia Rogers for Durham today. That one goes over the top of the Centurion, Phoebe Turner. I mean, what an absolutely remarkable knock that was. Exactly 100 not out. Came off the very last delivery of the innings. Included 13 fours and has massively galvanised Durham in this game. Put them into a good position heading into this defence. Duckworth again just struggling early doors here to get it away. As you said, has spent a bit of time on loan at Derbyshire in the second tier, along with fellow Yorkshire teammate Rhea Fackrell.
Yeah, and in fact, I think that certainly in the Durham innings, 2 out of the first 3 overs were maidens, so it looks like everybody's struggling to get the pace of it. And he's given her out, LBW there.
Yep, Durham have got a second early doors. Yorkshire just teetering slightly in these opening couple of overs. Of course, already lost Lauren Winfield-Hill. Now they've lost a second one as well. Great start this, though, for Durham. Filer striking first, and now it's Trudy Johnson's turn to put Yorkshire under the cosh. Home side 4 for 2. And Rebecca Duckworth is the latest batter to depart.
Yeah, and this has been a problem for Yorkshire in the last few games, losing two early wickets right at the top of the innings. They'll be hoping that Jess Jonathan and Georgie Boyce can now build a partnership and take this on a little bit into past the power play, you know, because if you can get 2 players out there batting for any length of time, then the runs will come. But not if you're out and back in very quickly, which has happened there for Rebecca Duckworth. Still only the second over, and we've already seen Lauren Winfield-Hill depart and Rebecca Duckworth.
Far from ideal start this for the White Rose, but coming in at number 4 is someone in tremendous form. It is the Australian overseas maestro, Jess Jonathan, coming off the back of what was an incredible century in the Roses clash at Old Trafford. Scored 67 against the Blaze at Headingley as well. Jonathan, first ball, and that one is going to have a little bit of backspin on it for the fielder at third. Gets off the mark straight away. Well, it is almost similar, isn't it, to the story of that Roses game as we see the end of the over. Another fruitful one for the visitors. Yorkshire 5 for 2 after 2. And it was the partnership between the aforementioned Jonathan and Stair Callis. Those two scoring 109 off 124 deliveries for the third wicket, which ultimately got Yorkshire up to a more than competitive total. 241 in that game in Lancashire. This is early pressure, isn't it, Jane?
Yes, and you know, I heard earlier that most teams win chasing at Scarborough, but I think in order to do that, you have to have a good first innings, and I think Yorkshire will be very disappointed that they dropped 5 catches, did we?
It was
say?
6.
6 catches.
6 catches.
And what would have been a very achievable target is looking more and more difficult now as they go through the innings.
Jonathan just rises with the bounce on that one. Interesting to see Durham putting, I think it's Maddie Villiers, very wideish gully. Slip still in place. That slip being Emma Marlowe, of course. Talia Wilson, the keeper.
Yeah, in fact, you've got a third man here as well, so it's very much they're expecting the ball to come this offside behind the bat.
Good areas again from Lauren Filer. Yeah, it's a definite ploy, isn't it? Got a fielder at backward point as well. That's Catherine Fraser, as you mentioned. The fielder at third, or deep third, we should say, is Emily Windsor. We did see it very first ball that Jonathan faced to just splice off the outside of the bat, so I don't really mind it at all, this from Durham. She does like the late cut and the carve out through point. If she mistimes one, or well, even place it a little bit too well into the hands of backward point, you've got yourself a wicket, and looks as though another slip is going to come into play here. Indeed they will. Captain Holly Armitage, who goes in at second. Really attacking field this from the visitors.
Yeah, firmly punched down the ground. It's a defensive shot, but the ball goes quite quickly to mid-off there. And she'll be aware now that the ploy will be to be tempting her to play that ball outside off stump with 2 slips, a gully, backward point, a short cover point, and a third man as well. So she'll be aware of that and will be just trying to play it with a full face of the bat.
Oh, well, that one has flown off the bat. Beat the pursuit there of Emily Windsor. That will be a boundary, admittedly. Not where Jonathan was potentially looking to play that one.
No, but, you know, it flew, didn't it? You know, and that's, as I was saying to you earlier, that's when I was captain, it was really hard to set a field for the quick bowlers because any edge, you just didn't know where it was going. And that one just, yes, it went on line with the slips, but it flew over their heads quite a considerable way and just raced to the boundary. She's generating a fair amount of pace here, is Lauren Filer, coming down the hill slightly.
The other thing is the extra degree of bounce as well. Something we didn't see at all, really, in Durham's innings. Spoke about it before, but if you're going to go for the short ball ploy, got to place it well on this surface, otherwise it just sits up very comfortably. Easy pickings on the pull. Don't even really have to attempt the hook shot. Filer, completely different story. This is very sharp indeed. Johnson so far negotiating it well. That will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire 9 for 2 in their chase of 291, looking to make it 3 successive wins in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. Disappointed with those first couple of displays against Somerset and Surrey. Viewed themselves as being in good positions to go on and achieve the victory in those respective fixtures. We've since followed up with victories against the Blaze at Headingley and Lancashire at Old Trafford. As for Durham, they'll be hoping to bring that streak to an end. Johnson prepares to continue.
That's just helped round the corner for a single from Georgie Boyce. And if they can keep rotating the strike now, then that will help them because right-hander, left-hander, the field have got to be on their toes. The skipper and the bowler have got to be aware that the field is altering and just make sure everybody's in the right place. And that should open up a few gaps for the batters. But at the moment, Durham are on top in this period.
Jonathan just leans into that latest shot through the covers. Picks up a little bit of momentum. Out towards the boundary rope, should just be 2. Indeed it will be.
You know, the last 2 balls have shown how they should be playing, you know, with a very easy single and a very easy 2 with no risk, but just pushing it into the gaps.
It does appear to be somewhat difficult early doors, though. Spoke about that with Durham's innings as well. And there were 13 without loss after 5, so... It's that one again, uppish. Chipped slightly. That is a fantastic diving stop from Phoebe Turner.
Yes, she's having a great game, isn't she, Phoebe Turner? And nothing will pass her, and she's already scored 100, and she'll be expecting to come on and get a few wickets or be very economical with the ball. As we change the field again, so slips coming out and the short extra cover. So we're trying to plug that gap where Jonathan keeps stroking it through the offside.
Quite a heavy offside field, though, isn't it? 6-3 in favour of that side. What's the downside of that, of course, if Johnson does stray a little bit too straight? There's plenty of open grass out towards deep square leg. And, of course, even down towards deep fine leg. Just needs to get the radar spot on here to allow those easy singles and potentially easy boundaries. Oh, very full dugout, and dug out beautifully by Jess Jonathan. Just opens up the bat face, guides it really down towards the far side of the ground, and that will be 4 runs out towards deep backward point. Glorious shot that from the left-hander.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like much effort when Jess Jonathan's batting, you know, JJ's batting, because she just meets the ball and just opens the face and just guides it through the gap, really. So, and this is why it's so valuable having somebody like this in your squad, because the youngsters can learn from this experience.
Again, makes a lovely noise off the bat. Will be a dot ball to round out the over. Decent one that for Yorkshire. Goes for 7 runs. White Rose 64.
Yeah, apologies if we don't give you a very clear indication at times, but we're down at fine leg, or yeah, fine leg for the right-hander at the moment, because we had to move rather rapidly this morning from a more advantageous position, and we would have had a monitor, and we don't have a monitor, so all we've got are our 2 eyes, or our 4 eyes between us, to commentate on what we're actually seeing, without the advantage of seeing replays or footage on screen. Filer comes in once more from the Trafalgar Square end. That's dug out by Georgie Boyce.
Yeah, well dug out in the end from the Yorkshire opener. With that being said, though, we do hope that you're enjoying the coverage. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of seeing the nice drone shots and the aerial views of Scarborough, the ground of North Bay, South Bay, of course the castle as well. We do hope that you're enjoying your afternoon here, tuning in to Yorkshire Cricket TV. Of course, we'll do our best to keep you entertained alongside the action. That one's slightly shorter. Tickled around the corner by Boyce. Sets off rather rapidly for the first one. Jonathan less so, so we'll just remain the 1 leg by.
Yeah, I think there are times when Georgie Boyce plays some great shots, but she's not renowned for her speed between the wickets. And in the first innings, Durham ran very well between the wickets and picked up a lot of 2s and even 3 or 4 3s. So Yorkshire will need to try and match that in this innings.
I mean, this in itself is a really nice matchup, isn't it? Filer, England international, will be representing the 3 Lions and a Crown in the upcoming T20 World Cup. And, of course, Jess Jonathan, former Australian international. Particularly won everything.
Yes, yeah, she is a multiple World Cup winner. Yeah, one of the greats, really. You know, one of the quiet greats of the game. It's a lovely stroke, straight through, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, and that's something we'll be keeping our eyes on throughout the entirety of this run chase, the difference in the fielding, of course. And so far, Durham, they haven't really had a chance to hold on to as a result of the previous dismissals. Winfield Hill chopping onto her stumps. Rebecca Duckworth trapped LBW by Trudy Johnson. That's why the fielder's there, for that exact shot. Almost parried, tipped around the corner there by Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, there was no danger of a wicket there, but she did angle that down quite nicely, and it bounced in front of Maddie Villiers, who did very well to stop that because it was going quick.
She's a very good fielder. Very good off spinner as well, as I imagine we'll see a little bit later on. Yet again, genuine bumper that from Lauren Filer. Loses her footing from the Trafalgar Square end, and that'll be the end of over number 5. Yorkshire 17 for 2.
Yes, somebody had told me that Filer no longer fell over, if that makes sense, having bowled the ball, but she's done it at least 3 times today already, so I hope that that's not going to be an issue to her going forward, because the last thing you want when you've got a fast bowler in your ranks is for them to go down injured from something as straightforward as falling over once you've bowled the ball.
So here is Johnson to Boyce. Been very watchful so far, just the solitary run scored in this innings today. She would love an innings of real substance as well, having got scores of 3 against Surrey and 4 against Lancashire. The 3rd appearance of the season in this competition for the White Rose. Certainly a better batter than those scores. That one's tailed in slightly there from Trudy Johnson. Was interesting earlier just watching her first over. There was a pronounced bit of lateral movement back into the right-handers. About putting it in the right areas, bringing Bolden's LBW into consideration.
Yeah, and you know, the players these days have got so much assistance around them, coaches, technology, S&C, that they're becoming stronger, faster, fitter, you know, that they've got more variations when they're bowling now because of the assistance that they get, you know, video footage of them bowling, and can you try this? Can you see if you can get one to go the other way? And as a result, then we're getting cricketers who have got many more skills going through.
It's funny you mention that, because in the previous game that we covered here on Yorkshire Cricket TV, we're speaking about Grace Ballinger, and she's someone who has definitely developed massively as a result of increased professionalisation, because with these increased domestic contracts, it allows for the S&C, it allows for you to work with bowling coaches, work on particular skills and variations. Someone thumps into the pad, but no appeal there.
I think there was an inside edge. But the other thing is that, you know, I'm pleased that they've got this assistance, if you like. But, you know, somebody like Grace Ballinger, I think she's quite underrated. I think she's one of the top bowlers in the country, and she showed that when she played for Superchargers in the 100 competition and really did very well. So she's somebody that you need to keep an eye on as a left-arm seamer.
That one a lot fuller and well tipped around the corner again. Should just be the single. Indeed it will be.
Yeah, that's well fielded there. Just took the sting out the ball, didn't she?
Yep, it was the captain, Holly Armitage, goalkeeper style with the stop. That will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire 18 for 2 after 6. It's been very difficult early doors for the White Rose. As we say, season in, season out, 50 over cricket, you've got a lot more time than you think, and especially at this stage, you don't want to be 3 or 4 wickets down, really under the pump, under the cosh.
No, interestingly, Durham were only 20 for no wicket at this stage, but we've got to remember that in the 10th over, they lost those 3 wickets. Or 2 wickets, they lost one in the 9th over, and 2 in the 10th over. So very comparable at the moment, but Durham are bowling well and they're keeping it fairly contained. So make no mistake, you know, this is not all about poor batting. This is about good bowling.
It has. It's been a very high standard from both Filer and Johnson. Filer drifts that one down the leg side. The wide will be signalled by the standing umpire. The other interesting thing, of course, is, well, how do Yorkshire deal with Phoebe Turner, who, as we said, is predominantly known for her bowling, and, well, she'll be brimming with confidence as well after that knock with the bat.
Yeah, she sure will, and quite rightly so.
Just looking over to our left, it appears as though the group of school kids are having to head back now. We hope that they've enjoyed their afternoon here at North Marine Road and what's been a glorious sunny day by the seaside. It really is close to the sea. You don't quite appreciate that at times, but head round the corner, the coast suddenly appears. Boyce plays that one very stylishly, just carves it away down towards deep third for 1.
Well set field from Holly Armitage. You know, that was a good shot, but there's a field of it. The fielder didn't have to move very far at all. So the 2 outfielders are third man and fine leg.
Yeah, they've not moved, have they? Come to think of it. I mean, Emily Windsor, who was the deep fine leg beforehand, still there in front of us here. Still a heavy offside field, though. Jonathan plays that one firmly down the ground, just pushes it downtown for 4. Beats the dive of Katie Levick, and that will just ease up the pressure slightly for the hosts.
Yeah, nice front foot shot there from Jess Jonathan, and she just leant into it. And as we saw with the Yorkshire team, whether there's a little ridge there because there's been a lot of diving going on near the balls going straight up the ground, but they've all evaded them.
That one testing Jonathan. It's a definitive tactic, this, from Durham. Saw the 6-3 field a little bit earlier on. It's evolved into a 7-2 split. Those 2 slips, wideish gully, deep third, backward point, point and slightly wideish mid-off.
Yeah, you don't see a 7-2 field very often, so, you know, all credit to Lauren Filer for that and Holly Armitage for saying this is where we're going to bowl and this is where our field is going to be to protect.
That one short, walloped away in the end. Very well fielded. I think that is Phoebe Turner down there. Deep fine leg.
Hopefully she's just having I think she's got cramp. I think she's got cramp. She just looked like she felt her leg, so that could be from being out there batting for 100.
I think we're going to have the substitute fielder come on. Will be Sophia Turner. We hope that is nothing more than cramp for Phoebe Turner.
I don't know where the physio is, but the poor girl has just been there now for a good minute or so without anybody except the 12th going to her. I think the physio is now running from the top of the ground over to her. But by the reaction of Sophie Turner and Phoebe, it looks like it is cramp. Just doing what we all see on TV, whether it's right or wrong, you know, lift the leg and just...
Well, while we have got a slight pause in the action here, we'll keep you up to date with the scores on the doors from around the country, starting at Trent Bridge. Blaze have started their run chase. Their target is 303 after Warwickshire posted 302 for 5. Karis Pavley scoring a century in that one. Katie George also scoring 98, just 2 runs shy of what would have been a richly deserved century. As for the game taking place in Taunton Vale, well, Somerset were restricted to 268 for 9. And in the 6th over, Essex are 16 for 2. The latest wickets of fall, Cordelia Griffith, bowled by Chloe Skelton. As for the other game taking place in Division 1, Hampshire scored 272 for 5 from their 50 overs at the Utilita Bowl. Surrey, in response, are 20 for 1 after 6.
So it looks like Phoebe Turner is resolute in staying on. We'll see how that goes as we go through. As Johnson carries on from the Pizon Park end. And again, that strong offside field that Holly Armitage has set. And that was played out straight to them. 6-3 field for Johnson as opposed to 7-2 for Filer. So 1 extra fielder on the leg side.
Just looking for a mistake here, aren't they, from the Australian? That one very full, inviting outside the off stump. It's funny, just received a message from our colleague, Michael McCann. He actually noticed it earlier, the fact that when Turner came onto the field, actually just between fielding positions, was walking a little bit gingerly. Maybe it was something which she picked up during a century. Maybe a little bit of soreness in the right hamstring. Maybe it is just a bit of cramp.
Yeah, she keeps feeling it as she's moving around out there.
Of course, the next question is that. I mean, would she be okay to bowl? Would you risk it?
I think it'd be a struggle at the moment, certainly with that leg, because you're reliant on free-moving limbs when you're running into bowl. So if she's got cramp, it doesn't just tend to go without you doing something about it.
That one again pushed nicely down the ground and well stopped in the end by Filer. I mean, Durham still do have bowling options, of course. We've seen Trudy Johnson. We've seen Lauren Filer herself. Catherine Fraser with the off-spin. Maddie Villiers with the off-spin. Katie Levick.
I think that was a no ball. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm seeing things. That's a nice shot from Georgie Boyce, and that's going all the way through to the boundary.
I think for me there, the placement was pinpoint perfect.
And we can see Phoebe Turner just struggling every time she has to move dynamically, which is often the sign that that cramp is not going to go away. She needs to get off the field, get some electrolytes in or whatever it is that you need to take. Maybe a bit of massage. She's a toughie and she'll plough on through, but I'm not sure that's always the best thing to do.
Well, to be honest, Jane, I would agree. Because if she's not going to bowl imminently, you've got 2 substitute fielders in Rogers and the other Turner, Sophia Turner, that is. I don't think there's necessarily much reason to risk it. As we see the end of the over, Yorkshire 30 for 2. In those last couple of overs, just been a little bit more successful for the White Rose. And after 5, they were 17 for 2. After 6, 18 for 2. So run rate picking up ever so slightly. Still nothing too ridiculous at this stage. Just starting to tick over a little bit as these two try to steady the ship. It's definitely something we'll be keeping an eye out on throughout the entirety of this run chase.
It'll be interesting to see how many overs Holly Armitage gives Filer in her spells and whether she has 2 spells or 3 spells. If she plays that one a bit short, down to fine leg for the single.
Yeah, it's well controlled, that, from Jonathan. We've seen that throughout her campaign so far. Not someone who looks to go ridiculously aerial on the pull shot.
No, and she certainly doesn't look hurried on anything, does she? She looks as if she's controlling as much as she can do.
Boyce looks to play that away on the offside. She's definitely been the more attacking of the 2 Yorkshire batters so far. Jonathan on 18, Boyce currently unbeaten on 7. Boyce just needs one of these shots to beat the 25-yard circle. Just nestle against the boundary rope, increase that confidence. So far, even singles, quite difficult to come by.
Lauren Filer's got to be careful there, because certainly when she was standing up, she was definitely in the danger zone. So, you know, not just the falling over from an injury point of view, but if she keeps falling into that key area, then she'll get a warning from the umpire. And you only need a couple of warnings and you're off. You're not bowling again.
Just having a word here as well with the skipper. Just looking there as well. I think Maddie Villiers has just come away from the slip cordon, so she now goes to gully.
Yeah, they're waiting for the one that you can chop almost into that gully position.
That one very straight from Filer. It's just offered a completely different dimension though, hasn't it, for Durham? Just having the additional pace, it's exactly why you want these X-Factor style of bowlers in the 11. You can just see here, making both of these batters slightly uncomfortable at times.
Yes, and because she's bowling accurately as well, I think that makes a difference. If it was wide outside off each time, then it would be less effective, but she's picking a good line at the moment for the ball.
She most certainly is. End of the over. 9 have been bowled in this run chase. Yorkshire 31 for 2. Still require 260 runs off the remaining 41 overs for the victory to make it 3 wins on the spin. I think it's also really important to mention, I know we've spoken a lot here about Lauren Filer and the standards that she is setting from the Trafalgar Square end, but Trudy Johnson as well. She got the early breakthrough of Rebecca Duckworth in just the 2nd over. Since then, hasn't really offered too many scoring opportunities. Just keeping things nice and tight from this, the P-Zone Park end. Here she is to bowl once more. That one again, half stopped. Boundary has been saved, but the single taken.
Yeah, interesting, you know, because we often talk about batting in partnerships, but you also need the bowlers to work in partnership so that they're working in tandem, because it's no good one bowler keeping the pressure on and then the other bowler giving lots of runs away, because that just releases the pressure and the batters quickly learn to just concentrate on the one that's line and length, and then they know that they can cash in with the other one. But these two have worked well in tandem together.
Again, that'll be another dot ball. I suppose the big question here for Holly Armitage in terms of the first change, how would you see it from a captain's point of view, Jane? I mean, would you go with what Yorkshire went with, predominantly the right arm off spin from the opposing end of the ground, or maybe try something different? Who would be the next couple of bowlers?
Yeah, I mean, Just let this ball go, which is driven down the ground, and that'll be 4 runs. My thoughts before I saw that Phoebe Turner is struggling a bit would be to let her go, because she's got 100. She's also probably your first change bowler in general, and I'll be wanting to see if we can just pick up another couple through seam. But if she's not fit or not capable of bowling, then I'd probably go to Katie Levitt. You know, I'd mix it up completely and see how spin operates in this area as well.
Oh, Boyce there. Having a bit of a slice at that one. Well, we did see Jonathan operating from this end, so I suppose the right-handers getting the ball to turn both ways potentially could be.
Maddie Villiers, you know, there's a few choices amongst the Durham squad that you could go for.
Pace taken off there from Johnson.
Catherine Fraser is another one, isn't she, that could come on?
Yep. Fraser, of course, an off-spinner.
Oh, you have got some choices there, but my first one would probably be Phoebe Turner, if she's fit enough to do that. Another good shot, but well fielded by Holly Armitage in her favourite position, short cover.
Well, that is the end of the over. 10 have been bowled. Yorkshire 36 for 2. Jonathan on 19. Boyce currently on 11. Just looking over on the far side of the ground, Jane, it does appear as though it will be Phoebe Turner. Hands off the cap to the standing umpire. Of course, last season in the Metrobank One Day Cup, she was the top wicket taker for Durham. Took 22 wickets at 22.54 in 13 appearances. Also the second leading overall, behind only Georgia Davis of Warwickshire. So, I mean, this is her forte, of course. She can bat, as we've seen firsthand here today with that glorious century. But, yeah, this is where she's arguably even more dangerous.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she goes with her leg, to see if it's okay.
Here is Turner. At first to Jonathan. Starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, just to give a little bit more information about Phoebe. Born in Rotherham. First played for Yorkshire, funnily enough, in a friendly in 2020. Then went on to make her senior debut for the White Rose in a T20 Cup fixture against Cumbria in 2021. Of course, also a member of the Diamonds Academy. Signed her first professional contract in 2022. Signed for Durham ahead of the 2025 season. Oh, you can see there, she's pulled up immediately.
Yeah, I did think it was a bit, you know, I just think she's struggling a bit, and it's daft. I don't know why she's pushing through when you've got other alternatives in the squad, and are you going to turn that cramp into a pull just by pushing through on it? If I was the coach, I think I'd be sending the 12th on and getting her off.
Yeah, I must say, Jane, I've got to agree. Just looks uncomfortable at the minute. As you said, if it develops into something more serious, you've got to think long term. Once again, pace taken off that one. It's almost drifted in.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's running at a normal pace either. You know, she's sort of ambling in for her. And it looks like the physio's come to the edge of the field here. I do think it's a little bit silly in this day of the professional cricketer where you need to look after your players, and so if she's not 100%, get her off the pitch.
Playing a miss there, though, from Jonathan.
Yeah, there's no questioning her ability. She's definitely one of the best bowlers around. But will she be able to play the rest of the season or the rest of this first half of the season if she carries on?
So far, she is battling through it. Certainly can't question or doubt the commitment, the character here of Phoebe Turner. She wants to be out there. It's just been rifled away through the covers for one. Good fielding out there from Emily Windsor.
It's the seagulls screech.
A timely reminder of just how close to the North Sea we are. Izzy Levick does the fielding there. Leg by has been signalled. Just a lovely outground is North Marine Road. If you have not already ticked it off on your cricket grounds list, still plenty of cricket to come here over the course of the summer. The One Day Cup and the Championship. And again, half stopped by diving Villiers. With the end of the over. It's something as well just to note, Jane, with regards to the partnership here, and it is just beginning to build, isn't it, between these two. Yorkshire 39 for 2, Jonathan on 21. Boys still watchful on 11. But from 5 for 2, just beginning to fight their way back into it.
Yeah, they're starting to build it, you know, and at a comparative stage in the Durham innings, they were 3 for 47. So they'd lost an extra wicket, but they were 8 runs ahead. So it's not that different in game terms of where one team was in the first innings and where one team is in the second innings. But scoreboard pressure starts to tell when you're the chasing team.
Here is a change of bowling then from the P-Zone Park end. It will be Maddie Villiers. So a bit of off spin here to the left-handed Jonathan. Leans back into that shot, cuts it away through point for one. Maddie Villiers so far this season, 1 for 55 against Lancashire, 1 for 58 against Essex, 1 for 33 away at Surrey, and 1 for 19 against Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl. So has taken at least 1 wicket per game. She'd love to add to that tally today.
Yeah, she's a good cricketer, you know. She's a good all-round cricketer and has been around for a little while now in various teams, and she always has an impact, or seems to have an impact of some sort.
This time plays that one rather nicely off the back foot. A single taken here for Yorkshire. Yeah, initially from the Essex pathway was Maddie Villiers. Funnily enough, made her senior debut for the South-Eastern side against Yorkshire in 2013. That coming at Billericay Cricket Club. Jonathan this time lofts that one languidly. Will take a couple of bounces down towards the sight screen. That was always going to be 4 runs, effortless from the Australian.
Yeah, just by saying that, 2013, that's 13 years ago now. So that's a lot of experience that you've got in one player. And whilst a lot of these women are quite young, they've had a lot of experience now at this level.
How does Villiers respond? Well, this time, Jonathan just muscles that one through the offside. Real chase on for the fielder. Even the dive cannot stop the ball from going across the boundary rope for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries off the bats of Jonathan.
Yeah, it's a question of what does Villiers do now? The first one was pushed up, the second one was a bit short. Both resulted in a boundary. I suspect each ball will be threat on its merits, but there's a wide there, and as Jonathan tries to help that one round the corner because it was drifting down leg side.
Looks to give that one a bit more flight. Misfielded by Armitage. Yeah, for Villiers, making that senior debut when she's just, what, 14, I think it was. That was the case in the previous iteration of county cricket, of course. A lot of players making the debut very, very young. A couple in Tier 1 who made the debuts either as a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. Of course, now with increased professionalisation, we are seeing players tending to make their debuts later, maybe in that 16 to 19 bracket. As we see the end of the over, 12 have been bowled. Yorkshire 53 for 2. Johnson moves into the 30s.
That was a big over for Yorkshire. I think they scored 14 off that over, you know, and that's brought them back up to par on the scoring rate with Durham in the first innings.
It's funny how the game works, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we get so used to 20 overs that there's a danger that you can start to panic when you're not scoring very quickly, when you've still got 38 overs left. You've got an absolute massive time left. You don't need to panic at this stage, but you do need to just keep building the partnerships.
It's the name of the game here, isn't it, for Yorkshire? Still have plenty of batting left in the shed. Jonathan just helps that on its way down towards deep backward square, and in the end, I think that may have been fumbled onto the rope. Indeed it has. So 4 more for Jonathan. Moves her on to 35.
Yeah, and I was unaware that she'd never scored a first-class 100 until Saturday, you know, and you just think, wow, a player of this calibre, you know, you expect them to have done that before. So she'll be wanting to carry on from where she left off on Saturday, really. So she won't be looking to give a wicket away. And you can see there just a super swing of the bat, and that's 4 runs, just 1 bounce, I think, and just over the rope.
Yeah, this now beginning to look a little bit more ominous for Durham, just in terms of the free flow of boundaries for Jonathan. That is now 4 in quick succession, starting to just display a bit more authority and assertiveness at the crease. Looks completely unfazed.
Better ball there from Turner. Full, almost Yorker length, and just kept out by Jess Johnson.
In terms of those remaining Yorkshire batters, of course, Stair Callis, Ines Blackwell, Maddie Ward. Well, that's a full toss, and that one has been dispatched disdainfully by Jonathan. It's a 3rd boundary in the over. On that one, deserved a bit of treatment.
Yeah, and the class of the player is that the minute she is given one to hit, she makes sure it stays hit. You know, how many times have we seen a low full toss get a batter out because the concentration suddenly goes and it's like, woo, your eyes light up and you swing your bat and you hit it straight to a fielder. But there was no danger of that from Jess Johnson, who just helped that over mid-wicket for 4 runs.
This time just clips it down towards long leg for 1. Smart batting that from the Australian. And that will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire move on to 66 for 2. Jonathan on to 44.
Yeah, 12 runs off that Phoebe Turner over and 14 off the previous Maddie Villiers over has meant that Yorkshire have really increased their scoring rate. And there's a change of bowler coming on at the Pizan Park end after that first Maddie Villiers over, and it's the one and only Katie Levick.
Yeah, I like this from Durham. As we saw with Jonathan earlier, especially when you got right-handers, a little bit more purchase for those who can spin it both ways from this side of the ground. And, of course, Katie Levick can certainly do that. Here she is then. Bit of leg spin to the left-hander. Starts off with a dot ball. Of course, another one born in the county.
Sheffield girl.
Indeed she is.
I think she's a Sheffield Wednesday supporter, though, so interesting. I know Maddie Ward is a mad Sheffield United supporter, so we've got opposing football teams being represented too out here today.
Jonathan a little bit more watchful here.
Yeah, Katie Levick's got that experience and she's got that ability to control the line and length of the ball a little bit more.
This time Jonathan just sweeps that one away and sweeps it superbly for 4. Moves her on to 48 as the ball takes a couple of bounces into the popular bank. Yorkshire now 70 for 2. I'll tell you what, the spin here has actually helped Yorkshire, but it's just relieved a little bit of that early pressure.
Yeah, and the other thing that, you know, Jess Jonathan is obviously seeing it quite well. The fact that Georgie Boyce is still there also helps with that.
So that'll be the end of the over. And we'll have a change for the first time in the run chase. I shall depart for the time being. I'll leave you with some wise words from Dr. Jane Powell, and on in my place will be the excellent Michael McCann.
Yeah, and Katie Levick there bringing a semblance of calm back to the proceedings with just 4 off that over. Jess Jonathan looking to play every ball on its merits, but making sure it stays hit. And she's moved on to a masterful 48. Georgie Boyce at the other end is only on 12, but partnerships are important. So you don't always need both batters to be going at the same pace and speed, but you do need the partnership to stay there without a wicket falling. So a good period of the game here at the moment. Welcome back, Mr. McCann.
Yeah, we've got a great game of cricket on here. Boyce just needs to be that stabilising anchor. The run rate, particularly on a true pitch like this with a fast outfield, the required run rate, to be clear, is nothing to be that concerned about for Yorkshire. That's beaten the outside edge. It's beaten everything. It's beaten the keeper. And it's not quite going to beat Lauren Filer down to the boundary. One of the things you do pick up on when you do a good perambulate, a lap of the ground, it's the kind of nonsense nicknames that players have. And Lauren Filer, throughout her entire spell, was only referred to as Phil. Meanwhile, Phoebe Turner, I've not been heard called Phoebe all day. She is merely Tina to anyone in Durhamshire.
Yeah. I remember the Tina one. Tina Turner, simply the best.
Much better shot that time from Boyce. Gets one out to deep cover.
Well, it's not dissimilar to some of the men, is it? You know, Gary from Australia, you know.
Yep.
And his name's not Gary at all.
Yeah, it came from the AFL.
Yeah, Gary.
You do sense that this chase is, beg your pardon, this chase is highly Jonathan dependent. It's of course batting to come, but she's been such a massive fulcrum in this Yorkshire lineup from the moment she joined.
Yeah, I think
Full toss.
she just offers so much to the group as a whole. You know, there's that calming figure. You know, nothing looks too stressful when Jess is doing it, whether that's batting or bowling. She just looks like everything's under her control, you know, and this partnership is building nicely now.
This time Boyce is whipping, but straight to
and you just need
short mid-wicket.
you do just need Boyce to just hang around there. You know, you don't need her to go silly at the moment. And that's lovely. Places that out into the offside for a single, rotates the strike. Jess Jonathan back on strike.
You do sense it's not quite, if Yorkshire bat the overs, they win the game by any stretch.
No.
But it is a good true pitch with a fast outfield, and Yorkshire will feel like if some of their top order can get in, they'll be in business. And this partnership is rebuilt magnificently from where it was, and Jess Jonathan is a big reason why. 50 up from 49 balls. Her stunning form continues for the White Rose. 67 at home against the Blaze, 108 away against Lancashire in victory, and now 50 not out against Durham, and hoping to make it 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, and interestingly, I did glance over at Duckworth Lewis 4 or 5 overs ago, and it was on 70-something when Yorkshire were on 20 or 30-something, and suddenly they're coming back into it now because they're only 12 off the Duckworth Lewis score, which stands at 88 at the moment.
Levitt continues, and they're going to get just a single in front of short fine. Katie Levitt, 34-year-old leggy from Sheffield. I was having a quick chat with her on the boundary while she was doing some waiting around as Phoebe Turner had cramp. She was saying it's a bit strange to be playing against Yorkshire.
Yeah.
She's, of course, one of the few that's got a lot of experience of playing on this ground. That's down leg. Keeping's come off something that will mean that it won't quite go for 4. Eventually signalled by umpire Mohammed Wazim as leg byes. Katie Levitt, someone who, for all money, you might have thought her entire career would be with Yorkshire, having been sent for county trials as an 11-year-old, senior debut at 16, diamonds in the KSL and the regional era, but then headed to Durham. So that's a nice-looking cover drive, but the covers are pretty well populated. Hasn't quite been in the wickets as much this season as you might expect, albeit it's often quite tough being a spinner in April. 2 wickets in 4 games so far. This time she's being struck on the bounce to mid-on for 1.
It's one of the... was she not inducted into the Domestic Hall of Fame?
Absolutely right. She was shortlisted in the Vitality T20 Blast Hall of Fame in March of this year.
She's been one of the most reliable players in county cricket for a few years now.
Beautiful shot down the ground. One of the shots of the day from Jess Jonathan, effortlessly. I was going to say placed down the ground. It sounds odd when the ball sounds that firmly struck off the bat, but it's all technique and timing.
Yeah, no, it was a lovely shot straight down the ground from Jess Jonathan.
Does look $1 million at the moment, Jonathan. I think whether you're a Yorkshire or a Durham supporter watching this or a neutral, you'll be all too aware of how important she is to the White Roses' fortunes. End of the over. 84 for 2 after 16 then. Yorkshire rebuilding after the early loss of Winfield Hill for Golden Duck off the bowling of Filer, and then Duckworth for a 7-ball duck in her first game of the season. Continuation of spin from both ends. Boyce ends up in a bit of a tangle there. Just trickles away for 1. Will be mightily relieved to have got off strike. And if you're Boyce at the moment, that's all you really need to do. I mean, there is 2 very different games going on here. Boyce is striking at just under 50, and Jess Jonathan's going at more than a run a ball. Villiers manages to Dot her up there.
Yeah, and she's a great example to any junior player because she just plays each ball on its merits, does JJ. You know, so that one there was a good ball, so she defended it. That one's a little bit fuller, so she's able to play it down the ground for a single.
And she's made an enormous impact at. And of course, for Yorkshire, the other handy USP is that seemingly being out of favour with the Australian women's national team means that Jonathan's availability won't, unlike many other overseas domestically, be disrupted by the upcoming World Cup. Down the ground, has chipped that straight to mid-off. Good catch. Just tumbling backwards and made sure to not lose it in the process. And that is a vital breakthrough of Boyce, who's struggled to get going but played a handy second fiddle behind Jess Jonathan. 86 for 3. Boyce has to go for 18. Maddie Villiers gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, and what you see there is a good catch from the Durham side, and that's one of the clear assets that they've got over Yorkshire at this stage, who dropped 6 catches in the first innings. So a great catch, and it wasn't an easy one by any stretch of the imagination, but she made it look very easy. And Georgie Boyce just gave that away a little bit there. She must have almost felt a pressure to keep going and get going a bit quicker, when actually she just needed to keep rotating the strike, and that would have helped immensely.
It was a sub-fielder, Phoebe Turner, with the catch, and it's a great example of the impact you can make, not by batting or bowling, but by being out there. It was not an easy one, and yet taken it was. So Boyce has to go for 18 off 38 balls. It is a valuable stand for Yorkshire of 82 for the third wicket, I beg your pardon, after the quick loss of Winfield Hill and Duckworth early doors. Phoebe Turner on because of Phoebe Turner's issue with cramp. We'll have to re-bowl that one, Villiers.
It's Fraser, is it?
Speaking of that T20 World Cup, of course, Stair Callis will be there for the Netherlands, and will play at Headingley. And there he's just resolutely playing back to Villiers. Beg your pardon, you're absolutely right. It is Catherine Fraser. To Jane Powell, alongside keeping yours truly sane. As Callis flicks off the mark with that single. A player of her experience will be aware that Yorkshire have got plenty of time here in a relatively decent position. Probably even Stevens. We're probably at that point where someone rocks up at the cricket and says, who's winning? And everyone sort of shakes their head as if to say, well, you know, we can't really tell you at this point. Run a ball needed, 7 wickets. Who do you think you'd rather be, Dr. Jane?
Potentially Durham at this stage, but I'm nervous that Jess Jonathan is still out there, and if Stair Callis hangs around as well, because these two put on quite a lot on Saturday at Old Trafford. So if they can build that up again, then the dial could turn quite quickly.
Levick looking to weave her magic, as she so often has done in English women's domestic cricket over the years. Swept away by Callis. Lots of vacant room out there. It's a big old chase for the keeper, which I know is some people's favourite thing to see in the game. And it's a chase in vain. Callis gets it away, her first boundary.
Yeah, that's one of those shots where you don't quite get a hold of it, but you value your 4 even more, because 2 fielders have had to leg it for quite a considerable distance, and the ball just crawls over the boundary rope just as they're getting there. So they couldn't give it away, they had to chase it, but a good 4 there.
Nice line and length this time from Levick.
Yeah, her experience is showing here with the line and length that she bowls.
She was very unsympathetic to see the 22-year-old Phoebe Turner go down with cramp. It's out into the covers. Again, no run. Right next to her when it happened, just behind the boundary, she was shouting across, "Get up, Thebes. I'm 34. We deal with it." It's a little shorter. Nicely just played away for another single. Of course, Phoebe Turner had cramp after that excellent innings. 100 not out that gave Durham almost 300 on the board. Shorter, swept hard, and that has got past Windsor for 4. Jonathan picking the gap expertly. It was only 5 yards away to the left of square leg, but timed it so sweetly that nobody was stopping that. So it's a boundary to end that over. 18 gone. Jess Jonathan absolutely dominating the scorecard for Yorkshire here in this game. At the end of that 18th, 97 for 3, 9 off it.
Yeah, 2 good sweeps in that innings, in that over. One from Sturkallis, finely hit, not hit with great power, and then the second one by Jess Jonathan, who middled it, and it flew to the fine leg boundary. As Catherine Fraser continues from the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah, Fraser starting new over with a dot, 1 for 10 off her 2 thus far. Up that wicket of Boyce. Gives that one a bit more air, trying to tempt Callis. And you can see Callis just half thinking about something a little more adventurous and
yeah, it was
aggressive.
well played in the end, wasn't it? Because she just opened the face and pushed it out there. And she needs to just get the pace of the ball to start with. And, you know, for Catherine Fraser and Rachel Slater, they'll be valuing all this practice that they're getting against in English conditions with the World Cup round the corner as they both play for Scotland.
Gives that one a bit more flight, Fraser, and he's unlucky. This has come sliced off the outside edge of Callis's bat, and it will be a fortuitous 4 to bring up the Yorkshire 100. Well, it's a moral victory for the Scot, but it is Yorkshire's honorary Dutch woman who gets the boundary to her name.
Yeah, and in fact, we've got a Scot bowling, a Dutch Yorkshire lass facing with an Aussie at the other end. So it's very much a world game these days.
Callis this time more comfortable and just dropping her bat on it, getting out to cover. I know, interestingly, that Stair Callis, speaking to a friend of mine in the analysis world, is considered one of the best 10 players of spin in English women's domestic cricket across the last 4 seasons based on 5 different metrics.
Wow.
So she will feel like her being on with 2 spinners on is something they're fans of, as Jonathan can't score from that final ball of the over. 102 for 3 of 19, 5 from that over. Those 5 things being runs against the sweep per number of times you played it, runs against the reverse sweep, contact points in terms of either getting right forward down the pitch and meeting it on the half volley or going right deep in your crease, strike rate in first 10 balls faced of spin, and positive impact across the game in terms of measuring the run rate at which you score runs against spin compared to other players in the game. So Stair Callis particularly excellent against spin. We saw that actually, one innings that really stood out in that sense last season was the game against Essex in the T20 round 3 of the County Cup, where Yorkshire got what proved to be the only upset in the competition in terms of a team from a lower tier beating one in a higher tier. Yorkshire tier 2 back then, of course. Levick to continue from the Peasholm Park end. Just being flicked. And once again, just like the previous over, still nobody behind square on the leg side. I wonder whether she might be forced to gently rethink that. It's a comfortable trotted 2 for Callis.
Yeah, and what you've got there is Callis running well between the wickets as well. We haven't seen that yet in the Yorkshire innings. There's been a few missed runs.
And this is another little bit of luck for Callis. I don't think she quite wanted it to go here. It's kind of come off the toe end of the bat, but it goes away for 4. Down towards a kind of wide, deep third. And suddenly the tap of runs in this partnership is flowing quite quickly.
Yeah, I think she almost opens that face a little bit more than most people. And as a result, it looks like it's flying off the toe or off the edge. I think it's quite a deliberate shot from her. Even on that one, you see the open face and it's angled back towards the gully. So she's got a unique way of striking the ball outside off.
Yeah, that's a good point. She is very into out. That's short, not a great delivery, and might feel like she's been a bit fortunate, Levick, to only go for 1 there. Yeah, you think of probably Stair Callis's trademark shots, quite strong in the V, but her signature kind of party shot is the inside-out shot over extra cover. There was 6 she hit with exactly that against the Blaze in a 35 ball 50 that was right out of the top draw. Loud shout of no run from Jonathan. Had briefly thought of pinching a single in front of Villiers. Down the track this time and hitting that hard through the covers for 4. That's a shot of real class from a player of real class by Jess Jonathan, and it makes a good over into a great over for Yorkshire. 113 for 3 then after 20, and the White Rose will feel, the longer these two stay together, having already had a couple of good partnerships this season, the more confident they'll be.
A glorious shot there by JJ, just sort of stroked it through. And, Katie Levick, who's regarded as one of the most miserly bowlers as well as one of the most wicket-taking bowlers, just got hit for 11 runs off that over without too many dramas. You know, it was just watch every ball and play it on its merits. There's another wide ball from Fraser.
Fraser so far in her spell with 1 for 15 off 3. Just to beat the outside edge of Callis there. That might have been a little bit too straight to try and cut. Fraser, Scotland's youngest international female cricketer, made her debut as a 14-year-old. Has already picked up a 3 for this season against Lancashire, but that time she's gone too full and Callis absolutely smokes it down the ground. Well, it's one of her favourite areas, hitting not just in a V, but that very straight V. Mention what a good player of spin she is, one of the best around. She shows it again there.
And interestingly, you know, Georgie Boyce fell for that one because she didn't have that full swing of the bat like Callis just did. Callis was determined that was going, and she really hit through the ball. And there, you know, it's not quite in the same place, so I'm just going to defend it. And it's that ability to decide whether you hit through a ball or whether you stop the swing of the bat to defend.
This time Callis will feel like should have got something on that. When it's so far outside leg that there's not even a cursory LBW appeal and it thuds into your pad, that lets you know. She's just re-rehearsing, as batters often do, what she thinks she should have done with it. This time Callis goes back and glides it into the massive vacant gap out towards that deep cover. Filer comes round and does the fielding. One more.
And these two would have played against each, Callis and Fraser would have played against each other in the World Cup qualifier, so they'll know each other reasonably well.
And of course Diamonds teammates.
And Diamonds
for many
teammates,
a year.
yes.
You'll get few ever games of professional sport you'll ever watch where there's so many different spiders webs of players who've played together. And by that, I don't just mean sort of the odd game or two. Of course, with 7 Diamonds from the regional era in this Durham team, and it can't be many times. I'm not going to assert that it's never happened, because it might have happened at some point, where 5 cricketers have rocked up to face Yorkshire in a match, who have all been not just born and bred in Yorkshire, but in fact have also worn the right rose for the county.
Yeah, and come through Yorkshire pathways, yes. I think it's a very unique scenario. You know, I don't believe it will ever happen again. But it was definitely something that was difficult for both Yorkshire and Durham at the time.
Phoebe Turner has come off. She took that excellent catch as the 12th to get rid of Boyce. And on back comes Phoebe Turner. I was going to call her Tina.
Turner.
I was going to call her Tina, but while all of her teammates call her that, she is, for now at least officially, Phoebe. And change of bowling here, and it's
Johnson's returning.
I think this is a good move. 1 for 20 off her opening 5. These two looked very settled against the spin. Jonathan has timed the pants off that and has only managed to get it straight at extra cover. 2 or 3 yards either side, that might well have been 4. She's in one of those modes at the moment, Jonathan, where batters, when she gets out after this, those that believe in the curse of the commentator will blame me, but where someone just looks in the form of their life. Very full, very good,
Yeah,
very well kept out.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget with Jonathan. You know, this is someone that's got a 99 in a test match, but actually she spent a heck of a lot of her career, particularly at international level, ending up at 8, 9, 10, 11, which feels bizarre to say, given her extreme talent, but was part of that juggernaut, that Australian women's cricket team that had basically 11 all-rounders in it. It's well bowled again, and it's well played. You can't really ask for much more when it comes to top-level technique than an on-drive with a straight bat.
Yeah, and what Johnson's done well this over is she's bowling almost Yorker length, which is still one of the most difficult balls to score off. And I think it's very underused in cricket as well. So she's managing to put that ball on a regular basis in that Yorker area. Now she's got to adjust her line because we've gone from a left-handed bat to a right-handed bat.
Can't quite adjust it that time.
And
too callous.
Yeah, that's the benefit of rotating the strike when you've got a left and a right-hander, because it really does mess around with the bowler. Bowler's aware she needs to bowl it out on the other side for off stump and goes too far then.
So Cricinfo did an article on this quite a few years back, and it was analysing data from test matches. Not entirely convincing. That's come off the toe. Was looking to go through extra cover, but will get 1. And from memory, what they'd essentially worked out based on ball tracking, etc., was when you've got a right hand, left-handers on average face around 8 to 10% more bad deliveries, classing as sort of short and wide. And so, obviously, by rights of that, if you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination, it's ever so handy. Oh, that's a horrible full toss that has been hit hard out to deep point by Jonathan, who, to use a very Australian commentary phrase, will be filthy with herself. That's when we were talking in the first, so you might remember about different kind of quirks of language. That's the kind of thing that you say that in Australia, everyone knows exactly what you mean. And a lot of Brits will be thinking, what on earth do they mean if it's filthy with themselves?
Yes.
Deeply frustrated would be the English translation. You know what I mean. Cut away for 4 by Callis. It's one of her signature shots, but she's actually not always been timing it as she would like today. But that was short and wide, got the treatment it deserved. And the experiment of bringing Johnson back, you'd have to say, has not worked. Durham have got some headaches here. 128 for 3. That over has ended up going for 15. The last 4 overs have gone for 40. So this partnership really is absolutely flying along. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lays are in a tough run chase against Warwickshire. Carries Pavley with 128 not out. Katie George with 98. 2 wickets each for Charlie Phillips and Nat Siverbrun. The Blaze are 64 for 1 off 17, so they've got to get a shuffle on there. They're going to chase that one down. Change of bowling here. Swept, missed by Jonathan.
Yeah, I think the last over went for 8. I think 22 overs have gone.
Oh, beg your pardon. My maths is failing, sorry. Thank you.
Don't want to do her a disservice.
Scoreboard hadn't quite ticked over.
No.
Much like all of you at home, us commentators are human beings, we make mistakes. Apologies for that.
Well fielded.
That being said, he says, trying to broadly suggest this serve point, there still has been 40 runs that have come from the end of the 17th through to the 22nd. So this pair are going pretty quickly. 40 off 5 at the start of this over. From 88 for 3 at the end of the 17th to 128 for 3 at the end of the 22nd. So they're more than catching up with that rate, which they were a little way behind. Just on that other game I mentioned, Warwickshire so far with a win, a loss and a no result. Blaze with 2 wins and a loss. So whoever wins that of the 2 will find themselves propelled towards the top 4. They'll be into double figures for points. This time swept. Callis knew that there was only deep backward square out, so was unconcerned by the slight top edge.
Yeah, she didn't play that one well, and you can see that she's practicing it out there now. But as you say, you know when you miss-hit it and you're going to get out, and you know when you miss-hit it and there's plenty of space there. That slash through the cover, that was almost a horizontal bat shot.
That was very hockey.
Yeah.
That was the hockey kind of cross-field ball, and she so often does, absolutely kind of almost runs through her overs, which is sometimes what you need from a spinner, just to try and bring a bit of control when the ball's been going everywhere a little bit. That is the tight over that Durham kind of craved. It's only gone for 3. Maddie Villiers went for 13 off her first, but has gone for just 3 from her second, so she'll feel a little bit less nervous than she might have done after that expensive first over that brought a 1 over spell. Elsewhere, it is first against third as Surrey play Hampshire. Surrey travelling to face Hampshire at Southampton. Johnson's new over starts with an LBW appeal, but on the angle, always likely to be going down. Hampshire have posted 272 for 5. Maya Boucher with 78. Abby Norgrove 81 not out. Ella McCacken back from injury 44. 2 wickets each for Kalia Moore and Maitland Brown. And Surrey are in a lot of trouble. They are 96 for 6 despite 44 from Paige Schofield. Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Maitland Brown out there have got a recovery job to do. So I think that was a slow ball. Take a quick single to Filer, who realistically, the scamperage meant that they were always going to get through. 3 wickets for Bex Tyson for Hampshire against Surrey. Wicket each for Lindsay Smith, Lauren Bell and Amanda Jade Wellington. Surrey so far with 3 wins and a defeat. Hampshire with 2 wins and a loss. And then the final other game, Somerset versus Essex at Taunton. A little too short, and deep cover is busy again. Somerset, who have been the stars of this season so far, the only unbeaten team left with 3 wins from 3. They've posted 268 for 9. Annika Learoyd with 56. Katie Jones with 79. Alex Griffiths with 53. To dig them out of a little bit of a hole. 2 wickets for Eva Gray and Sophie Munro and Sophia Smell. And Essex in 91 for 4 in some strife. Jodie Grucock 38 not out. Deep set onside field. Jonathan quite content to take 1. Real test this here for the young 19-year-old Trudy Johnson. England under-19 international as well. I know they rate her really highly. She's come back off England under-19's duty. That was why she didn't end up playing in the defeat against Hampshire, but they were eager to get her back into the lineup today. She's bowling at 2 of the most accomplished batters you'll find on the domestic circuit all season. And they're both in rhythm, they're both in runs. This is tough for the young seamer. And this time has been cut away, and Windsor fantastic fielder that she is, gets there and keeps it to 2 when it could quite easily have gone for 4. It flies over head of the keeper, but the backing up is good.
Yeah, the first time I'm seeing Johnson, and she looks a strong, athletic bowler, and she's doing very well to keep the ball in a good line and length there.
Been part of Durham's pathway since the under-15s. Their debut for the North East Warriors 4 years ago. Nicely struck once more by Callis. Also played Johnson for the Regional Diamonds in the academy in second 11 and then a little bit at senior level. Signed a 1-year rookie at Durham last season and managed to earn another new contract. Last over until the drinks break. This pair will be all too eager to make sure they get there intact.
And you know, when you think of it, where is the game poised, I always think that Duckworth Lewis gives you that good indication. And Duckworth Lewis says 137 and Yorkshire are 137. You know, so that gives you some idea because that takes into account how many wickets have been left and the total that's required. So it's a very finely poised game, this one.
Villiers to bowl. Last over before drinks. Callis gets 1. The partnership were 52 off 45. It's been not just a good partnership in terms of the run total, but in terms of the rate at which they've been scored as well for Yorkshire. What can the Queen of Essex herself, Maddie Villiers, do about it? Oh, she's managed to induce a full shot there from Jonathan, who, as Callis has had a couple of times, gets a little bit of luck. And it's just one of those things, isn't it? These two are in the form, in the runs. And when you are, it always just feels like such moments tend to go with you a bit more than they do when you're out of runs.
Yeah, that was a good ball. And it was very lucky.
Back. It feels like she's been around forever, Maddie Villiers. I couldn't really believe it when doing my research for this game that she's 27. She made her senior debut for Essex in 2013. A Surrey star in the KSL era. 3 for 22 in the KSL final in 2018. And the Stars beat Loughborough and Hove. Then a Sunriser right through the regional era. Winner of the Rachel Hay-Hoflint Trophy in 2024. Of course, an England international too. And I'm sure she's got ambitions to break back in there. As Jonathan goes on the reverse. Had she got it past Filer either side, would have been runs, but could only pick out the England fast bowler. Goes back Jonathan straight at Filer again.
That's Levick.
Oh, beg your pardon.
That's
So
definitely
you're right.
Katie Levick.
Yep, I've mixed up my number 23 and my number 24. I'm ever so sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
Villiers has just let go of that all wrong and it's flown over the wicket-keeper's head. And you see the two umpires just conferring to each other. Yeah, it's a no ball on height, obviously. And it's free hit. So a little bit of drama just before the drinks break. And an opportunity of what had been quite a tight over until that point for Yorkshire to make it a very good over for them.
You don't see that very often, do you, when somebody bowls it and it obviously slips out the hand so much that it goes over the wicketkeeper as well.
Villiers has got to recompose herself. Free hit time for Callis. Digs it in quicker and flatter and Callis throws her left hand up in the air in frustration because she's now that straight at extra cover. So at the drinks break, this partnership has helped Yorkshire rebuild from the wreckage of 4 for 2 after Lauren Winfield Hill was bowled by Filer for the Golden Duck and Rebecca Duckworth was LBW to Trudy Johnson for 7 ball duck. Georgie Boyce played her part, steadying 18 off 28 before she was caught by Sophia Turner off the bowling of Catherine Fraser. And then After that, Callis joined Jonathan, and those two rebuilt very nicely indeed, with Jonathan finding her way to 73 off 75 at the drinks break. Callis 34 not out off 28. So right now, Yorkshire almost exactly at halfway the total in terms of runs, and with 2 set batters. And actually, it's probably Durham that are the happier of the two to have a drinks break and have an interval, as Dr. Jane Powell takes a well-earned rest, and Aaron Viles is back alongside.
Yeah, I was going to say that's definitely a well-earned rest. I mean, Jane's been in for the entirety of the innings so far, so yeah, definitely earned the break from the mic. Yeah, I completely agree as well. I think in terms of this drinks break, definitely just benefits Durham. Just have that team huddle, that team meeting, go through the plans here to both Jonathan and to Callis. I mean, Callis has come out very, very well indeed. I must say, already on 34, Jonathan out there on 73. For Yorkshire, after what was a very tough start, really difficult to score early doors. I mean, these two just beginning to get those runs flowing with a better degree of efficiency and fluency. Just look overhead, still got the seagulls flying over. One of the great sights here at North Marine Road. What is a beautiful part of the country.
So here's an idea for you.
Go on.
Fun Durham. I think you have a little burst of fire after this drinks break. 1 for 14 or 5 off top, at the top. Stair Callis, as mentioned a few overs back, is statistically speaking one of the best players in English women's domestic cricket of spin when measured across 5 different key metrics. For those who missed it when I mentioned it earlier, rate of scoring and success with the sweep and reverse sweep, contact points, strike rate with the first 10 balls faced, and positive impact in terms of scoring rate compared to others in the game. They'll surely be aware of that, Durham. They'll surely think that they want to get their seam bowlers back in the game to her if they can. And then they've got the riddle of what to do with Jonathan. And then, of course, the other thing with Durham and their bowling allocations is you've got Phoebe Turner and her cramp problem. So she's got none for 16 off 2. You've got 3 seamers of Filer, Johnson and Turner. And you've got your spin attack of Villiers, Levick and Fraser. So there's a fascinating dilemma here about where Durham go with this.
Well, I think that's a really interesting point you make, because if Phoebe Turner was fully fit and firing, as we've seen in seasons gone by, I think they have the luxury, I think they have the freedom to employ that exact tactic. You bring on Filer for, even if it's just a couple of overs, just to disrupt the rhythm of these two. Because Turner isn't bowling at full fitness, I think as a result of that, they may have to be a little bit more conservative, and for the time being, it will be Katie Levick.
Yeah, Levick with none for 30 or 4, very uncharacteristically expensive in a spell before drinks, but starts afterwards with a dot. Very, very rare. You see 7.5 in the economy rate column next to her name of anybody's. He's swept well, away for 1. Albeit slightly reflective of one wider trend, which is historically, quite a few analysts will tell you, all the numbers trended towards in women's cricket pretty much try and bowl as much spin as possible, get as much spin as you could into your team, and you would, on the whole, more likely to win games across both T20 and 50 over formats. That's the direction the numbers pointed in. Not all the time, but that was the predominant trend. Ooh, slightly uncertain there. Callis stepped away. Found herself just with a flashing blade. Now that is changing quite quickly for a few different reasons. Really gives that one flight, wanting to tempt Callis, for whom a little bit of frustration might be building here. Shorter, Callis gets herself in a bit of a pickle. It's a big shout, nothing given. So the 100 last season was the first time we've seen it switch, where in terms of the scoring rate, spin was scored off faster than seam. That, for those curious, that is across all balls in the competition. And that reflects a wider trend, which is in the fully professional era of women's cricket, as Levick's overs complete, 144 for 3. It is the nice tight over that Durham craved, just 2 off it. We're seeing standards of playing spin go through the roof. Batters are consistently working on using their feet, coming down the pitch, going back deep in their crease, being able to pick the turning ball better, consistent S&C programs, players are hitting the ball further and harder and faster than ever before. And so, again, it makes the impact all the more important if you can get high-quality seamers into your team, and that's why Phoebe Turner being out here is all the more of a problem. But it's an interesting wider trend in the game, because historically you'd look at the lineups for a men's domestic game and a women's domestic game, and you'd see far more spin bowlers packed into a women's team, and there's every chance, we're already just starting to see slight signs of that changing a bit.
Just touching on that point in more detail, of course, historically, so previous iteration of county cricket, maybe the surfaces as well.
Yeah, good point. So we are getting a burst of Lauren Filer. And that's what she can offer. Nice sharp bumper to start off with, just letting Steph Callis know that she's there. Well, it's exactly what yours truly called for, and it's an aggressive move from Durham. They've realised they've got to do something different to break this partnership. So they turn to their very best, someone who recently, in an interview with The Telegraph, was talking about wanting to break the 80 miles an hour mark. She is quick. Live stream cameras don't always necessarily show you just how fast they're bowling. Now, that's a wide. What do I mean by that? Of course, you can see her bowling, but you actually have to go and stand side on to really get a sense of it. And speaking as someone that's had the pleasure of covering both women's and men's cricket for the last 6 or 7 years professionally, she really does stand out. When you take a walk around the boundary and you stand behind the keeper or stand at square leg, it's racing through. When does Filer go full? She goes a little fuller now. She's got that thing also a lot of quick bowlers do, where her effort ball is the one where she becomes Bambi on ice and slips over.
Yep.
Literally is throwing everything into propelling the ball down as quick as she can.
Well, myself and Jane, we were discussing it a bit earlier. Of course, she is on the taller side as well. Helps with the release point higher than a lot of bowlers who tend to be a little bit more skiddy. Of course, as well, the snap of the wrist just generates the additional velocity, especially on the bumper.
Callis has played that well. We'll get a single. I do wonder whether this is a bit of a short ball plan there, or certainly it was to Callis, because Callis had deep backward square, deep square leg, deep third, and a deep point. Fields for Jonathan is, again, slightly trending that way. Point has come up and cover's gone out. Filer did have Jonathan visibly in trouble with a few short deliveries earlier on. It was a compelling battle to watch.
Yes, it was.
It was one of those, you just want to sort of break the rules and regs and just say that Filer can bowl. You know, your kind of fancy cricket brain is working. It's Filer against Jonathan, part 2. Jonathan is just helping that round the corner. A nice efficient running will get her back for 2. You're watching as the Aussies would call her, a jet all-rounder in Jonathan, who for much of her career has never batted quite as high as she should be, but is getting that chance with Yorkshire against one of the fastest bowlers in the women's game.
Well, I don't know if we've actually mentioned it on the broadcast so far, but as a result of this knock, she is the leading run scorer in the One Day Cup so far. Surpassed Danny Wyatt-Hodge today. In addition to also being the leading wicket taker with 12 wickets. So in terms of an overseas option for Yorkshire, couldn't really have asked for any better.
Although you say that, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, as we speak, is 25 not out. So that is very much a live, ongoing battle
There you go.
situation. She's got some work to do because Surrey are 110 for 6, chasing quite a significant total of 273 to win against Hampshire. Another short ball, and it's well played by Jonathan. Just steers it down the hill for 4. Well, round 1 of part 2, Filer versus Jonathan, goes in the Australians' direction, no doubt. An emphatic boundary to finish off the over. 152 for 3 then, off 27.
Yeah, on that occasion, it was just perfect placement, wasn't it? Bisecting the field on the onside. No chance whatsoever for those two fielders sweeping out on the boundary. Moves up onto 80. I mean, in terms of the innings as well, slightly watchful in comparison to what we saw against the Blaze and Lancashire, but since those early couple of boundaries, goodness me, really has been taking up many a gear.
Levitt this time is driven down to long off for 1. Jonathan hunting another Yorkshire 100 after that 108 at Lancashire. This time just leans on that back cut. The kind that annoys the heck out of wicket keepers. Almost like cuts it almost basically out of the gloves.
But again, it's a sign of a real high-quality player, isn't it? Playing the ball very late and underneath the eye line. Not necessarily throwing hard hands at it.
Yeah, I make it that 100 against Lancs at Old Trafford. Was there only 100?
Yeah.
I'm staring at Crick Archive slightly in disbelief. I know she's got the Test match 99, but I slightly presumed, as Windsor, who's covered a lot of ground out there, gives chase. I'm getting nods from various around me. They have come back for 2 eventually, and it was a good decision to come back for 2. But that is in fact the case, because aware that obviously she spent so much of her career down the order, but she's such a high-class player, I just assumed at some point she must have done. Game Windsor busy at deep cover. Yeah, I caught her for a little chat after the Blaze game, and she said she was just absolutely loving life being in a team where you know, it's kind of the dream team as an all-rounder. You know you're going to bowl all the key overs. You know you're going to bat 3 or 4. You know you're going to be a key senior player. And you're not too fazed by anything because you've seen it all before. You've won World Cups, but you're living the dream as an Aussie over in the English summer. End of another over, 157 for 3 then after 28.
And I imagine, of course, would just be a wonderful addition to the dressing room as well, in terms of the leadership, the experience, of course, having the knowledge, the know-how from being in those winning environments. And it's crucial, isn't it, especially for this Yorkshire side. First year in Tier 1 after competing in Tier 2 last season. Really is key and important to have those almost experienced figures in that room.
And it's a Yorkshire dressing room that actually has... I remember chatting with Chris Bryce briefly about this yesterday, Yorkshire's lead academy coach. It's a Yorkshire dressing room that's a bit this or that. I'll explain in a second. Filer back for a second over of her second spell. Starts with another bumper, and Callis was not far from just guiding that into the waiting hands of Talia Wilson. This or that in the sense that, I'm not saying there's nobody in between, but you look at the age distribution, you have Lauren Winfield Hill, you have Beth Langston, you have Jess Jonathan, well into their 30s, all experienced cricketers, had international cricketing careers, kind of come out the other side of that. Filer just losing her line, just inside the wide line though, and okay on that front. And then on the other end, you have Erin Thomas, you have Maddie Ward, you have Claudie Cooper, you have, obviously even younger than that, you have the likes of Ines Blackwell and Amelia Oliver. It's not that Yorkshire don't have anything in between, but it is quite unusual to have quite so many players either well into their 30s or teenagers or right in their early 20s. Callis has absolutely thumped that away. It's too short, it's too wide from Filer, who, if she's going to come on and be the X-Factor bowler she can be, has just got to find a bit of rhythm here because she's in danger of being quite expensive.
Yeah, it's the double-edged sword, isn't it, of your X-Factor bowlers. If they lose the radar, suddenly those boundaries start flowing. Not only that for Callis as well, moves it onto 44.
Callis, similar area, but this time magnificent bit of fielding away to her right-hand side by Catherine Fraser to ensure that it will only be one. I mean, Dr. Jane Powell has just leaned into my headphones to say what while that ball was being bowled, and you know it's her view, but I think is one way of summing it up. She said a lot of those players in the in-between years, ultimately because of the way the region split, are out here on a day like today playing for Durham. Filer's going to come right arm around now to Callis. She's got everybody bar mid-on up. Everybody bar mid-on back on the onside. And this time, this is struck beautifully by Jonathan. Rowe was zinged in and Filer was somewhat unaware of it, but the backing up was fine. Yorkshire will get a massive psychological boost if they get through this second spell from Filer. That's a big trump card for Durham, particularly with Phoebe Turner seemingly well off 100%. Because don't forget, while we've talked about Filer a lot, it was actually Turner that took the second most wickets in this competition last season. Having a word with her captain Armitage about something, I would imagine it's about the plan and the field set. It certainly is. So deep mid-wicket is going out and looks like a sort of catching gully. It's been pretty much the short ball plan from Filer. Does that continue? It does, but right now it's not working. The short ball plan from Filer is not working at all, and both Callis and Jonathan look comfortable. Jonathan pulled her for 4 from the previous last ball of her over, and that last ball of the over is emphatically cut for 4. So the Filer experiment isn't working. 167 for 3 after 29. That over has gone for 10, and Durham have got some dilemmas. So Johnson is having a chat with her skipper. Can the 19-year-old make the difference? This partnership is now worth 81. And it's not just 81, it's 81 that's come in very quick time as well. 81 from 74. Johnson starts with a change up. Resolutely blocked out by Jonathan. As if she wasn't talented enough with the bat and the ball. She's got a Bachelor's of Law degree. She's a decent guitarist as well. She can do it all, JJ. That almost surprised Jonathan, who ends up getting it very high on the bat. Clothed for 1.
Yeah, she didn't find the middle with that one at all, did she? It was very much a clothed shot. I think it was a bit of a surprise. It came quite high to her, and she didn't middle it at all.
Great to have Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire president, scorer of a Test ton at Blackpool, and England runner-up, World Cup final at the MCG once upon a time alongside.
I thought you were going to say a long time ago.
Back in
Alongside, a long time ago.
1988.
Yes, a long time ago. Oh, shot.
Johnson just a bit too full. Right now, you're concerned if you're Durham that you're waiting for Yorkshire to make a mistake, but Stair Callis and Jess Jonathan aren't. That's Callis's 50. And she's grown in confidence as it's gone on. And whilst Jonathan might be largely stealing the show, it's a 46-ball 50 for Stair Callis. She's in fact got to the margin and the milestone 3 balls quicker than Jonathan did. Jonathan will score off the very next one. It's Callis' second 50 of the season. 4 at Somerset, 38 at Surrey, a 61 off 42 balls in the home game against Blaze, 45 off 54 against Lancashire. And now for the second time this season, the Dutch woman passes the half century. Slightly slashed by Callis. And I don't quite think she wanted it to go there, but it races away for 4 nevertheless. So the runs tap truly is flowing here for Yorkshire.
I think that's the shot that we've said 2 or 3 times. I don't think she quite wants it to go there. I think she almost deliberately opens that face because she plays it
I think you might be right.
too consistently that.
We might have to ask her.
Yeah.
You're right. She's very into out.
I mean, she does play the cut shot well, but that drive often goes down to backward point.
Yeah, she does score very quite square of the wicket often on that offside because of that into-out shape. Dot to finish the over. 174 for 3 then. And it's Durham who've got to rapidly find the answers if they're to avoid a 4th loss in 5. Yorkshire looking for a 3rd win in a row. Intrigued to see if we see Phoebe Turner bowl again, but if she doesn't, that then means that all of the other 5 Durham U's have got to bowl out, except for just a couple of overs that Phoebe Turner has already filled in, or Durham have got to look elsewhere. Jonathan comfortably finds the gap off the bowling Fraser. Fraser, who got 3 for 32 in the first game against Lancashire and has continued to do well since. 1 for 27 against Essex, none for 18 against Surrey, and 2 for 16 against Hampshire. He's been one of Durham's best bowlers this season. Too short. Callis comfortably finds the sweeper. I think if you're Durham at this point, you're maybe just a bit concerned that you fell into waiting for these 2 to make a mistake, and they are 2 players of that higher quality that they might well not.
Well, I also think that, you know, it's becoming harder because of and that, as I say that's a mishit from Jess Jonathan that didn't quite go far enough for the catch. But because it's left-handed and right-handed, then I think it's quite difficult to keep that tight line and length. And they do have that experience to just keep rotating the strike. And you see JJ resetting there, undoing her gloves, redoing them. And then she just plays that one nicely through the gap for a single, just square of the wicket on the offside.
Reminder that on Saturday, it's Essex at home for Yorkshire's women in Metrobank 50 over one-day cup. And then after that, it is home against Hampshire at York on the 13th of May. Callis just has to cover up from that good delivery. Then quickly afterwards comes Warwickshire on Saturday the 16th in a busy run of home 50 over games for the White Rose. End of the over, 31 gone after a few more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell. She'll be joined by the brilliant Aaron Vars.
And it looks like there might be a change of bowling, and it looks like Lauren Filer is going to come on from the P-Zone Park end. Maybe coming down the hill was not helping her keep her control as she went into the delivery stride. So maybe going uphill will just help her with that delivery stride so that she's not almost going too quickly and overtaking herself. But we'll see, because the last over was quite expensive from Filer and it went for 10 runs. So we'll see if this little change from Holly Armitage actually works.
Well, it's needed, isn't it, as far as Durham are concerned. I mean, this partnership continues to grow between Callis and Jonathan. A change of ends bring about a change of fortune. But on another occasion, that one pulled in front of square, and that will go for 4. Jonathan continues to deal in boundaries here at North Marine Road. Moves her into the 90s.
Yeah, split the field superbly there. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and she hit it right in the middle of them. And deep mid-wicket's been asked to stay a little bit squarer now to prevent that from happening again. But a player of the calibre of Jess Johnson has probably seen where the space is now and will be able to coax the ball into that.
Just dribbles down the leg side. I mean, Callis for a second took a few steps down the track there.
I think she's fancying it because she hit 2 or 3 fours, didn't she, at the end of her last over? And I think both batters like the ball coming onto the bat. You know, they might be very good against spin, but any batter, you know, when the bowler's putting all this effort in, you just have to get the bat behind it and it's going to go. It's going to fly somewhere. That's a lovely, just pushed out into the offside.
Yeah, just controlled, wasn't it, from Jonathan? As said, for all the boundaries, the flurry of 4s. I mean, she's scored 14 in this innings so far. In addition to that, there's also been those immaculate drives and controlled pulls down towards deep fine leg and deep backward square as well. It's been very entertaining to watch. So too has Callis's.
She's put out now for Callis a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep fine leg and a deep point. So we'll see where this next ball is bowled. It's quite difficult setting a field for a bowler as quick as this when the batters are going after them, because any edges are just going to fly and any good shots are going to fly also. And that, she didn't quite get hold of that one, and it just went over the top of Lauren Filer as she followed through on her bowling, but landed well before. I think this is Maddie Villiers or Catherine Fraser. Maddie Villiers. They look very similar from this distance, Maddie and Catherine.
Catherine's at point.
Similar height, aren't they, with the same colour hair.
That one's short, gets Callis.
She was lucky there because there's always a danger you fall on your stumps, so you've got to keep your wits about you when you're trying to, if you decide to play the hooks and the shots to those short pitch bowling.
Still, that's fearless batting, isn't it?
Yes.
From the Dutch international.
Finishes on the floor anyway, don't they, when Lauren's bowling? It's either Lauren herself or, in this case, it was the batter.
Bowling this time to Jonathan. That one played smartly back to the bowler for no run. Does feel as though for Durham they just need a moment of magic here from their X Factor. Just break the partnership. It's a very cliche thing to say in this great sport, but one can bring 2.
Yeah, for sure it can. And, you know, as a fielding team now, you're looking at the runs required going down. And once it goes below that 3 figures, you know that you're up against it, especially with 19 overs left, 18 overs left. And there's another one that's hit round, but straight to the fielder this time.
Just be a single there for Jonathan. She moves on to 92 and the score on to 185 for 3. So 18 overs remain here for Yorkshire, 106. That is the magic number for the White Rose to taste victory on the coast.
And the Lauren Filer, well, I don't know if it's an experiment by Holly Armitage at this stage in the game, but she's gone for 10 and 9 off her last 2 overs. So it looks like Jonathan and Callis are really enjoying that extra pace on the ball.
So here is Catherine Fraser from the Trafalgar Square end. And Jonathan plays that one adeptly out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. 7 runs away from 3 figures. We'll also hear there through the ambient mic a rich round of applause for the century partnership between these two. Of course, Georgie Boyce falling with a score on 86. Score now reads Yorkshire 186 for 3. Callis this time goes for the sweep. Posing the question there to the standing umpire, was down the leg side, whether or not it may have brushed something on the way through. No additional extras have been given. But dare I say it, Jane, that Stair Callis here has almost played a similar role to what Phoebe Turner did.
Yes.
In the Durham innings. Could just see from the first few deliveries the intense, the proactive approach. As that one is sliced away sublimely for 4. She ran to the other end, but you could always see the final outcome of that one. Just zipped effortlessly across the surface.
And again, it's backwards of point. You know, I actually think that open bat means that the ball is going to go backward of point a lot of the time.
Well, I know you had that conversation with Michael about it. I completely agree. I think she is doing it intentionally. I don't think it's a case of she's almost throwing the bat at too much and it happens to be opening up the face. I think she is intentionally playing it through that region, and so far Durham have not been able to cover it efficiently, and yeah, we're just seeing a bunch of boundaries out there. As I said, I would absolutely love to know the wagon wheel for both of these batters so far, just in terms of those scoring areas, because I imagine for Callis in particular, a lot of it will be either square of the wicket or behind square.
Yeah, I think the one behind square is almost too consistent for it to be, oh, that was lucky. You know, it's almost too consistent that she's placing it in that area. And it looks like Phoebe Turner is going to come on, and we'll see if she's recovered from what appeared to be cramp, possibly from the 100 that she was out there batting, when she was out there batting. So in she comes now. Let's just see.
Bowling here to Jonathan. It just goes over the top of the fielder, and the backspin will take it to the boundary for 4. Australia moves on to 97. Tell you what, though, Jane, for a split second, the heart would have been in the mouth.
I think you probably needed Lauren Filer at backward point gully area, because there's one of the shorter fielders on the pitch standing there, and it went over her head. I suspect it went over quite a way. But Lauren Filer would have been interesting at her height. The run rate required is under 100 now, so it starts to come down reasonably well as a batting team, but as a fielding team, you're like dreading it going down quickly at this stage.
Well, very full. Well turned away by Jonathan. Should just be the single. Moves her on to 98.
Yeah, good ball. And but even the, you know, when you see a player turning the good balls into runs, then you know that they're in fine form.
So far, it's been practically faultless from Yorkshire's number 4. Said someone had to go big. She has certainly done that. Callis looks to hack that one away.
That was a bit of a slog, really, but she worked it round to leg side so they could take a single. Now Jonathan's on strike with 2 required for that second ever century, and well, let's see how it goes.
Well, Turner is bowling here to Jonathan. Won't arrive with that delivery. Would have been rather fitting though, because that was the 100th delivery faced for the Australian. That would have been quite nice symmetry.
Yes.
Had she have scored a couple. Jonathan cracks that one through the offside. That will just be stopped. Will remain a single. Most thought about running the overthrow then, but I think common sense prevailed, seeing as Armitage was about 10 metres away at that stage. Jonathan now moves on to 99, just 1 run shy of her 2nd century for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. So Yorkshire here, 197 for 3 after 34 overs. It will be Catherine Fraser from the Trafalgar Square ends. Jess Jonathan, the batter, on strike. So Fraser it is to Jonathan. Looks to step into that one, can't quite beat the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, she's probably looking for that short mid-wicket or square leg. There's nobody there, so there's an easy single there if she can't hit it through the offside.
This time attempts the drop and go. This time out towards backward point. Remains a dot ball. Fraser bowling here to Jonathan again. Turns that one into the onside. Quick single is taken. And this will be back-to-back centuries for Yorkshire's resident Australian all-rounder. She has been absolutely sensational, phenomenal in fact, since joining the club in 2026. And having not previously scored a professional century in the 50-over formats like London Buses, 2 come at once. Very, very well batted, Jess Jonathan.
I'm just quietly enjoying the moment, really, that somebody who's so talented has had this opportunity to bat higher up the order and show just exactly what she can do. And she's just done it with calm authority, really. And her and Callis are starting to form quite a partnership together as well. They batted well together against Lancashire on Saturday at Old Trafford, and they're doing the same here today. And both would want to go on and push on now from that.
They've done even better in this game. That one fired in by Fraser. Well played down the ground by Jonathan. Yeah, in the Roses clash at Old Trafford. 109 runs. This one so far, 114 and counting.
And that last single brings up the 200 for Yorkshire, 200 for 3. This over's still going. This seems to have been a long over, but we're still in the 35th over. 34 overs have gone.
That one just guided away towards cover point for one. That'll be the end of the over. So Yorkshire, you'd have to say, Jane, are in the driver's seat here, given the fact that there's still 15 overs remaining in the run chase. Jonathan and Callis both set and scoring with immense freedom so far. I mean, this is quite the foundation, isn't it, to go on and potentially get that third win.
Yeah, they still need 6 and over, basically. That's exactly what they need, 6 and over. So it's not a done and dusted affair yet. They've got to get that score a little bit closer before you start thinking that the win is in sight, but they've just got to keep going.
That one crunched off the bat of Stair Callis.
Yeah, I think in the last 2 overs, Stairs looked to power things rather than just carry on stroking them like she has done. It's almost like she's trying to muscle the ball away. And they just need to settle again. You know, it's always a big milestone when a player gets 100, when you get the total to 200, but just settle and just keep playing every ball on its merits and just keep working it around. Phoebe Turner, the star of the first innings, is bowling now, and she looks like she's okay, looks like she's recovered from her cramp. So well done, the physio. She does look like she's got a little bit of a limp there, but maybe that's just a normal walking gait.
Played nicely again by Jonathan. Out towards deep forward mid-wicket for one. Just to go back to that previous point, it is important, isn't it? Even though this is a wonderful partnership, and we'll keep on hammering that point home, this game is not won just yet. You cannot allow for a lapse in concentration. As Callis tries to beat the infield on the offside. It's one of those, isn't it? I know, again, it's a very old adage in cricket, but if you take the current score and add 2 in the wickets column, 203 for 5.
Yes.
With a comparatively less experienced lower order at this level, would make things very, very interesting. So that one is whisked away out towards deep point for one. And it's one of those things as well, when you have got good players still remaining in the shed, the like of a Maddie Ward and Ines Blackwell. Of course, the lower order, providing the tail could wag. You don't want to get into that poor mindset of almost going, well, even if I get out now, we've still got wickets remaining.
No, exactly. Still a distance to go.
So that one has gone straight up. I think it may have just gone over the top, or does it? It doesn't. That is a chance for Holly Armitage. It was difficult, it was high. Began to swirl in the air.
Yeah, that was a swirling one, but, you know, you almost half expect somebody of Holly's standing to be able to take that one, and I thought she was going to get close to it then because she made all the distance, but then just didn't track it quickly enough. It's far from an easy catch, that one.
There you go. Could that be costly? End of the 36th. Yorkshire 206 for 3. They require 85 for the victory, with 14 overs still remaining. In what's been a really good game of cricket, though, I must say, Jane. Of course, earlier we saw Phoebe Turner score her first ever professional century as Katie Levick gets ready to bowl from the opposing side. And then, of course, here with Jonathan. She really is in such a rich vein of scoring form. Stair Callis definitely providing an excellent foil at the other end. So Levick just gives it a little bit of a twirl there. Tends to be the case, doesn't it? You need a breakthrough, you chuck it straight to the wrist spinner.
Yes, and also probably one of the most experienced bowlers on the pitch, you know, with the number of years that she's been playing the game.
Oh, that one has been put down. It's a difficult chance, cannoned back towards the palms of Levick. It just burst through. Callis this time guides that away out towards deep point for one. Of course, Katie Levick as well, shortlisted for the Vitality T20 Blast Hall of Fame as well, which I think will both be in agreement with Jane. Thoroughly deserved.
Yes, yes, she's been a very reliable player over the years and contributed massively to the game.
Jonathan goes for the sweep. This one will spoon up. This will be out. Caught by Phoebe Turner, and the partnership is broken. We said it. Bring on the wrist spinner. And Katie Levick has worked her magic divinely. Jess Jonathan departs for a spectacular 104. Some of the shots in there really have been breathtaking and a sight to behold. But her innings comes to an end on 104. Yorkshire now 207 for 4 in the 37th.
Yeah, another good innings from Jess Jonathan, you know, as you said earlier, first, second 100 in first-class cricket. She's played very well indeed, and she deserves all the accolades, deserves all the applause that she's getting as she comes off the pitch. Here on the mic, just the applause that she's getting, and Maddie Ward has replaced her at the middle.
She has indeed. Coming into bat at number 6 for Yorkshire today.
Probably see a few reverse shots and paddles from Maddie. She's very inventive and creative.
We said it about a couple of the Durham players earlier on, but this is a nice opportunity for Maddie Ward just to get a score of significance here. Just looking at the previous score so far this season, scored 19 against Somerset, scored 20 against Surrey, 5 from 13 against the Blaze at Headingley, and 17 against Lancashire. Here she is on strike, and Callis turns down the single, wisely so.
Yeah, she's very much a potentially good player, and she'll be excited out there. You know, she'll want to get off the mark quite quickly. Doesn't like defending too much, but needs to be mindful of the fact that you're playing against one of the oldest, wisest heads in county cricket.
Yeah, she is an incredibly good bowler, is Katie Levick. At the end of the 37th, Yorkshire 207 for 4. What an over that is as well for Levick. Of course, the huge wicket, the pivotal wicket of Jonathan. Just the solitary run conceded on top of that. So that's going to be an interesting battle. The other thing as well here is, how does Callis continue? Does she go about it with regards to the more barnstorming approach, or does she maybe just reel it in slightly, set herself up for the death overs?
Yeah, she needs to play with intent. So she needs to be positive in her shots, and that's that backwards of point shot yet again.
Has been an area of true strength for the Dutch international today.
Well, she's scored quite a few runs through there, hasn't she? It's a little bit of wispy cloud, but it goes quite cool, doesn't it, once the sun goes behind it, as Callis strokes that out to the fielder out on the point boundary for a single.
Well, I've been alluding to it throughout the broadcast in terms of the wagon wheel. I've just had a look here for Stair Callis. And of those 71 runs, 30 have come via point and backward point.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Ward now looks to score through that region.
And that's a great run, because it went straight to the fielder who, yes, she juggled it a bit, but because both batters were ready and prepared to take the single, it was a very easy single.
Just looking at that wagon wheel in further detail as well, of those 30, 24 have been boundaries.
Wow, 6 of them.
That's a good diving stop. Saves what could have been a boundary. Great work there.
Yeah, great fielding.
It's Bess Heath, wasn't it? Fielder at cover point. That one's slightly uppish, chipped up for a split second. Callis will dart down the other end for the single. Well, so far, doesn't appear to be a significant change of intent here for Stair Callis.
No, I don't think there would be. You know, the point is that the run rate is still up around 6 and over, so you can't afford to stop. I mean, you can run one a ball, but that's not the nature of the modern game, is it? So you still got to play your shots.
Changing the field here as well. Trudy Johnson it is, who moves out to deep mid-wicket. Deep third becomes third. That's another fine delivery from Phoebe Turner. That'll be a dot ball to end the 38th. Yorkshire 214 for 4. Callis on 72. Maddie Ward on 1.
Yeah, 7 off that over, so that was a good over from a Yorkshire perspective. Anything over 6 is a bonus, and I'll leave you to Michael.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane Powell. We'll be hearing from Jane very shortly as well, towards the latter stages of this run chase in what has been a great game of cricket here in Scarborough today. And thank you ever so much for your company. You've enjoyed the coverage here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. Callis smears that out through the offside for 1.
It really is that classic example of a game where suddenly a partnership is broken and it quickly feels very, very different.
Played very late by Maddie Ward. Well, we said it, didn't we? That the fact is, it is the cliche in cricket, but you look at the current score, you had a couple of wickets. If Yorkshire fall to, let's say, 225 for 5 or 230 for 6, suddenly it's a very different equation. Stair Callis, she'll be hoping to motor along, as she has been throughout the entirety of this chase so far.
And particularly Jonathan as well. It's a lower middle order that have had an unfortunate habit of losing wickets in clumps often for Yorkshire this season.
It's a really good stop. Backward point. Catherine Fraser it is. Well, that's why we mentioned the fact that 4 players like Ward, for Blackwell as well, it's a big opportunity, isn't it? Even if it's just a case of playing the foil here for Stair Callis, getting your side at least close to the line as Callis goes with the sweep there for the single.
You look at Yorkshire with the bat this season, 178 all out at Somerset. Against Surrey, were going well and then lost 8 for 70 after the rain break. Against Blaze at home, 280 for 9, and then 241 all out at Old Trafford. The context in that game at Old Trafford, lost 6 for 45 in 9 overs at the end. So have a bit, easy for me to say, have had an unfortunate habit of losing wickets in clumps.
Well, that's why a game like today, for a couple of reasons, would be key, wouldn't it, for Yorkshire? Just to get over the line, make it 3 wins on the trot, and if that middle order can provide the finishing touch, then can't really ask for much more. Phoebe Turner continues from the P-zone park end. Yet another sharp single taken. Maddie Ward alert to the opportunity. So too was Callis. Leg by signalled.
guess what you're hoping as Durham is that with a bit of fluids in her, electrolytes, all the modern gels and things of the era, that having had some really bad cramp earlier on, Durham get Phoebe Turner's best or something close to, because that could be the difference here.
This one shorter toward and hammered away divinely. The reaction to that from the crowd tells you all you need to know. That was authoritative from the Yorkshire number 6.
Yeah, the type of shot that really gives you confidence when you just strode to the wicket with the game on the line in a tight run chase.
On a much better line and length from Phoebe Turner. It's been one of the patterns of play today. If you drop it in too short, and there isn't that extra degree of pace that we saw from Lauren Filer, I'd say 9 times out of 10, it's gone for 4. With the other 10% going for a single. That one a lot fuller, pushed forward. Out to point for 1.
Yeah, it's a great pitch. I know the head ground staff, John Dodds, was really proud of producing such a good true cricket wicket for late April.
That one expansive again. Save your leg, Staircallis. Just watches that one back, admires the shot. It's yet another boundary in this over.
Well, that's classic Staircallis. There's just a little bit of in to out about it. She accesses that extra cover or wide long off region a lot. This gives a bit of a dilemma about the field, which won't change for now for Phoebe Turner.
Oh, that's an absolute gem from Turner. Talk about a riposte. And Durham's leading wicket taker from 2025 has done the trick here. Staircallis, the dangerous number 5, has to go for 79. And Yorkshire now have lost both of the key wickets in relatively quick succession. The White Rose, 229 for 5.
Well, she scored her maiden career ton earlier on. And with that wicket of Callis, has taken Durham a big step closer to winning the game. That's an enormous scout for Phoebe Turner, who's been suffering with really bad cramp since scoring that ton, but has managed to get enough energy into the legs to produce a delivery like that. And the informed Callis heads off, having continued her run of scores. 61 off 42 against Blaze, 45 off 54 against Lancashire. Just watching that one back, that's moved away and hit the top of off. That is absolutely gorgeous. It doesn't get much better than that from Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, that's proper seam bowling, isn't it? Really, really good stuff from Turner. Exactly the kind of reply that your team, your captain, and you yourself as the bowler want after getting absolutely tonked the previous delivery. Staircallis, though, warmly applauded by the fans beneath us here in the pavilion. And coming out to bat at number 7 for Yorkshire is Ines Blackwell, who she herself has had a very good game so far. 4 for 61 from her 10 overs.
Yeah, Ward is the senior partner, despite her relative youth. It's up to the young'uns for now for Yorkshire. Beth Langston padded up and ready to come in, of course, provides a bit more experience.
Plenty of power as well, as there's another huge appeal here from Levick. Ward going for the attempted sweep. Quickly the game of cricket can change. It's why we love the sport. It's the unpredictable, the volatile nature of the game itself. It's Ward yet again plays that one much better. Should at least be one. Will indeed remain a single. Emily Windsor. She's done a fine job out on the boundary today.
It's been very busy out there. She's been a bit of a ball magnet, Windsor. Fascinating to see how Blackwell goes about this, the 16-year-old.
Whites bisect the gap on the offside.
9 off 22 opening the batting against Somerset, 17 opening against Blaze, and 19 against Lancashire.
Yeah, the one against the Blaze, of course, that was just a case of almost seeing the new ball off, wasn't it? Initially, just providing a bit of a partnership for Winfield Hill. That one dropped short. This time, will the single be taken? Shy this time at the striker's end as Ward jogs home in the end. That will round out the over. So 41 have been bowled at North Marine Road. Yorkshire now 231 for 5.
Yeah, we've got a right old game of cricket on here. My goodness me.
Start to finish, it's been very entertaining, hasn't it? Speaking of entertainment, well, here comes Lauren Filer.
Fantastic. This is what any of you, neutral, home or away, have come to see. One of the quickest bowlers on the women's circuit, charge in. It's an attacking move from Armitage, and I like it. Two youngsters, both not set at the crease. And I doubt either of them would have faced anything much of this express pace in a senior competitive game before. It's a calculated gamble, though. Just 2 overs left for Filer. He's ready to start the penultimate one of them.
It is, but I like it. Again, it is aggressive captaincy, but it's smart captaincy. The fact is, you know, if you can go bang, bang here, get Yorkshire 7 down, it's a very, very different complexion. Here is Filer up first to Blackwell.
Even if Filer doesn't, but if she bowls 2 tight overs, then actually suddenly the rate starts to really come into it. At the moment, that required rate is just a tickle below 7. But you get that going too far north of that, then suddenly you can induce rash shots more.
How does Blackwell play this? Bit of a swing at that one. This could be a bye. There's a shy at the striker's end. Ward scarpers through.
Scarper is the word, because we are by no means in line, but if that hits, I believe Ward is close to, if not gone. But for now, Talia Wilson can't quite show her 10-pin bowling skills.
Just sense there's a bit of tension in the air at this moment. Or as that one has been spilled. Yorkshire pair run through for the single.
I will defend Bessie for a little bit on that one. Just bobbled. Just bobbled and went away to her right. Actually, in the circumstances, she did okay to at least get hands on it. Otherwise, it could have been 4.
Yet another dot ball here from Lauren Filer.
And particularly now that runs needed is above balls. It just makes every dot feel that bit more impactful to the match day scenario. The required run rate is hovering around 6.8.
The other question as well, which we'll touch upon after this latest delivery. So that one is short. Whacked away. And whacked away tremendously. Goes all the way for 6.
How about this? 16-year-old Ines Blackwell facing Lauren Filer, one of the quickest women's bowlers in the world, says, thank you very much. I'm going to hit that over deep square legs head for 6. Wow.
I mean, what more can we add? Audacious.
No fear in these kids these days.
Oh, next one, playing a miss. Not that Blackwell will care too much, to be honest, after that. Last boundary. That will definitely help.
Well, it's one of Filer's overs gone, and because of that 6, it means it ends up going for 8. So it's actually a more than decent over for Yorkshire all told. The thing I would say, if I'm looking at this with a more of a Durham hat on, 1 for 14 from her first 5 for Filer, but since then, in the 4 overs she's bowled after that point, she's gone for 33 and she hasn't picked up a wicket. And you'd have to say the short ball plan just has not worked.
No.
And I think that we haven't quite seen that Yorker, that change-up. She's got quite a few wickets, particularly in that Surrey game, bowled, with the surprise full ball from the Yorker. And for whatever reason, in that second spell, and then that over we've just seen there, she hasn't quite been able to execute that.
Here is Villiers from the Trafalgar Square end. Ward, has she edged it behind? Yes, she has. Great catch that by Talia Wilson. And Yorkshire have lost their 6th. Maddie Ward, the latest to go. She has to trudge off the field for 10. The home side, 239 for 6 in the 43rd over. And Maddie Villiers, well, that'll feel very nice indeed.
Well, even more so, given that Villiers earlier on in the game made a golden duck with the bat, but she's very hard to keep out of the game, such as her all-round talent. And the Queen of Essex, as some affectionately nickname her, gets herself in the wickets column. Youth is replaced by experience. Out troops Beth Langston. And Ward will be really disappointed. That's the 3rd time this season that she has got into double figures, but then hasn't quite gone on with it. 19 away at Somerset, 20 away against Surrey, 5 against Blaze, 17 against Lancashire, and then 10 there. In fact, beg your pardon, it's the 4th time she's got to 10 and hasn't got past 20. Beth Langston won't thank me for pointing this out, but given that she herself told me her nickname is Mother Seamer, she is more than double the age of her batting partner.
I suppose here as well, just with regards to running between the wickets, I mean, Langston has the direct traffic here, 100%, as the experienced batter. Admittedly, facing just a second delivery here. So again, she goes for the late cuts, too wide for the umpire's liking. But yeah, the question which I was going to ask, and then we've just seen that wicket, with regards to the remainder of the bowling, Michael, I mean, who can Yorkshire try and target? That beats the dive of the fielder. Could go all the way for 4. Indeed it will be. Be picked up by the steward over there in the high vis. Moves Yorkshire on to 2-4-4 for 6. Langston gets off the mark with a 4.
I think Yorkshire's first job will be seeing out the rest of this over from Villiers and seeing off Filer.
There you go. Nice early call there from Langston. Knew straight away.
Yeah, Filer will surely bowl out. I'd be very surprised if she's taken off now to come back for 1 later. That is one of the country's premier strike bowlers.
Oh, Blackwell, it goes through absolutely everything. Makes a wicked bounce. Chase on here for the fielder. The ball wins out, though. 4 byes given. Well, for Yorkshire, doesn't matter how they come at this stage. Now just 32, or 42, I should say, away from the victory.
Yeah, definitely look like 4 byes to me. Oh, something's can't have been far off taking the leg stump.
Oh, that one's well stopped by Phoebe Turner. Will be a single though, so the 250 will come up here for the home side. End of the over. 7 remain. The target for Yorkshire, 41 runs.
Yeah, we've got a proper humdinger of a game on. Elsewhere, naturally, there's some that are not quite as evenly well placed as this one. The Blaze have got to do quite something to pull it off against Warwickshire, needing 303 to win. They're 191 for 3 with 11 and a half overs left, so they've got to go at almost 10 and over, albeit they do have Marie Kelly going well on 78 unbeaten. As Surrey have shown their depth. Danny White-Hodge is 102 not out. Maitland Brown made 31. They were in all sorts of a pickle at 81 for 6, but they're now 2-1-8 for 7, chasing 2-7-3. And Essex, very similar scenario to here, actually. They need 65 to win off the last 10, with 5 wickets in hand. Jodie Grucock, 88 not out.
Phoebe Turner. Oh, that's a wild one first up. It will be taken. However, the no ball has been signalled. However, there's a run out at the other end. Well, that is an absolutely extraordinary passage of play.
You can be run out off a no ball, folks. And poor old 16-year-old Ines Blackwell has just been reminded of that. Sent back by Langston. It was good, sharp alertness at extra cover to take the catch and realise that the run-out was very much on as a possibility. Bales whipped off by Wilson. And it is a brutal lesson for Ines Blackwell, who just 5 minutes or so ago was hooking Lauren Filer for 6 in one of the best shots you'll see all season. Has to depart. Rachel Slater to replace her. 250 for 7, and this magnificently entertaining game of cricket takes another twist.
Well, it does, but I think that's a twist that nobody in the ground or watching along would have expected. That really is a remarkable bit of cricket. Rachel Slater, the new batter, coming in at number 9 here for the White Rose. Well,
I was going to say is I know Rachel Slater's worked very, very hard on her batting. She often ended up in the Diamonds regional era down at 10 or 11, and this Yorkshire management see her as significantly better than that. Well, this is one heck of an opportunity to go and demonstrate it.
Here is Turner, bowling to Slater. Slater makes some room, biffs that one forward. Won't be taken by Filer.
I tell you what, though, if that was a yard closer, I think Filer would have dived and gone for that. It's, of course, a free hit, though, so wouldn't have mattered. But might have got a run out off it. You never know.
You never know. No, you do never know. As I said, of all the different scenarios to play out for a dismissal today, that was not towards the top of the list.
And credit to Holly Armitage for being alert to the possibility.
Yeah, really heads-up play. Very, very smart. Displayed the cricketing IQ there, did the Durham captain. Oh, that one, yet again, goes through everything. It's 4 more. Yet more buys conceded for Durham. Said it before, we'll say it again. For Yorkshire, every run is gold dust. Only 3 wickets remaining. For these two, it's Claudie Cooper, Jess Walston, and that is it. Turner clever. Slower ball executed there.
You may have heard a few shouts of, such as one you heard there of good Tina. She is not Phoebe in the Durham camp, named after the singer Tina Turner. Can she be simply the best for Durham? She's not been far off today.
Question for you, Mr. McCann. How many overs have you been waiting to get that one out for today?
Well, just doing a pitch lap earlier on, it's just one of these things that you notice. It's almost illegal for any of the players to call each other by their actual passport name, but there's some that have more wackier nicknames than others.
It's definitely creative. It's another very nice delivery as well, straight in the block hole.
Yeah, she's having quite the day out. I actually asked her, chatting on the boundary, what's it like playing against Yorkshire? And she turned to me with a massive grin on her face, just saying, yeah, it's a bit weird. You know, this is for context. You are watching an all-rounder from Rotherham. Made a senior Yorkshire debut in the T20 Cup game against Cumbria, and got a Diamonds professional contract in 2022. You know, you think of the quantity of cricketers that Yorkshire produce on both the women's and the men's side as another over finishes. 44 gone then. 257 for sixes. Of course, plenty of times where cricketers who are born and raised in Yorkshire come and play against Yorkshire. I think there's less often times like this, as we've alluded to earlier on today, where you have quite so many. Holly Armitage from Huddersfield, Phoebe Turner from Rotherham, Katie Levick from Sheffield. You know, there's others in there as well. Emma Marlowe from Harrogate. Levick against Langston. These two know each other inside out. Teammates for years at the Diamonds. Feel like an inter-squad game to them. Langston driving well, half stopped at cover. For all the chaos and the wickets lost, that required rate has not got out of control for Yorkshire at all. Runs just below balls. Slater can only hit mid-off. Slater this time can only hit mid-on. Levick just starting to build some pressure. She's got much more economical as this spell has gone on, Katie Levick. First 4 overs went for 30. And then the last 5 since have only gone for 15. That's normally about where she is. Slater's trying to flick away. That's a wide.
I was about to say, that's all we need, a stumping off a wide. After seeing the run out off a...
Trying to collect as many unusual dismissals as possible in an innings. Really gives that one some air, and Slater didn't get hold of it at all. They want 2 here. They should come back and get it, despite the slip from Slater, who has to hurriedly recover to some concerned oohs and ahs from the Yorkshire dugout in front of us. F. Langston will have her best coaching brain on. She's been building that over the winter. They've got a very good system. It's been worked on with the ECB to try and get player pathway into coaching, kind of fast track that, and the likes of Sophie Luff of Somerset, Ailish Cranstone of Surrey, Alice Davison-Richards also of Surrey, and Langston have been on that programme over the winter. As Slater has got this away, not really where she meant it to go. Flying fielding to stop it going for 4. That's fantastic work. Really putting in all the yards out there, Catherine Fraser, and they scamper back for 3. That just helps Yorkshire keep runs below balls in terms of what's required. Just tries almost a tip and run there, Langston. And she is just about going to get a single, despite the shy from Fraser. End of the over. 5 overs left. 3 wickets needed for Durham. Yorkshire require 26. Who would you rather be?
Oh, that's a very good question. 5 overs remaining. I think personally the batting side just because, as we keep on hammering home, it is less than a run a ball. It's not as though you need, what, 40, 50 runs here. Yes, it is the lower order, but at the same time, you don't have to hit the leather of every single delivery. So I know that pressure's a funny thing, but just looking at the pure maths of it, I think I'd rather be in Yorkshire's shoes.
Aggressive move from captain Holly Armitage, who's decided to go back to Lauren Filer now with 5 overs left, 26 to win, wants to play her trump card. Filer 1 for 47 off 9. It doesn't quite tell the whole story. 1 for 14 off 5. Her last 4 have been expensive, though. Filer to start her final over. And that's a great start. And it's nicely kept out by Langston. But again, to your point, while they wouldn't prefer it, Yorkshire could afford a relatively quiet, wicketless over here to see off the threat of Filer.
Well, that's just it. Even if it was a maiden over, 26 off 24, a couple of 2s and you're back to a run of ball. So let's wait and see.
Filer goes to that back of a length and gets a bit of an awkward push. Slater comes down just to some advice to Langston. Either provide that bit of magic. 5 for 59 in the away game against Surrey, which Durham went on to lose by 3 wickets. Again, Filer exactly where you'd expect her to be. She got 5 of the top 7 in that game against Surrey, where Surrey collapsed. They lost 6 for 55, but scraped over the line thanks to 35 not out from Alice Davison-Richards. Oh, beg your pardon. That was the game against Yorkshire. Forgive me. Getting my games against Surrey in a muddle. Filer got 5 for 59, but Surrey still won by 3 wickets with 13 overs to spare. It's a clever shot. Down to deep third. It's a single for Langston. So 1 off 4 from the overs so far.
Yeah, it's Turner again who's gone down.
I was just about to say, as soon as I saw her down, I thought that's probably Phoebe Turner with cramp again. So this is really concerning stuff for Durham. Ever since that century, she's been really struggling all innings. So there's going to be a bit of an informal drinks break here as a result of the injury. Hopefully it is just some very serious cramp off the back of that 100 and nothing more. That's what it was earlier on. And hopefully all this is simply a reoccurrence of that as opposed to any bigger kind of muscular problem as such. Up next for Yorkshire, it's Essex, then Hampshire. Up next for Durham, it is Blaze and Warwickshire. Right now, though, we've got an enthralling game of cricket. Not that we needed this delay for it, but it's only given even more time for the tension to rise.
Well, it has, and here for Durham as well, you can just see the majority of the team going for a quick huddle here. 2 Yorkshire batters also having a quick breather just to discuss the plans and, of course, their running methods for these final 4 and a bit overs. And we do hope that that is only a bit of cramp for Phoebe Turner. I mean, that is the danger. The fact is she has worked tirelessly all game long. Full credit to her in terms of the character, in terms of the heart shown, but I mean, there is a risk, isn't there?
Well, of course, they haven't wanted to really bring her off for any long period of time, because if you bring her off, then you start to fall foul of the regulations where it comes to her being able to come back on and bowl again. She's bowled 1 for 47 off 7. She hasn't been at her brilliant best with the ball, but I think it's pretty understandable. She's been sort of fighting on through injured, but I do wonder if at this point they just get Sophia Turner on as the 12th. You know, it feels very unlikely we're going to see Phoebe Turner bowl in this game, and so if she's not going to bowl, are you better just getting your 12 back on? Physio is just doing all the final checks. Eventually, when we get back, it will be 25 to win off 26. Couldn't be poised much better in terms of giving you a close finish here. Not the only one across the country either. Essex need 38 off 36 to beat Somerset. Surrey need 38 off 28 to beat Hampshire. Blaze are a little more up against it, but are giving it a good go. They need 86 to win off 47 to beat Warwickshire. So fantastic to see close competitive cricket right across the country. File under things you love to see. Just like the first ever Yorkshire women's professional team playing here at Scarborough, a ground that's hosted Yorkshire since 1878. Likes of Sir Larry Constantine, Tom Bradman, Gary Sobers and Len Hutton have played here. And today, for the first time, it's graced by a fully professional Yorkshire women's team. Well, it does look like, after all of that, Phoebe Turner will stay on the field down at deep third. So 26 balls remain, 25 to win for Yorkshire. Finally back underway. In steams Filer, who is sort of jab pulled away for one, but it will in fact be two. Slight confusion in there. It was deflected off Villiers. Should be a run out though, and it is run out. Yorkshire getting themselves in all sorts of a pickle. It's great work from Catherine Fraser picking up the rebound. 267 for 8. This dramatic game takes another twist.
It's just been so chaotic towards the end, hasn't it? I mean, on that one, the initial misfield, I mean, very good awareness, wasn't it, from Fraser? Quick pick up and throw, get it towards the non-striker's end, but I think there was a little bit of a slip in there as well, which has ultimately led to the downfall of Beth Langston. But for Yorkshire, I mean, it's another preventable dismissal towards these final few overs of the game.
Yeah, there absolutely was a slip from Langston because it looked like they were going to comfortably get back for two. We have only got our eyes up here in the commentary box due to a very late reshuffle from being in the normal commentary setup to being in the pavilion. We don't have an output monitor, so the replays that you're seeing at home and the free camera angles are ones that we don't have access to seeing. We've only got a one-time look, so please forgive us if sometimes leaves us seeming not quite as sure as you might be at home. Here's Filer with the final ball of her over, which is slashed away. It has gone up and over off the bat of Slater. And Slater will get 2, so we'll go to the last 4 with a run, a ball needed. She's been joined out there by Claudie Cooper, who's yet to face. Aaron Viles will take a well-deserved break. And Yorkshire President, rather nervous-looking Yorkshire President, Dr. Jane Howe, will be back alongside me for climax of this game. 24 to win, 24 balls, which is mid-order, just steadily losing wickets. Brings us to this intriguing climax. 22 to win, I beg your pardon. Sorry, of course you're right. The last ball we over went for 2. Just catching up as well. Catherine Fraser is on. 1 for 34 off 7 so far. One of Durham's most dependable bowlers so often. Starts with a dot. Well, the game within a game here for Cooper is, can she just get off strike? Slater is probably the senior partner on the 2. I know she's worked very hard on her batting over the winter. She's going to get a big chance to show it here. That's another dot. Cooper was part of a spin camp with Erin Thomas, led by head coach Rich Pyra in Mumbai, and then had pre-season in South Africa as well. Sliced away off the outside edge, straight to short third. Cooper set off, will surely be run out. She is. Got caught in 2 minds, was rightly sent back by Slater. There was never a single there. And Claudie Cooper is run out without scoring, and Durham are 1 wicket away from finishing the job.
Well fielded there by Durham, and Yorkshire have thrown this one away a little bit, really, with the number of run-outs that they've gone for. Ines Blackwell was I think that was just pure inexperience, that, she wasn't aware that it was a no ball. She thought she was out caught, and then she was not quick enough to react and go back for the to get her in a ground. Beth Langston ran past the stumps and then was called through for the second. She's got enough experience. She should have shouted no very loudly and sent Fraser back, and then Claudie Cooper there. So you can't gift the opposition wickets, and that's what they've done here. But it's been a great game of cricket, and still there. 22 runs.
I was just about to say, you're speaking like it's done. It's absolutely
No.
not done. Jess Woolston walks out at number 11, but Yorkshire are one mistake away from defeat. Durham, one good ball away from victory. Chance for Woolston to be the hero. Golden Duck against Somerset. Not out of 3 balls at Surrey, and didn't bat in the last 2 games. So she still hasn't scored a run yet this season. And you have to wait a little longer to maybe do that here.
Yeah, what a game, though. On a glorious day here at Scarborough. 2 fairly evenly matched sides, you would suggest.
Straight to short mid-wicket. Excellent over this from Fraser. Has kept the lid right on it. Woolston this time with a nice looking drive, but straight at extra cover. And that is the end of the over. So 3 overs remain. It's a sensational over from Catherine Fraser. He doesn't concede a run, picks up a wicket by the run out. It's 22 to win off 3, and after that standard 121 for the 4th wicket from Jess Johnson and Steph Harris. Fortunately for Yorkshire, much like in the game against Lancashire, once those 2 got out of 6 for 45, they have this time lost 6 for 62. They took from 207 for 3 and 269 for 9. Just to add to the drama, it is Phoebe Turner, who's hit her maiden century early on in the day, then has been suffering regular attacks of cramp right throughout the reply. 1 for 47 off 7, who's going to be trusted, 22-year-old from Rotherham, once of Yorkshire, to try and win the game against Yorkshire for Durham. And Turner is smashed down the ground, and that will go for 4. That's a cracking shot by Slater, and my goodness me, did Yorkshire need it. 18 to win off 17. That brings it almost back to a run of ball required.
Yeah, nice shot there from Rachel Slater. Just stepped forward and just hit it straight back down the ground. And I often say that that's one of the safest areas to try and hit it in, because you're coming through with a straight bat. And so she played that very nicely. It's interesting, Phoebe Turner, because she keeps going down with cramp, and then she's up and she's running again, and it's a weird cramp that she keeps getting.
Turner again. There's uncertainty in the running once more. Eventually, there was a moment where Woolston and Slater were looking at each other with a bit of uncertainty, but they do manage to get through. Slater is just holding her right thigh as if she's got a bit of cramp there. And it is 17 to win off 16. Good start to the over for Yorkshire, 5 off 2, but they are only 1 mistake away from defeat.
One mistake or one good pattern of play from Durham. It's that's the danger now. What you don't want is them to not call clearly and gift another run out, I mean, there was a little bit of indecision there with that last run, and you've either got to say yes very clearly or no very clearly, but you shouldn't be caught in 2 minds.
Sensibly left alone, just taking the wide that was on offer. Yeah, when you look at it, the 5 some were saying 5 or 6 drop catches for Yorkshire and then the 3 run-outs, regardless of which way this game goes, the way professional teams are these days. They'll go apart and pick things through in analysis. Those 2 will be quite high on the list. A little short. It's hit hard at extra cover. This could be a chance. And had that been a direct hit, that was game over. Slater does make her ground, though. Sharply fielded by Holly Armitage. And extra cover.
Yeah, she's quite deep, though. I mean, any fielder on the inner ring, there is a single there if you both decide to go at the same time, but you both have to go without hesitation.
Slower ball. Hit hard out to long on. Fielding done by Trudy Johnson. It's a strong shot from Woolston.
That was Slater. Was that not Slater?
You might be right, beg your pardon. It's Turner. Some very speculative LBW appeals.
Yes. Hit the pads.
More in the let's try and put the opposition off running the leg by.
2 overs to go, so anything's game at this stage.
You are quite right, it was Slater. So 2 overs left. 1 wicket needed for Durham. Yorkshire require 14 to win. Hang on to your hats, folks. We've got a nail biter on here.
You've got nothing to lose at this stage now. You've just got to go for it, really. As a batter and as fielding team, you've got to hope that there aren't too many edges that go for 4 or Chinese cuts or whatever we want to call it, you know. But Rachel Slater and Jess Woolston, you know, they can make names for themselves here quite clearly.
9 and 11, trying to win it for Yorkshire. Be a very capable 9 and 11, and as per the modern professional era, work very hard on their batting. Slater looking around. There's a single pretty much everywhere on the leg side. Here's Fraser. Scott to Scott. Slater gets it out to deep cover. There's not even the possibility of a 2. Slater's not running right. She's got cramp in her right thigh. Just by the way she walked down the wicket there, I'd seen her holding it in the previous over. That could come in very important here as well.
Yeah, I think when she slipped, when she had to turn to come back for 2, I think that's when she must have tweaked something.
13 to win off 11. Jess Woolston on strike. Only fine mid-off. Slater's looked confident for her 14 off 13. Woolston just needs to find a way to get her teammate back on strike. Easier said than done, of course. Given that heave away through deep square leg. Fielding done by Windsor, definitely not 2 there. But there is at least 1 for Yorkshire. 12 to win off 9. Steps down the track. And it's hit that hard, but straight at mid-off. Yeah, 12 to win off 8.
When your number 9 and 11 back come in, you know, they don't have the practice to try and just manoeuvre the ball past the fielders. And they've hit some lovely shots, but straight out fielders at the moment.
Whipped to wide by Slater. Not going to get 2 here. That will be 11 off 7. 1 wicket needed for Durham. The Diamonds Derby, if you want to call it that, if you know the history we've alluded to, is going right to the wire. Another confident shot from Woolston for 1. So Woolston will have the strike at the start of the final over, and it will be 10 to win for Yorkshire. 1 wicket to win for Durham. Jess Woolston and Rachel Slater out there. Who for Durham will bowl it is the big question. Now, there's a bit of a conference, as you would expect, led by skipper Holly Armitage about who it should be. Lauren Filer and Katie Levick both bowled out.
I've seen Holly Armitage bowl a last over.
Absolutely.
For Diamonds when she took 3 wickets, I think, in the last over.
Yeah, she's a classic captain. She's often a little bit of a reluctant bowler, but she has it in her locker. Slater, the non-strikers. Woolston on strike. Phoebe Turner has 2 in her locker, as does Trudy Johnson. I would be surprised if it's Maddie Villiers. Catherine Fraser had been
I think it's
bowling
Phoebe.
well for a 1 for
Phoebe.
38. And I think you're right. It's Phoebe Turner, the 22-year-old from Rotherham, to try and win a game for Durham against Yorkshire at Scarborough. The former Yorkshire player against the county where she's been born and bred and made her name. Here we go. 10 to win for Yorkshire. 1 wicket will do it for Durham. Phoebe Turner, the Centurion, is short. He's pulled away convincingly, but it will only be a single. 9 to win from 5. This game delivering drama right to the last. Will it be 3 wins in a row from Yorkshire? Will it be Durham getting their 2nd win in 5 this season? They lost convincingly at home to Lancashire. They beat Essex at home, then lost at Surrey, then lost convincingly to Hampshire. Phoebe Turner having a chat. Everybody except for fine leg is back, on the leg side, protecting that slightly shorter boundary. It's about 5 metres short to square the wicket on the leg side than across most of this ground, where it's at 60 metres. And remember, it's downhill too. But the result of that conflab is that square leg will come up. And they want to give Phoebe Turner the option of bowling either side of the wicket. Long off is going back.
Probably want Rachel Slater to pull across the line as well, because she'll see that there's a gap at square leg.
Slater steps across, absolutely hammers it into the gap, and that's gone for 6. 3 to win off 4. A huge hit from Rachel Slater. The gap was left open at square leg. She stepped across and said, "Thank you very much." The pendulum swings towards Yorkshire. Any boundary and the White Rose will win it. 3 to win from 4. How does Phoebe Turner respond? Slater tries to go again, but didn't really get even about a quarter as much purchase on that one as she did the ball before. 2 to win from 3. Dr. Jane Powell is looking at me about if there can be a tie. There absolutely can be a tie. No super over in the Metrobank One Day Cup. A tie is a tie. We've had ties last season.
Wow.
We had a couple of them. Tie can be a tie. We've now gone from a 3-person conflab to it's going to become a 4-person conflab about what to do here. Lauren Filer is understandably, given her international experience, in there giving her view. Phoebe Turner, the bowler. Armitage, the captain. I think that's Catherine Fraser coming across to offer a few words as well. Durham quartet working out what to do. Durham 6th in this competition last season, 5th in the Blast, desperate to get themselves in contention for some silverware this season. They lost in the quarter-final of the County Cup at Surrey. Overall finished the season with a losing record. 11 wins, 16 defeats, 2 no results, and an abandonment. Well, everybody's come up now, except for deep mid-wicket. That's the field change. 2 to win off 3.
Through slips is open.
Swipe and a miss. Is there a nick on it? Umpire is unmoved. Every single Durham player adamant. Umpire not interested. Wow. 2 to win from 2. Woolston survives. Had that been given out, Durham would have won the game by 1 run.
She didn't move like her head didn't go down. You know how sometimes if you know you've hit it, your head goes down. Who knows? We can't see from here, so the umpire said not out. We've had one given out this year that wasn't out, so
2 to win from 2. Mid away, but deep mid-wicket is the only fielder out. 1 to win from the last. Yorkshire cannot lose the game. If Yorkshire cannot score from this ball, though, it will be a tie. It's no longer a wicket will win it for Durham, but a wicket for Durham, as long as it's not done in certain rather unusual ways, prevent Yorkshire winning the game, unless they've got to say stumped off the wide.
pressure's on here because as batters, then as you're the non-striker, you're legging it as soon as you're legally able to, aren't you?
Yeah.
Or you should be.
A run out at the bowler's end would only add to the drama.
Yeah.
Run out at the bowler's end, we'd have a tie.
Please, you know, but no mancads, please. You know, just don't leave the crease till you're allowed.
Deep mid-wicket is staying out. Armitage is coming close to the stumps at the bowler's end, ready to go and effect a run out, potentially. Because in theory, that is the end where you're more likely to get that run out.
Yes.
Because of exactly what Dr. Jane Powell next to me just mentioned. Here we go. Final ball. 1 to win for Yorkshire against Durham. Phoebe Turner. And it's a swipe and a miss, and shies at the stumps and hits, and it's a tie. Jess Woolston is run out. It's 290 each at Scarborough. What a game in the Diamonds Derby. Yorkshire left disconsolate at having not won it. Fantastic 10-pin bowling work from Talia Wilson to catch it and hit the sticks. Woolston has to go. Yorkshire 290 all out from the final ball of the innings in pursuit of 291 to win. What a magnificent game of cricket. And ultimately, these two just could not be split. No super overs in the Metrobank One Day Cup. It finishes as a tie.
Fantastic game of cricket, and it could have gone either way. It was seesawed all the way through this afternoon. It looked like Yorkshire were in the driving seat when Jess Jonathan and Sturkallis were at the wicket. Then they lost a flurry of wickets, and you thought this was Durham's game. And then with the last pair in, they managed to recover it, and they could have so easily have won it on that last ball. But all credit to Durham for hanging on in there to finish with a tied game. Very exciting, great cricket. Well played, everybody.
Well, you have to give Rachel Slater and Jess Woolston credit because they put on 21 there, having come out amidst a bit of a batting collapse. Yorkshire had lost 62 for 6, from 3 for 207 to 269 for 9. And whilst it won't feel like it to them, they have ultimately not lost the game. Both sides pick up 2 points.
Yeah, they've done a great job.
Handshakes all round. No one will feel quite pleased. You can see it from looking at the players' expressions as they come off. Durham will feel like when they had Yorkshire 9 down, they should have won it. Yorkshire will feel like, having got to 1 to win off 1, that they should have won it. But ultimately, nobody has won it. So for Durham, they now have a win, a tie and 3 defeats. Yorkshire have 2 wins, 2 losses and a tie after 5 rounds of this Metrobank One Day Cup. Where do you start with picking apart that one?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a great game of cricket, which went down to the wire. I'm sure that the team that will be the most annoyed or upset will be Yorkshire because of the 6 drop catches, the 3 run-outs, chasing. They're all elements of the game that they should and could do better on. You know, as far as everything else is concerned, you know, Durham fielded well. They took some great catches, and I don't believe they had any run-outs. So, you know, from that point of view, then Durham will probably be happier with their performance, whereas Yorkshire think, oh, we gave them 3 wickets, we dropped 6 catches, we should have won that game.
Yeah, will be picked apart, no doubt, by both teams in post-match analysis. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you've been across the world. Thanks for bearing with us with a couple of technical difficulties that came from our commentary position being moved very, very close to the start of the first ball on safety reasons. Thanks very much to Dr. Jane Powell for her company, to Aaron Viles for his, and Graham Hardcastle, as well as all our hard-working streaming team behind the scenes. We really appreciate your support. Remember that Yorkshire are at home on Saturday against Essex, easy for me to say, in a rematch of the County Cup final fixture at Headingley last season. That was a bit of a thriller, albeit this time in the 50-over format rather than T21. We will see you then. For now, from Scarborough, not quite so sunny now, where we've been treated to a magnificent game where 290 played 290 ultimately. It is finished here as a tie between Yorkshire and Durham. Goodbye.